Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. China accuses the US of economic bullying and destabilising the world's economies as US stock markets do begin to rally. The US and Iran confirm nuclear talks will take place in Oman this weekend. And Prince Harry arrives at the Court of Appeal in London as he challenges his right for taxpayer protection. Now to our top story. And President Trump has responded to China's accusations of economic bullying. Writing on Truth Social, the US president said China wants to make a deal badly, but they don't know how to get started. It comes as the US market opened more positively this morning, with the S&P 500 rising to 3.3%, the tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 growing 3.6%, while the Dow Jones was up 3.3%. I'm now joined by Ruby Osman, policy advisor and China expert at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Ruby, great to have you on the show. So Donald Trump started another day with a Truth Social post mocking China. Meanwhile, China's foreign ministry has accused the US of economic bullying. Are the world's two largest economies heading into a tit-for-tat trade war? And how concerning is this rhetoric?
I think it is pretty concerning. I think the challenge we have at the moment is both sides think the other one is in a weaker position, and that really does raise the risk of escalation. I think the US thinks China has made a mistake in responding quite so forcefully and so quickly, and that China risks being a global outlier when other countries are trying to negotiate with the US. But I think from China's side, they think what the US has done is an act of self-sabotage, and they think this is going to make China look like a more credible partner in comparison. And both of them are making their policies accordingly. And the second you add in the sort of domestic audiences that on both sides are expecting a strong response, I think in the immediate term, the off-ramps aren't that clear.
So the real question, though, is if the US does indeed impose this extra 50% tariff tomorrow, what could or would China possibly do next?
It's a great question. I think China's going to have to fight it on two fronts. And so we've already seen some countermeasures proposed, and interestingly, they go beyond the realm of tariffs into things like fentanyl cooperation, into things like IP, even into potentially banning US films in China. But I also think the other key area of focus for China is going to be the rest of the world. And I think 54% tariffs on China were not a surprise. This is similar to what President Trump was threatening on the campaign trail. What is a surprise is quite how high tariffs are on the rest of the world. Trump thinks China is the main offender when it comes to trade imbalances, but actually, he's also put very high tariffs on some of those countries like Vietnam, like Japan, that the US has traditionally seen as counterweights to China's influence. And so I think for China, another priority will be making sure that it builds common ground with those countries and that those countries aren't pressured into potentially curbing their ties with China in exchange for concessions from the US on tariff rates.
So China is really the only nation in the world at the moment that is choosing to take a stand against Trump's tariffs. We are waiting for a response from the EU. Will Europe's retaliation be a crucial turning point for the Trump administration's tariff push if that does come into force?
Yeah, I think the EU is going to be a really interesting place to watch, because obviously if you have both the EU and China come out fighting, that does put the US in quite a difficult position. Alternatively, if the EU does go more along the negotiations route, China risks being the only major power who's really come out in force. And I think also Europe is going to be a really good example of another challenge China is going to face, which is like, yes, the EU shares China's opinion that these trade tariffs are unfair, but the EU will also be thinking about, they'll also be concerned about this potential influx of cheap Chinese goods that we're going to see as Chinese exporters have to find new markets. And so I think that's going to be a challenge that comes up again and again for China, and the EU is going to be a really good example of that.
The Chinese government has really deep pockets, let's be honest, and state companies are vowing to buy stocks to stabilise the market. How crucial is this government intervention at such a time of uncertainty for China?
I think it's going to be really important. I think the area where we're going to see a lot of focus in is how to boost domestic demand. If China can unlock that, it can mitigate some of the worst elements of this escalation in the trade wars. I would say from Beijing's perspective, the good news is it will probably take a while for Chinese consumers to feel the brunt of the tariffs. You know, what China tends to import from the US is more manufacturing parts rather than sort of your everyday consumer goods. And that's a key difference to the US, where actually they're buying Chinese toys, Chinese clothing, Chinese electronics. I think consumers will feel the brunt much quicker. But the trickier challenge, right, is that Beijing's already dealing with weak consumer confidence. Boosting that is going to be key to unlocking domestic demand, but it's going to be really tricky when your country is trapped in a trade war.
Ruby Osman, policy advisor and China expert at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Absolutely great to have your insights. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks.
Let's get the latest financial reaction from Head of Money and Markets at Hargreaves Lansdown. That's Susanna Streeter. Susanna, thank you so much for joining me. So after a wild week of swings, we have seen somewhat of a recovery in the markets across the world today. Are traders starting to hope for a trade deal, do you think?
I think there's two things. What we're seeing is that investors are going bargain hunting, trying to buy into beaten up stocks because of these really sharp falls that we've seen over recent days. But also there is some relief, I think, flooding through the market that negotiations appear to be on the table. So President Trump on Truth Social, his preferred method of communication, the platform, he's posted to say that actually negotiations from offers negotiations from countries are coming thick and fast. Around 70 countries are thought to be wanting to negotiate with the United States. And so there does appear to be a window of opportunity opening. And so some of the worst fears that really rattled markets over the last couple of days may be allayed a little. However, some of the gains that we saw in Europe and the United States today have been pared back. There's still an awful lot of uncertainty around.
So like you say, we are still seeing volatility. The Nikkei in Japan ended trading up 6% today, and the yen actually has also shown some strength. Why do you think this is a glimmer of hope when we're looking at the markets?
One of the reasons why the yen has shown strength is because it's considered to be a safe haven asset at a time of high uncertainty, like the Swiss franc as well. And that's why you've seen some strengthening in the yen. Yes, as well, the Nikkei, that regained some ground, quite considerable ground during trading in the session. And I think that's partly because of the standpoint of Japan. It's taking this stance where it's going to opt for talks first and keep retaliatory action in its back pocket. Similar stance really being put forward by South Korea, the European Union, the UK. And I think because of that, because we're not seeing a potential escalation all the way around the world, and it's concentrated mainly in China, that there are hopes that there will be this negotiation and there will be some better deals put on the table for the US's trading partners.
So European drinks makers like Diageo and AB InBev, which are the makers of popular brands like Johnnie Walker, made broad gains this morning. Why is this, and what is behind the boost? And once again, just concentrating on the point you just said to me, does it prove negotiation is kind of key?
It is absolutely key. And what the European Union has done is actually they've excluded bourbon, US bourbon, from the potential list of products that they may slam tariffs on if there is really no result from the talks that it wants to embark on with the United States. Now, the reason why it's done that is because Trump has said that actually he could slam even further tariffs on the European Union's drinks industry, particularly its wine and spirits industry. And it accounts for something like 1.6 billion of exports. That's the hit that could result if these types of products are hit with further tariffs. Now, because the EU has exempted US bourbon from the tariffs, there are hopes that actually there is an escape route for all of these companies who are really reliant on trade with the United States. And that's why you've seen these gains today.
So company earnings are just around the corner, but with all this uncertainty over the tariffs, where does this leave the world's big firms and also businesses? Because no one is really clear right now what is really going to happen in the next few days or the next few weeks.
No, but if there are resilient earnings that come through, that at least will show that firms are in a good position to weather a tariff storm. So that may provide a little bit more optimism. But certainly, you're right. There is so much uncertainty around about exactly where these tariffs are going to hurt in the medium to longer term. We know that there are tariffs being imposed on various sectors, but because there could still be room for negotiation, it's very difficult to see exactly what the long-term repercussions are going to be. There is inevitably going to be a hit to global growth in some way. It depends on just how deep. But all of this tariff talk is very disconcerting for the US consumer. And we've already seen consumer confidence really dented. And so it's going to take time for that to build up. And because of that, they're likely to tighten their purse strings and not spend so much. And that could really affect earnings going forward.
Head of Money and Markets at Hargreaves Lansdown, Susanna Streeter, brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much for joining me. Iran has confirmed it will hold talks with the US over its nuclear program following President Trump's White House announcement. The Iranian foreign minister took to social media to say the indirect talks will take place in Oman on Saturday between himself and US envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. We can now speak to Jason Brodsky, Policy Director of United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, great to have you on the show. So Donald Trump announced the US and Iran were set to have these high-level nuclear talks in Oman, but Iran's foreign minister has somewhat contradicted this. What more do we know?
Well, it's great to be with you. I think the Iranians are portraying these talks as indirect, while the United States is portraying these talks as direct. And I think that there's going to be a collision of styles, if you will, between the Iranians and the U.S. delegation. The Iranian delegation prefers long, slow talks to run out the clock on the negotiation process and to drag it out as it feels it buys time for the Islamic Republic. The Trump administration, on the other hand, prefers swifter, quicker negotiating processes, and that sets the stage for, I think, some tension down the line.
Jason, how important are these nuclear talks in Oman in mending the already deteriorated relationship between Iran and the US? And as we know, America has been targeting Iranian-backed groups in the Middle East.
Well, I think they are important in the sense that there is a date coming up on the calendar in October 2025 when the snapback sanctions mechanism under UN Security Council Resolution 2231 expires. So there is going to be a forcing mechanism for the United States and its other allies and partners to make a decision as to diplomacy with the Islamic Republic and the invocation of that snapback sanctions mechanism, which would restore the previous UN Security Council resolutions against Tehran that were temporarily suspended with the creation of the JCPOA in 2015.
Tehran has always maintained that it's not seeking a nuclear weapon, but on the other hand is enriching uranium using these very sophisticated centrifuges. Does the world actually know how close Iran is to weapons grade at all?
Well, yes, I think that the United States and its allies have a sense of what is happening with Iran's nuclear program through a combination of sources. Also, the International Atomic Energy Agency is one, and also the U.S. intelligence community, as well as the intelligence community of its allies and partners, is another mechanism through which the U.S. has some visibility into the Iranian nuclear program. But the Iranian regime is very close, and we are closer than ever to potential military action against the Islamic Republic's nuclear program, given their advances.
Trump withdrew from the 2015 nuclear agreement between Iran and world powers, which did place these strict curbs on Tehran's nuclear activities, and that was really for sanctions relief. What is the US going to try to achieve with these talks with Iran? Are they going to drop sanctions? What exactly is Trump wanting?
Well, this is where we're also going to have some tension with the Iranians. The Iranians are thinking that they can lure the United States into a nuclear deal that resembles the JCPOA with some minor modifications. However, the Trump administration has been very public in insisting on Iran dismantling its entire nuclear program. So that means enrichment, strategic missiles, and weaponization. And those are two very different paradigms. And so when we talk about a deal, the details matter. And for now, both sides are talking past one another as to their demands.
Jason, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but how do you think these talks are going to go? Do you think that there's going to be any movement?
I'm very skeptical. I think that the Iranians are trying to buy time, and they are grand masters at dragging out these negotiations leading to nowhere. Let's not forget what happened in 2021 and 2022 when there were also indirect negotiations, and the Biden administration was spending months in Vienna with the Iranians, negotiating indirectly with European mediators running through the streets of Vienna, trying to conclude the negotiating process, but Tehran repeatedly refused a deal. And so these are similar tactics that are likely to be employed here to try to drag out the process and try to thwart any invocation of the snapback sanctions mechanism that I previously described, and also to try to avoid any kind of military action against the Islamic Republic.
Jason Brodsky, Policy Director of United Against Nuclear Iran. Great speaking to you. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Ukrainian Prime Minister Volodymyr Zelensky says 2 Chinese soldiers have been captured whilst fighting in eastern Ukraine. China has been accused of assisting Russia in the war against Ukraine. Zelensky says he has ordered an explanation from Beijing. South Korea will head to the polls on the 3rd of June for a snap presidential election, triggered by the removal of impeached leader Yoon Suk-yeol. Leaders contending have started to throw their hats into the ring today. Opposition leader Ye Mung is the current frontrunner in the polls. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister has arrived in the US to meet with government officials. The trip comes ahead of President Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia later this spring. Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud is expected to discuss Gaza and the Houthis. And a newborn baby has become the first child in the UK to be born via a donated womb. The infant's mum received her sister's womb in a pioneering operation in 2023. The miracle child, named Amy after her aunt, was born to London mum Grace Davidson and weighed just over 2 kilos. Now, the Trump administration says it will fine migrants under deportation orders $998 a day if they fail to leave the United States. The move follows the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to back President Trump's use of a wartime law allowing the removal of alleged gang members. The 1798 Alien Enemies Act had been questioned by a lower court who had attempted to block flights carrying groups of Venezuelan migrants to a jail in El Salvador. Trump has called the ruling a great day for justice in America. I'm now joined by Angie Wong, Miami GOP committee woman. Angie, great to have you on the show again. So Trump says a great day for justice, according to himself, but these deportees will still get their chance to appeal their removal, won't they?
Yes, that is right. The Supreme Court had recently ruled 5-4, where it greenlights Trump's deportation plans, although the plaintiff, the ACLU, is also able to refile in the right venue, which is in Texas. They had filed in a Washington, D.C. court, and the Supreme Court had caught them on a technicality and gave the win to Trump just based on a technicality in our legal system.
You've previously called these migrants dangerous individuals. What evidence is there that they've actually committed crimes? Many of them don't have U.S. criminal records, and this is according to court documents used by ICE.
Well, many of them don't because, well, over 10 million illegals have crossed our borders since the Biden administration. And there is a handful, a large percentage, that have committed crimes. And it is documented all over our cities, especially in New York City, California, even here in Florida, where I am. It ranges anything from petty crimes all the way to killings. And we have seen videos last year, right before the big presidential election. One of the main issues and platforms that Republicans were running on were some of these illegal migrants killing Americans and American students. So that was a big problem. So it does exist. It's now we want people to enter our country the right way. We want them to file and come into America the right way. And I think that has always been the American dream, is to come here and to start a life. But you have to do it like everybody else, and you have to do it legally.
Angie, the Trump administration is planning to fine migrants who are under deportation orders $998 a day if they fail to leave the U.S. How is this going to be enforced?
Well, that's a really interesting question. I think the Trump administration is using every available tool available to them to deport or regulate those who are already here. They're already canceling student visas. They're using the World War II acts, as the SCOTUS ruling had pointed out. These are campaign promises. What is really interesting about all of this is that these are laws that are already on the books. It's just that Joe Biden and his administration never enforced laws that already exist in the U.S. To use for migration. They completely ignored it and allowed millions of illegals in. It's a shame that the Trump administration has to waste time, money, and energy to fight laws that are already there. So this is what's happening right now. Democrats are using every available tool they have, which is really just the courts at this point, to delay the inevitable, which is the deportation of a lot of these migrants, or well, essentially, I don't know, even if they do try to collect $900 a day from illegals, I'm not sure how that would be collectible if they don't have bank accounts or anything like that.
So, Angie, you actually live in Florida, where there is a big Latino community. How are these deportations going down? Are people in support of them, or have we seen a backlash at all?
Yeah, no, it's been a big concern, actually. Even before Trump was inaugurated, there's been a lot of talk amongst Republicans here because, this is not a MAGA one-size-fits-all policy. We have a very large Latino community. There are illegals here, and that's always been part of the fabric, especially in where I am in Miami. So we have been hearing stories about how children are in school one day and there are empty seats next to them the next, and we're not sure if they're deported. We have been seeing the ICE buses roll into neighborhoods and removing family members. And those are all being echoed back to our congressional members that we can't stand for this. We did not essentially vote for this. And I think that is something that we're keeping an eye on for the midterm elections, because this one size fits all, deport everybody, well, it doesn't really work here in Southern Florida. And I am keeping an eye on it. I'm afraid that it's going to cost us a couple of votes here, especially in South Florida. I wish that there was a way to work around. I know that, our congressional members are trying to work with the Trump administration to have some allowances, and we'll keep an eye on all of this.
Angie Wong, Miami GOP committee woman, great to have you back on the show. Once again, thank you.
Thank you again.
Let's take another look at some of the other stories making headlines today. The US Health Department will organise a panel of experts to discuss fluoride in drinking water. The mineral is currently added to tap water to strengthen tooth enamel and to promote dental health, but has been a highly discussed issue in some states for decades. Health Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. opposes the addition of fluoride in public water systems. Vietnam says it will buy American weapons and other goods to make up for a trade gap that has led to the imposition of huge tariffs. The Southeast Asian country has asked for a 45-day delay in imposing the 46% tariffs levied by the Trump administration. At least 22 people have died after flash flooding and tornado damage swept across the Midwest and south of the United States over the weekend. Half the reported deaths, including children and the elderly, were in Tennessee. Around 9 million residents have been under a flood watch warning. King Charles and Queen Camilla have released new pictures to mark their 20th wedding anniversary. The British royal couple marked the milestone whilst on a state visit to Italy. The trip was originally supposed to include the Vatican, but remains postponed due to the Pope's health condition. Now, Prince Harry was back in court in London today, appealing a decision which downgraded his security in the UK. The Duke of Sussex stepped back as a working royal in 2020, affecting his taxpayer-funded protection. The hearing at the Court of Appeal is expected to last for 2 days. Sarah Firth has the latest.
Prince Harry stepping out of his car and back into the UK spotlight today as he arrives at the Royal Courts of Justice. A tense smile and brief wave as he dodges the inevitable questions.
Are you going to visit your dad, Harry? Harry, are you going to go and see the King? Are you going to speak to your dad?
King Charles's younger son back home and back in court. This time, he's appealing a decision made in 2020 that he would not automatically receive personal police security whilst in Britain. That decision came after the Prince and wife Meghan split with the royal family and left the UK. They're now settled in California and have founded a charitable foundation, amongst other endeavours. Since relocating to North America, Prince Harry's visits back home have been few and far between. Court appearances as the Prince takes on the British tabloids in separate legal battles about privacy and information gathering. And Harry and his wife Meghan returned upon the death of his grandmother, the Queen. Today marking another sombre return, with the Prince back in court as this two-day hearing gets underway. Sarah Firth, Al Arabiya News.
Let's take a look at the top business news. Clothing retailers across the US are delaying orders and have a freeze on hiring after tariff hikes affected products imported from Vietnam and China. Businesses like Nike and Lululemon face offsetting the cost of tariffs by raising prices by 40%, potentially damaging sales or absorb the cost increase and further strain already thin profit margins. Gold surged to a high of over $3,167 per troy ounce last week. Analysts have drawn comparisons with the last political and economic turmoil, which were the main driver of record prices back in 1980. But market players say the nature of this rally looks more sustainable, as big powers look unlikely to resolve issues such as tariffs, which has driven interest in gold as a safe haven from a risk. Turning to the sports news now, defending champion Scotty Scheffler is the man to beat at this week's Masters, where Rory McIlroy is making his 11th and perhaps best shot at completing the career Grand Slam. Much of the excitement ahead of this year's tournament does revolve around the two best players in the world. The opening round is scheduled to begin on Thursday. And former Australian batter Will Patkowski has retired from cricket at the age of 27, saying he doesn't want to risk doing any more damage to his brain after repeated concussions. He made one test appearance, scoring 62 against India in Sydney in 2021. He has suffered 12 known concussions during his career and last played competitively in March 2024. A reminder of our top stories. China accuses the US of economic bullying and destabilizing the world's economies as US stock markets do begin to rally. The US and Iran confirm nuclear talks will take place in Oman this weekend. And Prince Harry arrives at the Court of Appeal in London as he challenges his right for taxpayer protection. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. That's followed by Hadley Gamble's interviews with Morgan Ortegos, Deputy US Special Envoy to the Middle East, and the economic historian Dan Yergin. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Did you know that it's not about what you're eating, but what's been done to your food that's actually harmful? Chances are you eat ultra-processed foods every day, from breakfast cereals to chips and chocolate bars. They're everywhere. But are they actually harming our health? And should the government step in to regulate them? Here's what we know. Ultra-processed foods weren't always a staple. They took off after World War II when convenience became a selling point, first in canned goods, then in ready-to-eat meals. Today, more than half the calories in the average American diet come from ultra-processed foods. Some experts call them addictive. Others say they're essential for modern convenience. And now the U.S. government is paying closer attention. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has called ultra-processed foods poison, especially for kids, and he wants them out of federal programs like food stamps. But what does ultra-processed even mean? And is it really that bad for us? There's no clear yes or no answer because not all processed foods are bad. Cheese, processed. Yogurt, also processed. Even grinding coffee beans is a form of processing.
Ultra-processed foods are industrially produced. They're designed to be irresistibly delicious, if not addictive. They have lots and lots of added sugar, salt, and different kinds of additives. And you can't make them in your own kitchen because you don't have the equipment or you don't have the additives.
And here's where it gets tricky. Just because a food is ultra-processed doesn't automatically mean it's unhealthy. Now, studies have linked ultra-processed foods to obesity, diabetes, heart disease, and even depression. But is it the food itself or just the way we eat it?
The reason we're concerned about them is because they're linked in observational studies to obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, cancer, overall mortality. But there are also controlled clinical trials that show that they do one absolutely amazing thing. They encourage people to take in more calories and not realize it. So they make people eat more. That's their whole purpose.
In a 2019 study, participants ate either a diet of ultra-processed foods or one made from whole foods. The groups had the same calorie and nutrient content, but the ultra-processed group ate 500 more calories per day and gained weight. The whole food group lost weight.
One of the things that we're interested in doing is trying to figure out, is this causal? Is this do these ultra-processed foods cause overeating and weight gain and obesity and then downstream consequences like type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease?
Some countries already regulate these foods. Mexico, for example, and Chile have slapped warning labels on sugary drinks and snacks. Brazil even warns against eating ultra-processed foods at all. The thing is, these foods aren't just tasty and convenient. They're engineered to keep you coming back. From colorful packaging to targeted ads for kids, ultra-processed foods are often more about psychology than nutrition. So what should you do? Experts suggest keeping it simple. Check labels, limit added sugars, and eat more whole foods when you can.
The dietary advice may seem as if it changes all the time, but actually it stays the same forever. The best advice is to eat foods that are as minimally processed as possible, real foods rather than things that come in boxes and packages. Make sure you eat plenty of fruits and vegetables and foods from plants, and don't overeat, and that takes care of it. Oh, and eat what you like. Food is one of life's greatest pleasures.
And keep in mind, there's no single rule for what to eat. But if there's one takeaway, it's this. Real food, the kind you recognize, cook, and share, still matters. And in a world full of options, simplicity might just be the smartest choice.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis, and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. President Trump's sweeping tariffs are still dominating news stories and opinion articles in most newspapers today. Some articles defended Trump's executive decisions, while most others delve into the negative repercussions of these tariffs, not just on economies of countries affected by them, but on the American economy itself. Let's have a look at what they said. Will President Trump's tariffs fix a broken system? Well, according to Peter Navarro, the answer is yes. President Trump's senior counselor for trade and manufacturing wrote an opinion article today in the Financial Times arguing that international trade system is fundamentally broken, and President Trump's reciprocal tariff doctrine aims to fix it. He points out that for decades under World Trade Organization rules, the U.S. has faced disproportionately high tariffs and non-tariff barriers from trade partners, leading to a $1 trillion annual trade deficit. The cumulative trade imbalance since 1976 has transferred over $20 trillion of American wealth abroad, impacting U.S. manufacturing jobs and wages. The article highlights how foreign nations exploit WTO rules to impose high tariffs, manipulate currencies, and use unfair practices like subsidies and IP theft to dominate markets. Trump's approach seeks to level the playing field by matching these tariffs and barriers, demanding fairness in trade relations. The author concludes that the doctrine is framed as a national emergency response to decades of economic exploitation, aiming to restore balance and protect American industries. The editorial board of the Washington Post doesn't seem to agree with Navarro's view at all. As you can see, the paper published an editorial today talking about how tariffs are freezing the U.S. economy. The U.S. economy is facing a crisis as President Trump's sweeping tariffs, the largest trade tax hike since 1909, disrupt businesses and markets worldwide. The editorial goes on to say that major companies like Klarna, Jaguar, Land Rover, and Nintendo have paused operations or delayed launches due to uncertainty. Wall Street is experiencing panic reminiscent of 2008 financial crisis, while Europe and Asia brace for impacts akin to Brexit or the 1997 financial crisis. The editorial explains how tariffs are stalling investments, disrupting supply chains, and forcing businesses to lay off workers. Small businesses, small businesses unable to absorb the rising costs face potential defaults. It also points out that consumer confidence is plummeting as families postpone spending amid fears of job losses and rising prices. The editorial ends by saying that economists warn of stagflation, which is high inflation with unemployment and no growth. If this continues, calls grow for Congress or courts to intervene and block Trump's emergency tariff powers before the fallout deepens into a global recession. Walter Russell Mead wrote in the Wall Street Journal explaining why Trump wants tariffs. Mead believes that Trump sees them as a way to enhance his personal power at home and abroad. He explains that President Trump's sweeping tariff plan has plunged global markets into turmoil, creating what the article describes as the first major crisis of his second term. This has sparked widespread criticism, with some questioning Trump's fitness for office. However, the article warns against underestimating Trump, whose unconventional strategies and resilience has repeatedly defeated expectations. The piece portrays Trump as an unwavering in his belief in his instincts, doubling down when faced with resistance. Domestically, he uses tariffs to consolidate power, pressuring businesses into compliance despite economic uncertainty. Internationally, he leverages America's market dominance to assert control over allies and adversaries, likening his tariff tactics to a display of raw economic power. Ultimately, the article questions Trump's motives, whether he seeks genuine trade reform or is driven by ego and self-interest, but concludes that his actions will leave a permanent mark on history. Moving on to The Times, which provided an interesting analysis by David Charter on its first page, saying Trump dares China to blink first. What if it doesn't? The article talks about Trump's threat to put an extra 50% tariff on Chinese imports unless Beijing withdraws its retaliatory 34% tariff increase. This move, described as economic shock and awe, signals Trump's refusal to negotiate further and his willingness to take significant risks with the economy. The article highlights Trump's long-standing grievances against China, which he blames for hollowing the American manufacturing and for its role also in the COVID pandemic. His approach contrasts sharply with President Biden's more gradual CHIPS Act strategy, as Trump aims to force decades of trade realignment overnight. However, this unpredictability is exacerbating market turmoil, with major companies like Apple seeing their valuations plummet. The world watches as Trump tests China's resolve, wielding America's economic power while risking inflation, recession, and global instability in this unprecedented showdown. The Times editorial board also voiced concerns regarding the British automotive industry after Trump's 25% levy on British cars. It says that Prime Minister Starmer has announced measures to support the UK's auto industry in response. Those measures include relaxing electric vehicle mandates. Hybrid cars will now be or remain in sale until 2035. And also, the boutique car makers like Aston Martin are exempt from immediate zero-emission mandates, giving the industry some breathing room. But however, the editorial points out that critics argue these steps are insufficient for any industry facing significant export challenges. Jaguar Land Rover, for instance, has paused US shipment due to tariff uncertainty. Starmer's approach also highlights the UK's inconsistent EV policies, which have shifted multiple times over recent years, creating confusion for manufacturers and consumers alike. While Starmer calls for pragmatic reforms, the industrial strategies to shield businesses, the article questions whether his government can effectively navigate these turbulent economic times and deliver long-term solutions. Michael Goldberg tried to answer an important question today in the New York Times. The question is, why did so many people delude themselves about Trump? Goldberg says that President Trump's 2024 elections initially excited Wall Street with hopes of deregulation and business-friendly policies, but that optimism quickly faded as Trump's obsession with tariffs began to disrupt markets and raise fears of a recession. The article explains how many investors failed to see Trump's economic approach clearly, ignoring his long history of anti-trade rhetoric. Instead, they assumed he would act rationally to support the economy. Now, the stocks fluctuating and bond markets showing troubling signs. Experts believe the damage may already be done. Even if Trump backs off on tariffs, confidence in the US economy and government stability has been shaken. The piece highlights how Trump's unpredictable policies are harming America's economy and global reputation, leaving investors bracing for a possible recession. And we'll end with Le Monde, which published an op-ed piece written by Luis da Silva, former Deputy General Manager of the Bank of International Settlements and former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Brazil. It's also written by Lawrence Tubiana, President and CEO of European Climate Foundation. The article explains how President Trump's second term has reshaped global politics, with Vice President J.D. Vance announcing the end of the West's unity at the Munich Security Conference. The piece points out that the U.S. now views Europe as an adversary and aligns with Russia, creating instability in trade and worsening climate challenges. Trump's unpredictable policies are slowing investments and pushing the economy towards a potential recession. Despite these disruptions, the article suggests this is an opportunity to build a new multilateralism without the U.S. leadership. Europe and other nations can unite to address global issues like climate change, inequality, digital transformation, and far-right populism. The plan involves coordinated economic policies, public investments in innovation, and social protections to ensure sustainable growth. This new multilateralism would reject Trump's transactional approach and focus on cooperation, fairness, and sustainability. By acting collectively, countries can tackle global risks and create a more stable and equitable future for all. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
What does it take to end a war? And what happens if resolving one fight means picking another, but this time with traditional allies? After 2 months in office, President Donald Trump has ripped up the rulebook on international diplomacy and signalled the end of the post-Cold War security system. Up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. How will a recalibrated US-Russia relationship reshape the world order? For much of the Biden administration, the US prided itself on leading the diplomatic isolation of Moscow.
Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated.
Oh, how times have changed. Enter the self-proclaimed ultimate deal maker, Donald Trump. After more than 1,000 days of war, the White House has gone from viewing Vladimir Putin as a potential war criminal to a trusted counterpart.
I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President Putin?
I believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject.
The tone in Russia has changed too.
First contacts with the new US administration give certain hopes.
The new administration is rapidly changing all foreign policy configurations. This largely coincides with our vision.
As ceasefire talks continue, the refrain, "Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine," echoes time and time again. But as US backing appears to waver, it's uncertain if Europe is united or strong enough to fill that void. we'll ask our expert panel how historically significant this apparent realignment is. If Donald Trump's move away from Europe is the beginning of the end of the NATO alliance, and if this rapprochement is, in part, a way to split Russia and China. Stay with us. It's all coming up on Counterpoints. Well, to debate just how important the US-Russian relationship is in terms of the Ukraine war and, of course, beyond, I'm joined by Russian strategist Sergei Karaganov, and also joining us, renowned American political scientist and international relations scholar from the University of Chicago, Professor John Mearsheimer. Gentlemen, thanks for being here with us on Counterpoints. I want to begin our debate on the remarkable shift we've seen in the relationship between the US and Russia since Donald Trump took office. In just 2 months, the US president has seemingly upended traditional allies, publicly pressured Ukraine, and opened the door to friendlier relations with Russia. So, Professor Mearsheimer, let me ask you, is this a historic moment in this realignment, or is this just the fleeting whim of an unpredictable US president?
Well, Donald Trump certainly is unpredictable in lots of ways, but I think this is, to use your language, a historical moment. I think there's no question that Trump has completely abandoned Joe Biden's policies on Ukraine and on Russia, and has adopted a policy or a set of policies that are the exact opposite. What he wants to do, first of all, is significantly improve relations between the United States and Russia. He wants the United States and Russia to have a rapprochement, to have friendly relations again. And this is the exact opposite of Biden. And furthermore, I think that Trump understands that the United States and the West more generally and Ukraine have lost in the war over Ukraine, and that it's time to cut a deal because there's no way the Americans can rescue the situation. What exactly a Russian victory looks like is hard to say, but I think that Trump and his principal advisors understand that the Russians are going to win, and it's better to cut a deal now rather than later. So the end result is you have this fundamentally different policy at play that I'm sure makes Sergei and the Russians happy, but makes the Europeans and many Americans very unhappy.
Sergei, what do you think about that?
Well, I'm not that happy as John assumes, because we could be stopped on our road to total victory over Europe and Ukraine. The fight is it used to be between us and the West. On the territory of Ukraine, Ukrainians were used as cannon fodder. President Trump, to the extent I understand him, is cutting losses. I agree with Professor Mearsheimer, with John. But President Biden, even before, started to withdraw. At first, 2 years ago, or 3.5 years ago, they were proclaiming a name of total victory over Russia. And then when they started to understand about a year and a half ago that they will not get a total victory, they will get either a total defeat and an Afghanistan-like fiasco or a nuclear war in Europe. At some point, some of the Biden officials even bluffed to the extent that if Russia uses nuclear weapons, which we do not want to use, there would be a total annihilation of Russian army by non-conventional forces. So then we send a signal that there will be a counter-strike on American bases. After that, they started to withdraw even before.
That's interesting, though, because I read an article.
They were still willing to continue, and even at the end of the Biden's administration, they tried to provoke both Putin and Trump into another round, but both, I think, understood that they are not getting into that trap.
Do you think, though, that this is a historic moment for US-Russia relations, or did you always think this time would come?
Not yet, but it could be a turning point.
What would it take for it to get to that point?
It is a turning point, but we know also the correlation of forces within the United States, and we know that Trump is up to very strong opposition within American elite. He has to survive politically and physically, and also he could change his mind. But however, he is really willing to make America great again, and for that he has to withdraw from the war which America has been losing.
John, let me put that to you then. If Trump needs to withdraw from the war, he has been saying, as ceasefire talks are ongoing, that he can force through a peace deal. He doesn't seem to think that it's beyond the realm of possibilities that he can get this deal done. Do you think that Donald Trump specifically and the US has leverage over Russia?
No, I don't think the United States has much leverage at all. In fact, I think it has zero leverage. And that's why I wouldn't use the word that force. I don't think Trump can force a deal. I think that Trump can negotiate a deal with the Russians. And I think that they can work out a deal. It's not 100% guaranteed, as Sergei was saying, but I think they can work out a deal that would end the war if the Ukrainians and the Europeans agreed. So getting the Russians and the Americans to agree is just the first step. And in a way, that's the easy step. The more difficult step will be getting the Europeans and especially the Ukrainians to agree to the deal. And it's necessary to get everybody in agreement on what the deal is for it to produce lasting peace.
We're absolutely going to turn to Europe shortly, but I want to stay focused on US and Russia first and ask you, Professor Karaganov, the former Putin advisor Sergei Markov told the BBC shortly after those ceasefire talks began between the US and Ukraine in Saudi Arabia, he said that US President Joe Biden was just an enemy. Trump is a rival. How important is that distinction?
We shall see. I'm not commenting on the views of my colleagues. I think that the United States could be a friendly rival, hopefully. If Trump succeeds, the United States will be a strong rival. But it will be run, hopefully, if and when the group which is around Biden, the more or less realistic group takes over. It will be a predictable rival. It will be a rival with whom one could deal, and it will be, I would say, a potential partner. But the rival will be there, obviously, and we do not think that, we could get into detente. All the more that the previous detente, full detente, was a total failure in the end.
John, what do you think? Can Russia and the US be friendly rivals? Can there be some form of a partnership?
I think they can be friendly rivals. My view of international politics is that all great powers are rivals with each other. The question is, how intense is the rivalry? And the fact is that the United States is much more concerned about China than it is about Russia. And it has a deep-seated interest in treating Russia as a friendly rival. So I think you can get a friendly rivalry. But I would add two caveats to that. First is there is a huge amount of Russophobia in the West, including the United States, that will be hard to overcome. One cannot overestimate how much Russophobia there is, independent of Trump. The second point is, I don't think the Russians can trust the United States after all that's happened since the Cold War ended. I think the United States has been remarkably aggressive towards Russia. It has been dishonest on a number of important issues like NATO expansion. And the end result is it's quite clear that Putin doesn't trust the West at all. And I don't blame Putin. It's not politically correct to say this in the West, but I think it is accurate. So you're going to have a high level of distrust from the Russian side and a lot of Russophobia from the American side. And the end result is it's going to take some work to have a friendly rivalry.
I also want to ask you, Professor Mearsheimer, so much of America's foreign policy has been shaped by this unseen moral and ethical imperative to be the upstanding country, to be on this side of Europe over all others. Are those days over?
To some extent they are, but I think that during the unipolar moment when the United States was the only great power on the planet, we were able to pursue a liberal foreign policy where we tried to shove our liberal values down the throats of other countries. The United States, during the unipolar moment, basically became a crusader state, and we were trying to spread liberalism all over the planet. It did not work out very well. We created a huge number of disasters. We got involved in the forever wars. And then more importantly, great power politics came back when Putin resurrected Russian power and Russia once again became a great power. And when China, which continued to grow economically in the 1990s and early 2000s, also became a great power. So great power politics are now back on the table. And when great power politics are back in an important way, that means that liberal values are not going to matter very much in American foreign policy. So I think the liberal side of the American foreign policy agenda has been badly weakened.
Before we move on to Europe, Professor Karaganov, I want to circle back to something that Professor Mearsheimer said earlier, and that is he doesn't know what victory in Ukraine looks like. In an interview that you yourself did with New Statesman not too long ago, you said, I don't think that even if we conquered all of Ukraine and all the military forces of Ukraine surrendered, it would be a victory, because then we would be left with the burden of a devastated country. So what does Russia want? What does victory in Ukraine look like?
Crushing the will or the moral spine of Europe, of Europeans, who are driving for the third time in the last 100 years plus the world towards a third world war. They are desperate, they're insane, and we have, they are the real threat. We do not want to take all of Ukraine back, God forbid. It has been a burden on Soviet shoulders, the biggest burden in terms of volumes of subsidies. No, thank you. Also, but I think we shall reunite with proper Russian provinces, and then we would like to have, totally demilitarized and neutralized buffer zone out of what is left of Ukraine. But the problem is not Ukraine. The problem is that European elites which anyway are moving towards Europe, as I understand, which are desperate, which have lost everything which they have stood for, are driving their countries towards a big war. What is happening in Europe is unbelievable. It is worse than the period not only prior to 1914, the First World War. It is worse than the period prior to Second World War. I am also a historian, of course, not of the same quality of Professor Schreiber, but I know history. The anti-Russian hysteria there is worse than in Hitler's Germany.
All right, you referenced Europe, so let's move on to that. This foreign policy shift that we've seen from the US seems to have caught Europe off guard, and it's left it slightly exposed, to say the least. Only now is the bloc seriously convening summits and meetings about defence and security options, some 3 years into the conflict. Numerous EU officials have spoken about a European nuclear umbrella to deter Russia. Now, I know that is a question we're going to get you on, Sergei, in a moment. But first of all, Professor Mearsheimer, let me ask you, Europe appears to be coming to terms with the fact that it may have to go it alone. Is the US effectively heralding the end of the NATO alliance?
Well, let me just say that I'm uncomfortable talking about Europe like it's a single country. Europe is a collection of countries. And one of the principal reasons that European elites have been able to agree so much in the past, and one of the reasons that people are able to talk about Europe like it's a unified country, is because the United States has been present in Europe and it has kept the peace. I refer to it, and others do, as the American pacifier. And that mainly comes in the form of NATO. But what's happening now is that Trump has made it clear that he has contempt for the Europeans, he has little use for NATO, and he at least wants to greatly reduce the American presence in Europe, if not eliminate it. I'm not saying that will happen, but there's no question that the United States presence in Europe is going to decrease, and Trump is going to turn more responsibility for running Europe over to the Europeans. And what you're going to see happen here is that the Europeans are going to fight with each other. You're going to see that separate countries have separate interests, and they no longer have the United States to solve the collective action problems. So I think that Europe, these European countries, are not going to be much of a problem for the Russians moving forward. There'll be something of a problem, but the fact that they will not be able to coordinate like they have in the past will greatly reduce their effectiveness at causing trouble for Russia. And furthermore, I think, to get to the specifics of your question, I think NATO is in real trouble. And whether it disappears or not, it will never be the same alliance that it has been up to now.
Europe, you are obviously correct. It's a collective of about, 27 odd countries, but they seem to be speaking with more of one voice these days than perhaps they have in the past. Is it not the case that perhaps with the US abandoning its traditional alliances, it's forcing Europe to become stronger together?
I'd just say very quickly, no, the exact opposite. You're going to have huge collective action problems, right? And the United States solved those collective action problems in large part. And the second point I would make, and I would be curious to know what Sergei thinks about this. I do not think Russia is a serious threat to overrun all of Ukraine, much less overrun all of Europe. And I think most Europeans, at least most people in the public, understand that Russia is not a great threat. So you don't have an external threat that can hold the Europeans together, that can solve the centrifugal force problem. So I think if you take away the Americans, and you don't have a serious Russian threat to Europe, the Europeans are going to squabble among themselves.
Sergei, I can tell by your facial expression that you have a retort.
Well, first of all, I mean, I agree with I agree with John, but I will add some points. One
is Russia not a threat?
Well. Sorry, we don't need a junkyard like Europe. I mean, one of their officials recently said that Europe is an orchard surrounded by wild jungles. I have a different definition. I was one of the top Europe specialists in Russia several decades ago, and so I know a bit about Europe, and I spend a lot of time. It is not an orchard surrounded by a jungle. It's a junkyard, which is with all kind of vegetation, which is growing on the rich soil of hundreds of millions of people they killed, robbed over the last 5 decades. And now they are struggling to keep their privileged position in the international system. The United States are leaving them, and they are left in the cold. They will be unable, like they have been doing for 500 years, to suck the world GNP in their favor. First,
Russia must be somewhat concerned, though.
If I could, help of the United States.
Russia must be somewhat concerned, though, Professor Karaganov, because you have said in interviews and in your own writings on your website that there should be a change in discussion about nuclear deterrence and that nuclear weapons could be used against parts of Europe to end the war in Ukraine and establish deterrence. So reading into that, doesn't Russia see Europe as a threat if it feels it needs to deter it using nuclear weapons?
I've been writing about nuclear weapons recently. Because I saw that the West, but especially Europe, has deteriorated into a habit of what I called strategic idiocy. They stopped fearing war, nuclear war. And I tried to persuade my government, and I hope I was successful, that it should change our nuclear policies in order to make a nuclear deterrence workable. I hope that has been done, and that our American future partners understood that. Europeans are simply insane. They do not yet understand that. I hope over the next several months or years, they will start to understand that they are looking into an abyss. But at this juncture, they want to prolong the war as long as possible, sending after Ukrainians, after they waste more than 1 million Ukrainians already, they want to send East Central Europeans into the battle. They need this war to save, this elite, which is completely insane and is completely failed. It needs this war to cover up their mistakes, if not worse. They are failures, and they need a war. We hope that we could stop that. Hopefully, not with the help of the Americans, but if Americans withdraw, I think that those Europeans who are not yet completely insane will understand that they could not rely on, by the way, on extremely weak American nuclear guarantees. I am a historian of nuclear strategy. United States have never since the late 50s was willing to use nuclear weapons in defense of Europe. And of course, they will not. Russians or Soviets actually did not want to attack Europe. Why on earth do we need that? I mean, small peninsula on the tip of Eurasian mess. We are the biggest country, the richest country in terms of resources.
Let me turn it over to John.
When people are talking about Russians invading Europe, I mean, imagine, It's not even laughable. It's disgusting.
Well, I mean, Russia also said it wasn't going to invade Ukraine, and look at where we are. But Professor Mearsheimer, let me ask you, being a great power, as you say Russia is, means leading from the front on the world stage. But considering Trump's America First policy, is that not a show of weakness, in a sense, a sign that the US is not willing or able to be a global leader anymore?
Well, I don't know what it means to be a global leader. I think this is one of these sort of innocuous or amorphous phrases that we use in the West to encourage the United States to be involved all over the planet, interfering in the politics of every country on Earth and fighting unnecessary wars. I mean, this is what we have to do to be a leader. I'm not interested in being the leader. I'm interested in having a smart foreign policy that maximizes American security. And I think picking a fight with Russia over Ukraine that ends up killing huge numbers of Ukrainians and Russians and wrecking the NATO alliance makes no sense at all. And I think what we need is a smarter foreign policy. And I think when it comes to Trump's policy with regard to Russia, he is doing the right thing. The United States should have good relations with Russia, and we should go to great lengths to shut down the war in Ukraine for Ukraine's sake, for Russia's sake, and for our sake. And if you want to call that leadership, then I like leadership. But the way we talk about leadership in the West these days, I really don't like, because it really is all about interfering in the politics of every country on the planet, which gets you into unending trouble.
Both of you, I think, mentioned China in the early parts of our conversation. So let me take the discussion there. Many observers of history, both of yourselves, I would assume, being well-versed in this area, will recall President Richard Nixon visiting Chairman Mao in China after a period where there was no diplomatic relations. That visit yielded huge results. It shifted the balance of power and helped further split the communist bloc and made it clear that perhaps the Soviets couldn't fully rely on its partner. So, first of all, I'm going to ask you, Professor Mearsheimer, do you think this attempt to woo Russia with a deal in Ukraine, with a rapprochement, is an attempt to force a wedge between Beijing and Moscow?
Well, there's two issues at play here. One is the issue you identify, which is that the Russians and the Chinese are now close allies, maybe not formal allies, but de facto allies, because the Americans have pushed them together, and this does not make strategic sense. The second issue, which you didn't mention, is that the United States has a vested interest in pivoting to Asia to contain China, because China is a peer competitor from the American perspective. China is a more important problem for the United States than Russia is. So we want to be able to pivot. And being pinned down in a war in Ukraine makes it very difficult to pivot to Asia. And I would argue that because we have not been paying attention to Asia, our containment policy in East Asia has suffered as a consequence. So I think what the Trump administration wants to do is, number one, it wants to be able to pivot fully to Asia by putting an end to the war in Ukraine. And then number two, as you describe, I think that the United States would like to drive a wedge between between Russia and China. Whether it can do that, given American behavior over the past decades, is questionable. I'm not sure the Russians trust us enough that they break with the Chinese in any meaningful way. But I do think that is an American goal.
Okay, Professor Karaganov, do the Russians trust the US in a meaningful way that you would be willing to break from China? And do you think that this is what Donald Trump is trying to do?
It is not a matter of trust. Even if we trusted the United States, which we did not, we would not abandon our quasi-alliance relations with China. It is a force multiplier for both countries. I mean, our American former partners, now forwards, now probably again partner, did a fantastic, among many mistakes. I mean, during last decades, when they pushed two friendly countries, China and Russia, into an alliance. And now we see, I mean, that has been a great help to both of us, first. Second, so we shall not abandon our Chinese friends. However, we do not want to be totally reliant on China, and we need more space, and more space also in terms of good relations or normal relations with the United States. So it is a win-win situation for us, because we shall have a better relations with the United States and a stronger hand in our relations with our Chinese friends. However, they will remain friends because, I mean, we have a common border, we have great trade, our economies are not competitors, obviously. They're natural partners. I mean, we have huge resources, everything which China needs, and they have a lot of labor, which we do not have. So the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, I mean, several years ago when they came to power, they sent the emissaries to Russia. Some of them came to my office at the time they were still allowed to travel, and were trying to woo us away from China. People like myself told them, no, thank you. I mean, you are unreliable, and these are neighbors and very profitable and useful friends. And now Trump administration, I think, is more realistic. They understand that they could not woo Russia away, but they want to strengthen their hand vis-a-vis China and give Russia a bit more space, so we would not be totally reliant on China or dependent on China. That makes sense from my part, geopolitical. I mean, it creates a better balance. However, I question whether it is a wise policy for the United States to see China as a rival. I mean, it should be more a competitor. In the ideal world, I think three countries, Russia, China, and United States, plus possibly India.
What do you think about that, Professor Mearsheimer? Would you put Russia up there alongside the US, China, potentially India? Are they peers?
Yes. Well, my view is that there are three great powers in the world, the United States, China, and Russia. I would not categorize India as a great power at this point in time, and most people don't. It's a major power for sure, as are Germany and Japan. But the three great powers are the United States, China, and Russia. And
so what do you think, Professor Mearsheimer, the US can offer Russia to move it away from China, if that's in fact what they're trying to do? Because China is Russia's largest trading partner, and there is a heavy economic reliance. What can the US do? What can it tempt Russia with?
Well, with good relations. And we can push the Europeans very hard to also have good relations with the Russians. We can put an end to the Ukrainian war. We can reestablish economic intercourse between Russia and the West. We probably can't bring it back to the pre-2022 levels, but we can go a long way in that direction. And I think that will help to improve relations between Russia and the United States. And it might put a tiny wedge between, or let me put it differently, it might put a little daylight between Russia and China. But I think Sergei's views of how the Russians view what the Americans are up to is reflective of how most Russians think. They don't trust the Americans. They're not going to abandon the Chinese. And therefore, there are limits to what the United States can do in terms of getting the Russians to be closer to the United States and less close to China.
Okay, Professor Karaganov, let me ask you this. Ukraine has been asked to make many concessions, including territorial concessions, and this mining deal that was on the table, off the table, maybe it's back on the table again. The big question is, what do you think the Trump administration expects from Russia in return?
I do not know. First of all, I mean, we have a name, and that is to eliminate Ukraine as a spearhead, which is close to Russian hearts, Western spearhead. It will be eliminated. I mean, totally demilitarized, hopefully. That is our aim, first. And second, is, of course, as I've said, is to undermine our Western, especially now European, mostly European neighbors, which made themselves into enemies. So, as I'm saying, we in the end game, we have to crush the moral spine of this Europe. Hope then let them fight each other or be friendly with each other. It doesn't matter. I mean, we are not interested anymore. We have finished our European journey. Thanks God. By the way, it lasted for too long, 130 years more than it was needed. So we are now, with great gusto, saying goodbye. However, of course, we are partially culturally European, and we love, as Dostoevsky said, the holy stones of Europe. I love them too. I have a flat in Venice, which I hope, I will visit before I die.
Can I just ask you what you mean by eliminate Ukraine? That's very strong language. I just want you to explain or maybe elaborate on that. Is that eliminate Ukraine as a country, as a state? Eliminate Ukraine as a threat?
No. Eliminate as a threat.
Okay.
We do not want to take over all Ukraine. Let it be. I mean, all the more it has been a failed state. It has been failed by its elite or non-existent elite from the beginning, and it had been a problem. Unfortunately, Russian government didn't understand what the problem. We didn't pay any attention to what has been happening. Now they also have a Nazi ideology, so we'll have a big problem. But we do not need all of Ukraine. We want to have our pure Russian regions back home. By the way, these areas, which are east and south, has been producing 70% of Ukrainian GDP because they have the best people, the best industry, created by the Soviet Union and by the Russian Empire.
Also, one could argue they have the natural resources. Yes, Professor Mearsheimer, go.
I just wanted to ask Sergei a question. The Russians have annexed 4 oblasts and they've annexed Crimea. And they've demanded that the West and Ukraine recognize those annexations. I'm curious what you think, what additional territory do you think that Russia wants to take in Ukraine to feel secure? In other words, do you think the Russians are going to take Odessa? Do you think they're going to take Kharkiv? I mean, you've said, and I think it's true from my perspective, that the Russians would be crazy to try to conquer all of Ukraine and to incorporate it into Russia. But what exactly do you think is the ideal chunk of territory that the Russians should take from Ukraine to ensure Russia's security?
4 regions and Crimea are the minimum. Then there should be a very wide total demilitarized zone controlled by Chinese, Arabs, or whomever. The better alternative is, of course, to return back our southern Black Sea provinces, which have been part of Russia, and culturally, politically, as well as economically. But probably at this juncture, it's better to have simply a huge demilitarized zone, so that we shall not be threatened by the swarms of drones and rockets at the beginning. But I think it will take time before we could finish this war, because at this juncture, Europeans will try to ignite crises one after another. So the best solution is the east of Dnieper and the south. However, it could be costly, both in terms of resurrection of these territories, re-education of the people, and in terms of bodies of our soldiers. I mean, we are trying to save as many soldiers as we possibly could.
What do you make of that answer, Professor Mearsheimer?
It will be a long process.
What do you make of that response?
I think it makes a lot of sense.
But how do you think the US and Europe would react if Russia is going to take Black Sea regions, part of the south of around the Dnieper River?
Well, it all depends on when the war is settled. If you were to settle the war now, and the Russians just annexed those 4 oblasts plus Crimea, the issue that you're raising would not come up. The problem is, I don't think the war is going to be settled quickly. And although it's very difficult for the Russians to make significant progress quickly on the battlefield, I think there is a reasonable chance that they will be in a military position to conquer areas like Odessa and Kharkiv over the course of 2025. And I think there'll be powerful incentives for the Russians to capture that territory for strategic reasons. And if they do capture that territory, I think the Russians will want to keep it. This is why I think if you're Ukraine or you're the United States or even the Europeans, you have a vested interest in settling this war quickly, because those 4 oblasts in the Far East and Crimea, they're gone. Right. And what you want to do, again, from a Ukrainian point of view especially, is prevent the loss of more territory. And I think if you think about Putin's hand, the hand that he's playing, he'd rather have more territory than less. He'd rather have Odessa. He'd rather have Kharkiv. Now, the question of how costly that is comes into play. And that's what Sergei was saying. And I fully understand that it might not be worth it in terms of the number of Russian soldiers who will have to die to conquer that territory. But if a lot of Russian soldiers don't have to die, if the Ukrainian army begins to crumble, I think the incentives for the Russians to take more territory is great.
We're almost out of time, but I just want to wrap up with just a broad question. And I'm not sure how optimistic or pessimistic either of you are going to feel about it. Professor Mearsheimer, let me ask you first. Do you think that the world is heading for a very turbulent period? We have a US president who came in saying he was going to be a peacemaker, but we have seen unpredictability. We've seen surge in defence spending in Europe. We see talk about nuclear umbrellas. Are we heading for a bit of a time of global chaos?
Oh, I think that there's big trouble ahead. For many decades in the future, we're going to have a very turbulent world. First of all, the U.S.-China competition, which I think will be the most important conflict of the 21st century, is not going away. I think with regard to Europe, even if you solve the Ukraine conflict, there are all sorts of other potential conflicts in Eastern Europe, and there will be a poisonous relationship between Russia and the Europeans, as reflected in Sergei's comments, for a long time coming. And furthermore, you have the Middle East, where the United States supports Israel, which is a rogue state that is attacking virtually all of its neighbors and shows no signs of becoming a peaceful actor in that region. So there's going to be big trouble for as far as the eye can see.
We've got about 1 minute left. Professor Karaganov, what do you think? Are we in for more turbulent times, or is Russia pushing for peace?
Tectonic shifts, tectonic plates have moved under the previous international system. So in for at least for 20 years of instability until the new balance will be settled. During this period, I think we have to rely more on the validity of nuclear deterrence. That's why I'm pushing that issue, because there's no other means at this juncture to prevent a series of conflicts or these conflicts deteriorating into a big war. However, one of these conflicts could be passed by due to changes in the American policy. Though, of course, I'm not very happy with what Trump is doing because his peace initiative are stopping us on the way to victory over East and Southern Ukraine.
I feel as if we are going to have both of you gentlemen back on Counterpoints, because it doesn't feel like we're at a point of resolution anytime soon, and we really value your analysis here. So thank you for your time. That is all the time we have for in this debate, though. Professor John Mearsheimer from the University of Chicago and Professor Sergei Karaganov, Russian political strategist and advisor. Thank you both for your insight and analysis. And thank you to you at home for joining us here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember to subscribe to Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok. Thanks for your company.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Morgan Ortegas, thank you so much for joining me here at Al Arabiya. I want to kick off by asking you, you've just come out of Lebanon. Is that government moving fast enough?
Yes and no. So I will say, first of all, they're dealing with a historic challenge. You know, obviously, the past 10 years have been devastating for Lebanon. The financial crash, the port explosion, and of course, what you've really seen is militias around the country, especially Hezbollah, have a state within a state. Now, I'm incredibly encouraged by President Aoun, by Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. These are people that really care about reform. But, you know, you covered economics for a long time. Lebanon's financial situation is as bad as it gets. I mean,
they're in a hole.
It's worse than Greece during the financial crisis. These are one of the toughest things that the World Bank and the IMF have ever seen. So I think part of the reckoning is people really understanding just how bad it is. And it's not a good position whenever people in your country can't rely on the banks, right? Or they don't feel comfortable with the banks. So the parliament needs to pass the bank secrecy law, the bank resolution legislation, because ultimately what needs to happen, I mean, there's so much that needs to happen as it relates to economic reform, but you need people in Lebanon to feel safe and secure about putting their money in the bank, because what's happened, what's proliferated since that crash is a cash-based economy. And cash-based economy fuels bad actors, corruption, terrorism financing. And because of that, you did see, unfortunately, Lebanon was gray-listed at the FATF. So what I think the new prime minister has done is to put together an excellent cabinet. I mean, these are people, and I met them. First of all, everyone came in. They didn't have a party affiliation. And they swore not to run for the election next year in the May 26th election. So it was people that were coming just to try and help turn their country around. You're talking about Blackstone executives, HSBC, JP Morgan. I mean, these are Lebanese diaspora from around the world that said, I'm in a really lucrative career, but I'm going to put that career on hold to come back and try and save my country. So all of this is incredibly important. The government is working very quickly on these reforms. We've got IMF, World Bank spring meetings coming up where I know Lebanon wants to make the case. But what I said to their leaders, you can't make the case at the IMF World Bank spring meetings if you haven't passed the legislation in Parliament to show that you're serious about these reforms, that it's not just talk. So I'm really encouraged. I met probably 9 different cabinet members, the new central bank governor, while I was in Lebanon, in addition to the president and the prime minister, who I have a great relationship with. On the security side, we have something there called the U.S. mechanism, where we, as we have for decades, are supporting the LAF and trying to strengthen them to take on Hezbollah. You know, anytime you are trying to do something different, people get used to a certain way and it becomes the status quo. And shaking off the status quo is always a really difficult and challenging thing to do. There obviously has to be national buy-in into this. And that's why you saw President Aoun say in his inaugural speech that the only arms were going to be that of the state. The state would have monopoly on the arms. The state would provide security. The state would provide essential services in the south of Lebanon and not Hezbollah for those people. So we are asking and we are demanding and hoping for generational change in Lebanon. What we are asking of them is not easy, but if they don't do it, they won't save their country. And ultimately, decline is a choice. So they can choose to decline even further into the abyss, or they can choose this once-in-a-generation moment to take their country back. I think President Aoun can do it. I think Nawaf Salam can do it. They will have U.S. support if they make the tough and hard decisions, and they're on that road to do so.
There are concerns that disarming Hezbollah quickly could lead to a civil war. What is the U.S. response to that fear?
We've been hearing that for 20 years. When you have cancer, you don't treat part of the cancer in your body and let the rest of it grow and fester. When you have cancer and you want to be a whole patient, you cut the cancer out.
In your mind, is that something that you're worried about?
Of course, right? I mean, this is a designated terrorist organization with a lot of American blood on their hands. They've
been degraded, though.
Absolutely. Ultimately, this all comes down to the Islamic Republic of Iran. You know, remember that the devastation, part of the devastation that the Lebanese people face today, especially in southern Lebanon, was because of Iran and Hezbollah. The government of Lebanon didn't want to go to war with Israel. It was on October 8th, 2023, that Hezbollah in Iran decided to get into the war, which ultimately led for catastrophic consequences for the people of the south. And there's Shia villages, Christian villages down there. These people deserve a lot better. They were forced into a war that nobody wanted to be in, and their livelihoods and their homes and their communities were destroyed because of it. So I hope that they will make the choice to cast off people who only want war with their neighbors and instead to turn to a brighter future.
And the Lebanese armed forces, how do you feel about their ability at this point to secure Lebanon, internally and externally?
They have every ability to do so. I mean, the United States has provided support, training, and equipment for decades. We continue to do so. We've even added military advisors on the ground in Lebanon. It is not
so
a
to
capacity.
Those who say Hezbollah is needed to protect us, the response would be
crazy, right? No, the LAF can do it. And by the way, if we've been providing assistance for several decades and they couldn't do it, then there's a problem with their U.S. assistance. So I've never believed the argument that they can't do it. They have the capability. They just need the political will.
Talk to me a little bit about this part of the or
Yeah.
here in the UAE,
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia as well. These are two countries that the U.S. wants to be involved in the stabilization of Lebanon. But can they do it when oil prices are below $65 a barrel?
First of all, I think it's so great to be back in the UAE. I love being here. It's sort of, I exhale when I land in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. So I'm grateful that they have me back in here and speaking at an important conference. You mentioned the Trump administration. I should say that these are some of our closest allies, closest friends and partners in the world. And that's important. You know, one of the first call, I believe the very first phone call President Trump made was to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. We've already had the UAE National Security Advisor visit the United States. We're in constant contact and communication on a variety of issues, Lebanon, Syria. Obviously, UAE made the groundbreaking and really courageous choice to be a part of Abraham Accords and to lead that effort. So the Houthis in Yemen. I mean, what's great about UAE and Saudi Arabia is there is not a challenge in the Middle East that we don't look to solve together. I mean, I never look, even in Lebanon, my first calls are to Saudi and UAE and Qatar, and I'm saying, where are you on this issue? Here's what I think. Here's where the United States is. Where are you? Can we do this together? Can we work on this together? In fact, we sent together UAE, Qatar, the United States, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. We sent a note to Lebanon that said, if you'll enact these reforms, we'd be happy to host something for you on the margins of Spring Bank Fund meetings. I say that to say that we're going to continue to move in concert together on all of these challenges in the Middle East. You know, in the Trump administration, we understand that we're putting Americans first. We're putting what foreign policy is best for the American people first. And part of the way that we do that is understanding that we don't necessarily have the right prescription for every country in the world. We're focused on saving our own country. So in the Trump administration, we really work with our Gulf partners in order to help solve these big challenges. It's an excellent relationship. It's some of our closest relationships in the world, and I'm really proud to be a part of it.
So lower oil prices great for U.S. consumers, but not great for this part of the world. How worried are you about essentially causing struggle in these countries? Because at the end of the day, these are regimes in the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia that still rely dramatically on the price of oil.
They do, but listen, we have a really close partnership.
You're not worried about instability?
I'm not worried.
As a result of the administration's policies?
We have a close partnership, yeah. No, I'm not worried about that.
In terms of projecting foreign influence, though, it's difficult for them to do that if they don't have the money coming in.
They are incredibly wealthy nations. I think they're going to be okay.
They're worried. They're worried about the administration's policies with regards to global markets. Is there going to be a recession? Can you assure them that that isn't the case?
Listen, President Trump won basically on the economy, on promising that he was going to bring a better life to Americans. But what he and the administration have said as it relates to tariffs and to the economic policy is that they need to bring manufacturing back to America. And they need, and the president wants to have reciprocal relationships around the world. I think that's a very common sense thing. If you go to the average American and say, should we be doing business with X country who tariffs the United States way more than we do them? Reciprocity, I think, should be a fundamental principle of our foreign and economic policy. So, the president's been clear that sometimes, I think the way that he phrased it today was that sometimes you have to take medicine in order to fix the patient. And that's what the president's economic team feels like they're doing right now.
But there's a lot of fear, for example, in Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030, that costs a heck of a lot of money. Lower oil prices, they've already had to tighten their belts and scale back some of those major projects. If this economy, this global economy, becomes a recession, that's bad for your biggest partner in the region.
Yeah, we think that we are right setting a lot of problems, a lot of challenges that the U.S. economy had. I'll certainly let the president's economic representative speak for his trade and tariff policy, but as it relates to our relationship here in the Middle East with our Gulf Arab partners, I don't think it's ever been stronger than it is right now under the Trump administration. There's a lot of cohesion, a lot of work together. If they have concerns on anything related to the president's export policy, tariff policy, economic policy, they will express that to us directly because unlike the previous administration, we don't go, months or years without talking. We talk almost on a daily basis.
So regional instability is not something you're concerned about?
Well, listen, we've had a lot. We inherited probably the worst regional chaos in years. I mean, in many ways in a generation. I mean, we inherited hot wars all over the planet, right? A hot war between Russia and Ukraine. Obviously, even before President Trump was inaugurated, the Biden team allowed Steve Witkoff, my boss, to go to Doha to negotiate to get some hostages out, which was huge, right? That we were able to help get that ceasefire and to bring some hostages home. And we want to bring the remaining hostages home. So we were, listen, here's how I've described it. We were handed dumpsters on fire, and we've been trying to fix it. So am I worried about regional instability? Well, that's what we inherited. What I'm not worried about is our ability with our Gulf Arab partners to be able to solve those problems together. We have big things that, you know, that we walked into. Another one is the Islamic Republic of Iran. UNSCR, UN Security Council Resolution 2231 expires this year in October. And then the JCPOA, what was left of it at the UN, goes away. Iran has been in defiance of the JCPOA for 3 years, and no one's done anything about it. They've been enriching at a minimum of 60% since, I think, April 2021.
And in spite of that, President Trump reached out to Iran. They responded. What's the next step?
We'll see. You know, the president needs to determine if and how and when he wants to go into negotiations. He's extended the hand of diplomacy, but I think he has made very clear that what we're not going to do is get into the Biden trap, where you do indirect talks that last for years and the Iranians just string us along. Not happening under this administration. If we're going to have talks, they need to be quick. They need to be serious about dismantling their nuclear weapons program. We will absolutely extend the hand of diplomacy and be willing to talk. President Trump loves to get a deal. He's a deal guy, right? That's what he's always excited about, when he can get a deal. But the deal has to not be where we're getting played. And we think under the Obama administration, during the JCPOA, and under the Biden administration, all Iran has done is to sort of hold their nuclear weapons program hostage. And they got nowhere. And in fact, you know, they're in violation of basically every IAEA standard that you could be. They're like I said, they're enriching uranium at record amounts. I mean, we are in an incredibly dangerous place with them. But we don't want it to be that way. President Trump has clearly said he wants a peaceful future for both countries. But we're not going to be extorted the way the Biden administration was.
Morgan, it's wonderful to see you here in the UAE. Thank you for joining Arabiya.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Dan Jurgen, thank you so much for joining Al Arabiya.
Glad to be back with you, Hadley.
I want to ask you to walk me through where we are today in the energy transition.
I think the energy transition is in need of a major rethink, because I think a lot of the expectations, a lot of the planning, a lot of the spending was done really crystallized during COVID, when demand was down and prices were down. And the consequence of that is that you had these straight lines, linear lines that went to 2050 net zero, when almost half the world's emissions were not even covered by them. And I think there's been a lot of experience and a lot of lessons that are really driving a kind of new realism and pragmatism about the energy transition, not in the way that in a dominant fashion it's been talked about, particularly in Northwest Europe and in North America.
Essentially, the politicians are going to have to get real.
I think the politicians, and I think people who think about energy transition in what has been reduced to very simple ways without realizing just how complex it is to change a $15+ trillion world economy in 25 years, when all the other energy transitions took a century or longer and were not really just energy transitions, they were also energy additions, because nothing else ever went away. And that's where we are today.
So when we talk about renewables, when we talk about solar and wind, adding capacity, essentially that didn't mean that fossil fuels were reduced.
No, Adley, here's the way to just make it very simple. 2024, wind and solar were at the highest levels they ever were. In 2024, oil and coal were at the highest levels they were ever, and natural gas would have been there except for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which disrupted global gas markets.
So essentially what we're seeing is a world still very hungry for energy.
Yes, of all forms of energy. So wind and solar, of course, now well-established businesses. But if you still look at it, in the latest data we had in 2022, 81% of the world's energy was hydrocarbons. In 2023, it was 80.5%, a 0.5% change.
Okay, so those who are passionate about the green agenda would say, what are we doing wrong? How can we fix this?
Well, I think the number thing is step back and say, how challenging is it? What are you trying to do? And there are any number of challenges that we can do. I think the first step is really to be realistic about what's actually trying to do and what the constraints are.
And when we talk about constraints, part of this obviously is funding. How do you finance a transition when everything's getting more expensive?
Well, I think, so I think the first problem is scale, which is trying to change, as I said, this immense world economy in a very short period of time. And I look back, everybody was talking about energy transition, so I looked at, when I was writing the new map about other energy transitions, and you saw how long they took, and as I said, this energy addition. So it's just the scale of doing it in itself, because what you're trying to do is change the entire infrastructure, and then you get to the cost. And the numbers that were used for the Baku UN conference were numbers that would say about 5% of world GDP over a number of years has to be spent on that. Now, developing countries don't have 5% of their GDP. So that means 10% goes to developed countries. Well, let's look at England. Right now, the budget is struggling. That's one country to get it down. Europe now is going to be spending more money on defense and has to restore competitiveness. We'll have less money. And here in Washington,
they don't want to do it.
Well, they don't want to do it. And not only that, whether you're Democrats or Republicans, there's this problem of this $36.5 trillion debt where the interest payments are greater than defense spending. So, just the money's not there to do on scale. So that's just one of the, we should talk, there are a number of other of them that really have to be looked at as well.
Tell me this, how has energy dominance changed the game for this conversation?
Well, I think obviously we've had, like we saw it at our CERAWeek conference this year, like 180% change. Under the Biden administration, it was all of government for climate. Now it's energy dominance, the National Energy Dominance Council. And it's a recognition that the U.S. has this formidable position in the world as by far the world's largest producer of oil and natural gas. It has become, people don't realize it, the scale exports of LNG have become a major export industry. It's twice the value of all of the Hollywood and television exports of the United States is LNG. But I do want to come back to the other obstacles to the energy transition, because I think if people understand them, they'll see that we really do need this rethink. The return of energy security, people went to sleep about energy security until Ukraine. And then you had the Chancellor of Germany flying to Senegal and flying to Canada or going to Kazakhstan to get oil and gas even while doing that. But I think the biggest issue, and I know in the Gulf region, it's something that people are very aware of, it's the split between the North and the South, developing nations who have other priorities. They need economic growth, they need improve health, they need to reduce poverty. So that's there. And then there are a couple of others that have emerged. No one really was talking about critical minerals
Even just a few years ago.
Yeah, just a few years ago. It really only sort of started to come on the agenda 21, 22. And then you saw, if you're really going to make this transition, you're going to need a lot more materials. An electric car uses 3 times as much copper as a conventional car. And then you see, we did this study at S&P Global. It takes 20 years to bring a new mine on. 20 years. So, well, wait a second. You need to double copper by 2035, but it's going to take another 10 years to bring it on. And then, of course, we get into geopolitics. China, the United States. China dominates exports of solar panels, but it most importantly dominates processing of minerals. And just now here in Washington, there's a big focus on the mineral issue, the critical mineral. We're going to see that energy dominance is going to be an envelope that also includes minerals. So all of that's out there too. And then the last thing that, boy, we saw this at the CERAWeek conference, which is electricity for AI. And in the United States, that means more natural gas going into it. So those are the kind of the parameters. Oh, and tariffs, trade turbulence, all those things. So the notion that you're just going to draw a line and get to net zero by 2035, that's why we say the energy transition is going to be multidimensional. It's going to unfold at different paces in different regions with different mixes of technology and of critical importance, different priorities by different governments.
And in your mind, how prepared is the world for this reality?
I think the developing world is. We've done our Energy Asia conference, and we've certainly heard it there. We've heard it in Africa. We've heard it where, an African country has 1/20th the GDP of a European country being told by European institutions we won't finance a gas pipeline. I think obviously a change is going in Washington, a kind of monumental change. I think Europe is still is struggling with this, and you see it. I think you're going to see it a lot in the battles over the budget, and you're also going to see it in the rise of the populist parties.
No doubt. You mentioned CERAWeek. Obviously, this is your conference. It is the largest gathering, I imagine, of oil and gas CEOs globally.
Yes,
energy companies.
Yes, yeah, it was 10,000 people this year.
10,000 people. You're the Davos of the energy world.
Yes, I think we could say that.
It's true. What was the feeling on the ground? I mean, Donald Trump has been elected. The idea of energy dominance, it's all going to be fossil fuels here on out, but that isn't the case.
Well, I think it was, first of all, LNG was really front and center. That was very interesting to see the sense that the expectations for LNG are continuing to grow. And you heard, like, the Japanese now, for the first time in their energy strategy, are actually seeing more LNG. And a lot of that's related to AI. So that was the first thing. I think the second thing was the big tech companies were there. They've always come before, but they came because they provide services to the energy industry. Now that there was customers saying, how do we get our electricity? Certainly we were hearing about what energy dominance means, how it's going to be implemented, and the perspective of the new administration, not so new now. And that was, in fact, somebody from the Middle East said to me before CERAWeek, we want it to be more US-centric because we want to understand what's going on in a more granular sense. I think in terms of, we have a big technology part of it called the Agora. And there, I think the takeaway was that in terms of renewable new technologies, you're going to have to depend much more on the market, not on government policy and not on incentives and from governments. And so how to be competitive. And I think we saw kind of renewables also shifting from climate to energy security as kind of their rationale.
How unhappy were oil producers at CERAWeek?
Unhappy? No, I wouldn't say unhappy. They were glad to see an administration that was coming in that is going to. The Biden administration had put on. Somebody did a calculation. In general, the Biden administration put on far more regulations across the economy than Obama and others. And to see that unwound was something. They were glad to see the pause on LNG coming to an end and the support for the energy industries. They really want permitting reform because you're not going to be able to provide the electricity if you don't have permitting reform. I think, like everybody else, they're wanting to see how the world economy is going to be changed by the tariff policy, the changes in relations. Obviously, we had a lot of Canadians there who were very, thought we had a really tight relationship with the U.S. What is our new relationship now?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of, I think, wanting to understand. and the sense that geopolitics matters in a different way for the energy industries now, including the growing tension between the United States and China.
No doubt. Talk to me about the fragility of the oil market specifically.
Well, I think right now oil markets have actually not been particularly fragile because you have all that overhang of capacity primarily in the Gulf. I think it's been changed. I think the development of shale has added stability to the market as well as bringing significant new supplies on. But we also know that this market goes in cycles. And one of the key questions is, future investment. And something else I carried away is a sense that a lot of the producers were having the sense that shale is maturing. It's still going to grow, but it's not going to grow a million barrels a day. It's such a pace. And people were starting to say, we're going to have to do more exploration. We started hearing independent companies that have been overseas out of the U.S. for 2 decades now starting to go to different parts of the world. So I think there's a sense that not now, but you have to look 5 years down the road as to where the markets will be. And the other question, is, of course, is a question about demand, and in particular, what's happening in China.
Talk to me about the price, because oil in the low 70s doesn't do anyone any favors.
Well,
unless you're Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, I think the industry in the U.S. feels that they will do okay in the low 70s. They'll continue to invest. But they're worried about prices in the 60s, or somebody from the administration, not a total insider, I think, talked about $50, and that will affect how people invest. So right now, I think there's a sense, we've kind of built our plans around lower prices. What a change, Hadley, from when people not so long ago were thinking $90, $100 a barrel. But I think I've just done a new epilogue for the prize. And instead of just trying to tell what happened, that's my book on the history of oil.
Your Pulitzer Prize-winning book.
My Pulitzer Prize-winning book, yes. What I've done is said, what are the lessons of this book that I worked on for so long and so many people have read? And I think one of the big lessons for me is while there are hundreds of characters in that book, there are only 2 characters who really, 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 really matter. One is named supply and one is named demand. And so right now we have an oil market that has a lot of extra supply. But if we see, Iran squeezed out of the market, when the Trump administration talks about maximum pressure, that starts to change the balance. Of course, there are always geopolitical events that can affect markets. But I think right now, the outlook we have is for, low 70s Brent price for now, but we don't know how the world is going to be changed by this new switch from global trade to tariffs. On the way over, I was reading a paper by somebody who's in the Trump administration saying how good it will be for the economy. There are other economists who will say this is not going to be good at all. And, we will find out from experience. And one of the things I've learned from writing history, there's a very important law, which is called the law of unintended consequences.
Yes. Tell me this, how much trouble is Saudi Arabia in?
Oh, I don't.
With oil at 74.
I don't think Saudi Arabia is in trouble. I think Saudi Arabia is, will obviously adjust to lower prices, but it's in a formidable position. It is still, the single most important oil producer in the world. And I think the economy, adjustments will be made, but that's what you have to do in a cyclical industry. Timing will change of things, and projects will be managed differently. But I think, many, many other countries would like to be in the position of Saudi Arabia.
Tell me this, when you take a step back and look at this sort of within the historical context, you mentioned the prize. Is it difficult to foresee, as you say, unintended consequences, but is it difficult to see how this energy transition is going to be managed? Because we've been talking about this now for several years. The Gulf countries, all of them on board for the energy transition, moving as rapidly as possible. They've got the money to do it. They've got the technology and they have the will. But when you take a step back and think about this, you've just said this is going to take a lot more money, a lot more time, and it's going to be much more complicated.
Right.
How messy?
Well, I think in a way, I think it's probably useful to think of, that's a very good question to think about in terms of energy addition. I mean, obviously people will continue to put emphasis on how they manage their emissions, but I think it also means that oil and gas are going to be around for a long time. In fact, I just saw a quote from the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, in which he said, let me level with you, oil and gas is going to be part of the mix for a long time.
And that's actually going out on a limb that other European politicians haven't managed to achieve.
Yeah, that just jumped out at me. And that shows me is that coming...
This is a man, by the way, who before he became prime minister told me at the World Economic Forum, no new drilling in the North Sea. He was very much as part of the green agenda, and that was just a couple of years ago.
Now he's come around in favor of it, at least to a degree, and I think they recognize that's the energy security issue.
Yes.
They're going to have a big problem with their electric supply unless they have adequate natural gas to back up this intermittent renewable energy system.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people haven't thought about. And so I don't know if messy is the right word, but complex. So the world will continue, natural gas demand will probably increase into the 2040s, but it will be addition because there'll be a lot more solar, there'll be wind, although offshore wind has run into problems about supply chains and costs and so forth. And there'll be new technologies. China is moving ahead very rapidly with electric cars. The United States is not moving ahead rapidly. Europe is in the middle. The question is, does the German automobile industry recover or survive? Do
you think there's a chance it could be over?
Well, I think that it's so important to the German economy, and with a new government, I think that will, just as we've seen the priority of Keith Starmer's statement, the Germans will. And we've seen the European Union at least talking about being competitive. And as you know, Hadley, when you talk to CEOs, they'll tell you why we're not competitive in Europe is because there is such a weight of regulation that is the micromanagement that just forces investment in certain directions or sets targets that can't be achieved.
Yes.
And so if Europe, so verbally they're saying, oh, we're now in favor of competitiveness, and that was what the Draghi report did. But, they have to get out of their way. They have to get away from the old way of doing things and the old way of thinking. The world has changed.
So are we in the midst of what could potentially be called the great recalibration on energy?
I think that's a very good term for it. It is recalibrating and reassessing and recognizing that those simple graphs that go to 2050 is not the way the world's going to go. Yes, people are moving ahead with hydrogen, but not in the way that was assumed. There's still the question, where is a real market for hydrogen? What are the costs? What are the infrastructure? Yeah. And by the way, if you're in Europe, yes, you want hydrogen, but you also now are going to have to spend a lot more in defense, and you want a competitive economy. And so, that word trade-offs really looms very large.
It's a tall order.
Yes.
Tell me this, when we talk about Russian energy, just from that perspective alone, how do you view the Russian economy today?
Well, I think at the beginning of, before and just when the war began, it was thought that these sanctions would be really penalize the economy. And it did for a while, but I think they pivoted to a wartime economy. And I think
you didn't think those energy sanctions were going to do that much.
Well, I think,
and I didn't think that.
Yeah. At the time, I thought, well, these are stronger sanctions, and I also thought, are they putting the right sanctions on? But what's also turned out, I think, as a result of this, is Russia's basically become an economic dependency of China.
Yes. And that's something I've asked them about on multiple occasions. It's not
they probably don't like that question.
I have that talent. But when you think about their ability to continue to wage war, do you think that the energy prices as they are today and potential sanctions are starting to bite?
Well, I think not. I think that the oil cap has not really had, it was a very interesting, important construction. It's reduced their revenue somewhat. But, now we're in just such a different mix where, what President Trump, clearly he says it, he uses that word, he wants a deal. And so at the one hand, there's talk lifting sanctions. On the other hand, there was talk just the other day of secondary sanctions and a new thing, secondary tariffs on Russian oil, because people know that's the revenue stream that keeps Russia at war. I think his strategy is he doesn't care that maybe 800,000 Russians have been killed or wounded. He's determined to just wait it out and wait for the Ukrainians to run out of steam, for the support to become more fragmented. So he's playing a waiting game at great...
Whose time runs out first?
Well, let me say a waiting game at great human cost.
Yes, which doesn't seem to faze him.
Doesn't faze him at all. I mean, he's, I think one of the questions will always be, we will never know the answer, is how much did his isolation during COVID lead to this? Because if he'd been meeting prime ministers and presidents and CEOs instead of, as you know, where you had to wait 2 weeks in a hotel in Moscow.
I did.
Yeah, I know, you did. I know. That's why I mentioned it.
In isolation.
Yeah.
Well, it was either that or meet him across a very long table.
Yeah, yeah.
So I took the lesser of what seemed to be two evils.
And so he's with very few people, and one person's obsession can, really change the course of the world, and he's done that to a considerable degree.
When it comes to energy, the same question could be applied to Europe, because as Donald Trump has signaled, at least thus far, he's not interested in continuing to fund European defense. In your mind, how difficult is this going to be for Europe to foot the bill?
Yeah, I think it's that's where they're going to have to face the trade-offs. That's why, they're going to basically one of the big things is, okay, you've been putting money in energy transition, you're going to have to put more money, and you're going to have to get organized. And by the way, it's not a single nation. It's 27 countries plus Britain for everybody to reorient their policies and to collaborate, not across as the United States state borders, but national borders. It's a big challenge, but I think it really seems that the Europeans are serious about this and realize now that they, have to do it. I mean, this has been called an obsession of Donald Trump, and that they're not paying their share.
Yes.
And and that applied to Canada too. And so they're I would say they're scrambling right now.
Yes, almost like the grasshopper that sang all summer.
I don't know that story.
Oh, well, it didn't end well for him.
Oh.
In my mind, when you take a step back and think about this with regards to Europe specifically, okay, they know they're in real trouble. Donald Trump has signaled that the United States is not going to be there for them necessarily. What do they do next? Because there's been a lot of talk over the years about a single market for energy. Is that, in your mind, feasible?
Well, I mean, there's a single market for natural gas. I don't know if that's what people point to more is a single market in terms of financial single markets and the integration of their markets to get to scale. I think that seems to be, as I understand, more on the agenda. And now they're going to have to do something, actually, to use your language, which we haven't talked about before, a single market for defense.
Yes.
And that takes a lot of mobilization of resources to do that. And it takes political will and ability to collaborate. So those are going to be very important.
When I interviewed President Putin back in 2021, one of the most recent stories was...
that was before... That was not
prior to the invasion.
And that was prior to...
October 2021.
Oh, but it was during COVID, that's right.
Yes,
yeah.
On the tail end of COVID.
That was your 2 weeks in...
Yes, sir, and in Moscow. One of the big stories at that time was how his energy infrastructure was supposedly crumbling because it was melting, because so much of it was based up in the Arctic that it was crumbling, it was melting, the infrastructure needed to be rebuilt. How much of President Putin's energy infrastructure is at risk, in your mind, in the far north, given the fact that it hasn't been serviced by Western energy companies in these years? And also, Greenland. What happens there? Because the question that I've had for the last several years now has been one of defense, security, the story that nobody's talking about until Donald Trump brought it up. But it's also a question of energy.
Well, I think I don't have a clear answer on the Arctic. I don't know what current information there is on it. Obviously, you need to continue you have a natural 3% decline in energy, or 4% every year, so you have to keep investing. And it's one of the questions, have they kept it and have they had the resources to do that? We don't know that. And so we don't know what the state of the industry. They have a partner who has a lot of capital and has a lot of technical skills, and it's called China. And so, they may have wanted to have China standoffish, but no more. And, and China is a very tough negotiator in terms of on energy, as they've found again and again, including on previous and new pipelines for natural gas to China from Russia. In terms of Greenland, we're just going to see how that has to play out. And, both Denmark and the United States are members of NATO. So
for
now, obviously, one of Vladimir Putin's great dreams is to shatter NATO, and as well as establish a Russian sphere of influence and establish Russia as a great power on the world. And certainly for him, the divisions between transatlantic unity is something that he's always disliked. I mean, he wants to. He has a great sense of kind of not retribution, but resentment about the way the Soviet Union collapsed, and that seems to become his leitmotif. And so, invading Ukraine, he really severed his economic relations with the West. Now we'll see what kind of settlement happens in Ukraine and on what basis it happens, but.
You're not anticipating that happens.
Well, I just say it's volatile. I mean, Donald Trump is determined to do it, and he'll use all of the muscle and tools for, what he said the other day about how angry he was with Putin. This is, he sees this as the great deal, and he sees himself as the great deal maker, and so he'll use all the tools of deal making that he's developed over his whole career to try and get it there.
How do you anticipate this will play out, in the sense that there's the big question about supply and demand, what global growth will look like after the announcement of tariffs, versus
that is the really big question.
Yeah, versus what's actually happening in the market with regards to Iran or with regards to Russia. How do you see this evolving?
Well, that's such a big question. I mean, we'll have to see. The answer on tariffs will not be evident in a day or a week or a month. I mean, there will be obviously reactions in financial markets, but it will really be what happens over 6 months, what happens over a year, what kind of investment is made in the United States, factories. We won't see the answer on the tariffs in a week or a month or 6 months. It'll really unfold over a period of time, I think. But when we do see investment coming into factories, and there is so much announcements, I might mention, if you watch American television, see all these companies, whether they're U.S. companies or foreign companies that have production in the United States, all doing these ads about how many employees they have. We have 100,000 American employees, et cetera, and suppliers. But the factories that will be built, I mean, this is an age of robotics. They're not going to be...
They're not bringing jobs.
Yeah, they're not in this same way. This is not going to take us back to Detroit or Cleveland or Youngstown, Ohio, a steel town of the 1960s. These are going to be different type of factories. And one of the questions we'll see is the labor force, the skill force that's there to do it, to implement it. So a lot is being announced, and the president wants a lot to be announced. So, $100 billion, $500 billion, $1 trillion, they want to do that. And I've heard the Secretary of Commerce say what we want to do is build a tariff wall around the United States, and kind of going back to the years of William McKinley at the end of the 19th century, which was a very complicated time because you had a couple of major financial panics at the same time. So, what we're seeing, Hadley, is a reversal of a 8 or 9 decade trend that began in 1934 under Franklin Roosevelt, to saying that open markets will lead to a better economy, and not to what you had in the Great Depression, to a view that, as the administration sees it, the United States has been taken advantage, even though, of course, the United States has been doing better than any of the other industrial nations. And so we're at a great turn in history.
No doubt an inflection point.
Yeah.
Tell me, from the breadth of your experience, have we been here before in this way?
You know, if you think about turning points, you know, I think one turning point was in the late 1940s when it was recognized that Europe was in really bad shape and the Soviet Union was going to expand. And you had this initiative called the Marshall Plan, which was the origin, by the way, U.S.-led of the European Union, was led by the United States. I think that was certainly that was a huge turning point when you really created the post-war, the beginning of the post-war world order. You had that, then a year or two later you had NATO, and that was kind of the foundation of this rules-based international order that is now in reverse or under
Crumbling.
great pressure. Under great pressure, we'll see, but it's one that you know, delivered immense benefits in terms of economic growth around the world, and we'll see if where this new path leads. But it is as you called it, is an inflection point, and it's being led in a very determined way by the new administration. So now the Biden administration was also rather protectionist.
Yes.
So it wasn't like, oh, this all started yesterday.
IRA.
Yeah. Well, the IRA and tariffs, and you know, famously Joe Biden did not invite Tesla and Elon Musk to the electric vehicle summit at the White House in August of 2021, allegedly because it was not a union shop.
Yes.
And so protectionism is not new, but and I think what's made it a great fuel of it now is also it's tied into China and the tension with China and the view of China, which is so different than it was in this country from what it was 15 years ago.
No doubt. And China today, I mean, we talk about supply and demand. Coming into this year, there was the big story, not just about artificial intelligence and what that's going to mean for the energy transition, but also about the state of China's economy. How do you gauge that today?
Well, I think the general view is that the Chinese economy does not have the dynamism it did have, that market forces are sort of in check and waiting to see how the government stimulates the economy.
Which they've so far failed to do.
Yeah, so far not on the scale. They've talked about it, but not on the scale, and the kind of chronic questions about consumer demand. And, even the Biden administration was talking about kind of China's, I forgot the term, but over-exporting, exporting their surplus. So trade tensions are even beyond the Trump administration, trade tensions are rising. The Germans, well, you can let in Chinese electric cars and they'll be cheap, but you will ruin your domestic automobile industry, which is, the engine of your economy. So those kind of trade-offs exist right now.
What about AI?
Well, AI is, of course, it's not new, but it's become very new. It's very important for the energy industry. It's changed the relationship. You have this tech industry kind of getting together with an energy industry. They have entirely different time frames.
Entire different outlooks, in a sense.
Yeah, outlooks. But, we'll see, it's just the AI I use is getting more and more conversational.
Yes.
And everybody says it's transformative, just don't quite know what it's going to transform. But
how are we going to fuel it?
Well, I think we're going to use a lot more natural gas to do it. I think nuclear will, some countries like, the UAE is in good position because it has significant nuclear capacity. I think nuclear comes back, but not in this decade.
Does it come back in Germany?
Well, talk about people making mistakes, shutting down 25% of your electricity supply, partly because you wanted to influence an election in one particular region. A very big and costly mistake. Maybe that will be the last place it comes back. Small modular reactors, probably in the 2030s, we'll see them. There's so many people working on nuclear, and you're seeing big tech is investing in nuclear. So and venture capital is there, and at least there's. At CERAWeek, at our conference in Houston, we had the governor of Virginia and the head of this fusion company and the state's utilities saying, by 2032, we think we will have a significant, they don't call it a fusion reactor, they call it a fusion machine up and running. So
just all a difference of language.
Yeah, difference of
much
language.
More palatable.
Yes. So, but I think this is a really big deal for the energy industry. Of course, there'll be an incentive for those in the data center business and the chip business to seek to become more efficient, but the scale looks like it's going to be enormous, and that's, as I say, part of the reason that we really are being forced to rethink the energy transition.
Dan Jorgen, it's wonderful to have you on Al Arabiya. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to be with you again. Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hi Scott, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. So we're here at the Festival of Golf. As you can hear, it's all lively in the background. The Live season opener in Riyadh. What are your expectations for this weekend?
Well, first starts with fun and probably ends with families. And so having our first round last night, which was so exciting, it is my first Live event. And just to walk the course and see people smiling, you might hear the music in the background. We have music playing, we have DJs in our neon forest. And we have a fan zone that's to the likes I've never seen before. And the Backstreet Boys are playing tonight. So, I mean, when are you going to come to a golf tournament? See the greatest stars in the world. You got DJ, you got Brooks Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau, Waco Neiman. I mean, it is a who's who of golf and pretty fun.
There's something for everyone, as you said, at the Backstreet Boys. I know a lot of the non-golf fans who are here are looking forward to that as well. There's also another first here. The tournament is being played under lights. What was the inspiration for that?
Well, you know, we have an incredible leader in His Excellency, Yasser Arafat, and he thought, hey, what an incredible opportunity to play at night. It'd be the first time it's ever been done before. We're in Riyadh, which is wonderful for television back in the US. You might know we have a new deal with Fox, so it puts the broadcast times in the right zone. It gives the players kind of an opportunity to test and try something new. And we have stars in this league that want to do something different. And I think it gives us an opportunity to showcase innovation, do something new and fun, and hit some broadcast windows in the US that are helpful.
Of course, absolutely, and we'll get to that point on Fox in a moment. So here it is, it's growing as a golf hub. What is the main driver behind that? Obviously, Liv is hugely involved in this. Where do you see the game growing over the next 5 years?
Well, there are so many incredible golf projects in the kingdom. I mean, you have Dariyah Gate, the project Greg Norman designed. You have what's happening in Qadiyah with those two beautiful courses down there. And it was just with a gentleman from Neom, which seems like that's going to be incredible too. So first off, it starts with the quality of golf courses. You clearly have commitment in this market. They continue to showcase, as we have here, a spectacular golf course and continuing the fandom to build. And I think that momentum is really going to help us for the next 5 years.
Absolutely. What are your favorite aspects of the Live model? Obviously, like we've got the music here behind, the team aspect. Why do you think that is growing at such a fast rate in comparison with the PGA? Average age of the fans in the PGA is in the 60s. Average age of Live fans is now in the 30s. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite aspect is the team aspect. I was with Sergio Garcia yesterday having lunch, and he was talking about how passionate he was about helping his guys, Luis and Puig and Abraham, kind of emerge and develop. I mean, and that to me is the specialness of this model. You have the greats of the game with an opportunity to kind of carry forward this next generation and help them emerge, not only as professionals and elite golfers, but also as human beings. And I think that's what brings me the most joy.
And kind of speaking about the human being aspect, I was lucky enough to walk the course behind Bryson DeChambeau last night, at Cameron Smith, at Dustin Johnson. These guys are just incredible.
You can't believe how athletic they are, right?
Yeah.
Like Bryson's drives, DJ's raw athleticism, and Cam's short game, you actually got to see it all. Like, that is the best of the best on display.
Yes, and that is why, so like in terms of viewership, obviously you're competing against the PGA. As you mentioned earlier, you've just signed the deal with Fox as well as ITV in the UK.
It's a wonderful
You're
deal in the UK.
really starting to compete now for viewership with the PGA. This must be very exciting.
Yeah, I prefer like kind of co-opetition. I mean, I think all of us in the golf ecosystem, a rising tide lifts all boats. I don't think we're getting anywhere near scratching the surface in terms of the opportunity we have to drive more fans, golfers and non-golfers alike, into this golf family. Our household viewership opportunity in the 100 countries where we're broadcast is almost 800 million homes.
Wow.
And so, so we have such opportunity ahead and such good momentum so far. And I'm rooting for the PGA Tour to do really well. I'm rooting for the DP Tour to do really well. And Live is what I'm really passionate about.
And you yourself have had an incredible career, obviously, in the States. You've managed some of the biggest sports franchises in the world. What fundamentals from managing those are you going to bring into Live to help further the game for Live?
Well, the fundamentals are very similar. If you look at the business model here, it's TV. And so we've made some good progress as of late. We have a ways to go, but incredible progress with Fox and ITV, among others around the world. Our sponsorship base, if you don't have to look too far, then over my right shoulder to see Madden come in as one of the top. It's one of the 6 largest mining company in the world with a world-class CEO. Riyadh Air, Roshan, and our good friends at Bari. So we have a great sponsorship base, and that's going to have to continue to grow around the world. But we've had such incredible support from the region here, which has been great. And then, look, we need more people coming. We need more people watching, reading, wearing our merchandise. Get this vest at a store near you, and experiencing this incredible hospitality. So I would just encourage you to give it a try. If you have a chance to come out and see a Live event, it is probably like no event you've ever been to in your life. It is fun, it's engaging, it's family friendly, and you get to see more stars than you see in any constellation in the sky.
Agreed about that. It was incredible last night. So you have come into Live at somewhat of an interesting time. Obviously, there's a lot of talk of allegiances with the PGA as well as the DP World Tour. Are you the man to achieve that goal? Is that something you want?
It never has been, never will be, it never could be about any one person. This is led by our incredible chairman. We have an incredible staff. And we have a golf industry that, as they say, inshallah, is actually pulling together and wanting to do what's best for the game of golf, to grow the game of golf, to come together and to make sure that everywhere around the world, golf fans are satisfied with what they're getting in terms of coverage and access to events.
President Donald Trump has recently met with the PGA Commissioner as well as Adam Scott, who also works for the PGA, to discuss a potential merger. There has been a lot of talk about this. Donald Trump has said on his campaign trail that in 15 minutes and one phone call, he could get a deal done. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are that if the leader of the free world is spending his time on golf, I am very happy. This game matters. It's one of the great life teachers in the world. It gives values that this world needs more of right now. It brings us together with connectivity. It gets us outside. It gets our phones in our pockets. It teaches us integrity and resilience and consistency, all things we all need to be successful in this world. And if there's commitment for all sides to bring the game together, which is good for the game of golf, I couldn't be happier.
Have you spoken with Trump?
I have not.
Okay,
but we are playing at his golf course in Miami in a few weeks. So
And he is a fantastic golfer, obviously, with kind of break 50 with Bryson, who's obviously doing huge numbers online. That's been incredible to watch.
Yeah.
Another point, the US Championship announced on Wednesday that it will accept players from LIV. This is a huge coup, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if it's a coup. The RNA announced this similarly today. So for the Open Championship, we'll see the same in Northern Ireland this year. So very exciting. For us, is, you know, when you look at, when you consider the majors, the biggest stage in the world for the biggest stars in the world, and that's obviously the Masters at Augusta and the PGA of America, PGA Championships, and then the US Open and the Open Championships. They want the best stars in the world, and we have quite a few of them. And so I think when there's an opportunity to put those two things together, good things will happen. And we're really pleased and grateful and appreciative of this, you know, the olive branch and the step forward. We've got great leaderships in the organizations that matter, and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
I'll just end on quickly. Do you have a favorite golfer who plays elsewhere that you would like to see in LIV?
No. I have one favorite golfer. That's my father-in-law. I have to love him for something.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing him on the course soon.
Okay, good. You will soon.
Thanks so much, Scott. A pleasure.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. China accuses the US of economic bullying and destabilizing the world's economies as Wall Street reverses earlier gains after the White House says additional taxes on China will come into effect tomorrow. The US and Iran confirm nuclear talks will take place in Oman this weekend. And Prince Harry arrives at the Court of Appeal in London as he challenges his right for taxpayer protection. Now to our top story. And President Trump has responded to China's accusations of economic bullying. Writing on Truth Social, the US president said China wants to make a deal badly, but they don't know how to get started. And the White House has said additional taxes on China will come into effect tomorrow. In the last couple of hours, US stock markets have turned negative despite opening higher this morning. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight and senior presenter at Al Arabiya News, Raura Lami. So, Shane, I just wanted to start with you first of all. So, let's get into this tariff chat that we have. China's accusing the US of economic bullying, and they vowed to fight until the very end. We just heard that. But we know these additional US levies on China are going to come into effect tonight, tomorrow, whichever time zone you're in. Is this rhetoric concerning coming out of both countries?
Well,
I wouldn't really use the word rhetoric, because I think it's fair enough of Beijing to use the word economic bullying, because I think that's a fair comment of what is coming from Washington, because it's a fight that Beijing didn't really start with. But they've used words like seriously infringing on the interests of countries around the world, which again I would agree with. And they're saying that it strongly deplores and they firmly oppose it. They do say that which I think the wording at the start was quite reserved, but I think that was earlier this morning when we first chatted. But now they're saying that they're going to fight to the end. So that kind of shows that they're not going to just take whatever Washington and Trump throws at it, which I think is fair, and I think they have every right to defend their interests. And I think now it's back in Trump's court. So I'd be interested to see where Beijing then takes it and whether they're going to retaliate. But I think rhetoric is a bit strong. I think it's a fair, but it's not really surprising, their reaction.
Ralia, I don't know what you make of those comments and what Shane's saying, but we also heard from the White House, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, did give one of her press briefings. She always comes out swinging, doesn't she? And she said just so many countries are calling up the US. They want to make a deal. They want to negotiate. Where do we go from here?
I'm not surprised, to be honest, Leigh Ann. The press secretary of the White House said that over 70 countries have already contacted the White House. She actually describes that, or says that the phones are ringing off the hook in the White House, trying to negotiate with Washington, maybe to do any bilateral trade deals. I'm not surprised about this, to be honest, but I don't think China is going to be making any calls to the White House anytime soon. I agree with Shane that it is fair. It's a fair comment from China to say that they will not succumb to the American bullying, as they call it, and I do believe that they will fight it till the end.
So earlier, actually, I spoke to Ruby Osman, policy advisor and China expert at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Here is what she said about what China might do next. It's quite interesting. Take a listen.
I think China's going to have to fight it on two fronts. And so we've already seen some countermeasures proposed. And interestingly, they go beyond the realm of tariffs into things like fentanyl cooperation, into things like IP, even into potentially banning US films in China. But I also think the other key area of focus for China is going to be the rest of the world. And I think 54% tariffs on China were not a surprise. This is similar to what President Trump was threatening on the campaign trail. What is a surprise is quite how high tariffs are on the rest of the world. Trump thinks China is the main offender when it comes to trade imbalances, but actually he's also put very high tariffs on some of those countries like Vietnam, like Japan, that the US has traditionally seen as counterweights to China's influence. And so I think for China, another priority will be making sure that it builds common ground with those countries and that those countries aren't pressured into potentially curbing their ties with China in exchange for concessions from the US on tariff rates.
Ralia, China is really the only nation at the moment that we're seeing come out retaliating against Trump's tariffs. I think the world right now is kind of watching what the European Union is going to do and how their stance is going to come across. What are the main concerns that we heard from Ursula von der Leyen today, the European Commissioner?
Well, I mean, Europe has to think about its stand and to decide whether they need to retaliate or negotiate with the US. The problem with Europe is that it has many problems, actually. First of all, it's fragmented. For example, the French attitude towards Trump's tariffs is completely different than the Hungarian for example, reaction or attitude towards them. We're talking about also an economy, a European economy, which is exhausted because of the Ukrainian war, and they have challenges as well. They need to militarize Europe, especially if the US decides to move out of NATO, and therefore they have also more debts. I don't think we can compare China to Europe in this instance in terms of facing these tariffs. I think China's position economically is stronger than the European position, and therefore I think, China is definitely going to be in a better position to stand up to Trump's tariffs.
So Shane, do you think Trump has underestimated China. Do you think China have other plans already and they are looking at different places to move their trade? They're one step ahead here.
Yeah, no, I agree what you said, that China is in a better position than the EU, but I looked at some of the figures and China's not in a better position at the moment than it was in the Trump administration the last time. But also, I looked at the figures as well, and in terms of, there's about 300 billion deficit in terms of trade from the US side. But also when you look at what are the proportion of exports that went to the US, it was about sort of like 20% back in the last administration, and now it's down to 12. So I think China's reliance on the US is reduced at the same time that its economy is not performing as well. So I think that's going to benefit Beijing because it's looking at other markets. It's looking at our backyard here in the Middle East. So I think the Middle East could benefit from China looking even more away from the US and looking towards other regions to get trade deals, trade investment. The Belt and Road, for example, has been a huge benefit for this region. So I think, China will start looking at other potential partners, which is great for where we're sitting right now.
I think, Shane, also that China has already diversified its trade for years now. I think they've seen this coming from Trump's first term, and therefore their reliance on trade with the US is much, much less than probably many other countries. But the thing is, I mean, if we look at China and the EU, if they stand as a united front in terms that they've decided to do the same thing, which is retaliate rather than negotiate. I think maybe that will make China's position better. Yet if you take the opposite scenario, where the European Union decides to negotiate with the US, I don't think that's going to make China's position any worse in this situation.
It's a difficult one right now, isn't it, for China and I think for the US, because where does it really go from here? No one really has a crystal ball. What do you think?
Well, I think you were talking about it might bring the EU and China together because they have a sort of common enemy in the US. But then if you look at what I said earlier, China will look to other markets, but then we've always been talking about, other markets worrying about cheap Chinese goods flooding their markets. When that starts happening in Europe, then that sort of cozy, EU-China relationship may suddenly get a bit frostier, because if the EU, as you said, is not doing particularly well, they're not going to want loads of Chinese goods flooding into Europe or Turkey or, other parts of the region. And we've already seen issues, for example, like in Turkey, where there's issues over that. So I think it's not going to be just Trump. He's going to be the catalyst to start a sort of, I think, protectionist attitude across the world, and this is the first domino to go, maybe China, but then where else is it going to fall, so to speak?
That we might even experience or see tariffs that other countries put on Chinese imports as well.
Exactly.
Just
so
like the US.
They might, the Trumpian sort of tariff policy may, sort of mushroom around the world.
Spread.
Exactly.
But the thing is,
worrying.
But we've seen China in the past also bypassing these tariffs, these American tariffs, specifically through secondary markets, basically. That they ship to other countries and then they rebrand their products, and these Chinese products end up in American markets. Now, I don't know with these sweeping tariffs if they're going to crack down on such backdoors to the US for any goods, let alone the Chinese.
I think they probably are. I was looking at specifically the diamond market, where they were looking at India was doing that a bit, where it was shipping diamonds to other countries and then into the US, and they have said that they're going to look at where the original item came from. So I think that is some sort of smart intelligentness that is being built into the Trumpian tariff. If you can believe that. But yeah, it's interesting where it's going to go, and that is what I'm worried about. It's not going to be just, America versus the world. It's that, a lot of the other sort of similar attituded leaders around the world will think, well, if Trump's getting that, then we're going to start doing it. And, it's a bargaining chip that all of these leaders can use to get what they want from another country or a neighbor, that they can go, oh, well, let's use tariffs. So that's what my more worry is about, is that this will
set a precedent in the world.
Or it will just continue a ripple effect. And as we know, trade is so interlinked. You know, globalization has been so big. Is this really going to be the precipice of change?
That is a good question, or that's a really good point, Leigh Ann, because the real question is, will the American consumer be able to bear the brunt of the increased prices because of these tariffs?
Well,
because they're going to feel it at home. We're talking about car prices, grocery shopping price. Basically, bills are going to go up. We're talking about power and energy as well. We're talking about houses because there are tariffs now on Canadian lumber. So therefore, the American consumer is going to feel it very much on his daily bills, basically. Will he be able to, or the American consumer will be able to withhold or withstand this pressure compared to the Chinese consumer?
Well, I think this is a question that I've been asking a lot of Republican analysts that we've had on and people who work for the party, and they said that this might actually come to the fore when the midterms happen. You know, Trump has said it's a medicine, you've got to drink it, sometimes you're sick, but how long can people swallow this bitter pill for? And I think that might be where the midterms probably lead us to. But we'll definitely get back to more of this in a moment. But thank you so much for clarifying that. We're just going to have a look at some other news, and I'll be back with you in just a second. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Ukrainian Prime Minister Volodymyr Zelensky says 2 Chinese soldiers have been captured whilst fighting in eastern Ukraine. China has been accused of assisting Russia in the war against Ukraine. Zelensky says he has ordered an explanation from Beijing. South Korea will head to the polls on the 3rd of June for a snap presidential election triggered by the removal of impeached leader Yoon Suk-yeol. Leading contenders have started to throw their hats into the ring today. Opposition leader Lee Jae-myung is the current frontrunner in the polls. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister has actually arrived in the US to meet with government officials. The trip comes ahead of President Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia later in spring. Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud is expected to discuss Gaza and the Houthis. And a newborn baby has become the first child in the UK to be born via a donated womb. The infant's mum received her sister's womb in a pioneering operation in 2023. The miracle child, named Amy after her aunt, was born to London mum Grace Davison and weighed just over 2 kilos. Now on to our next story. Iran has confirmed it will hold talks with the US over its nuclear program following President Trump's White House announcement. The Iranian foreign minister took to social media to say the indirect talks will take place in Oman on Saturday between himself and US envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. So, Shane, more on Donald Trump, a different segue here. It's on Iran and what he said about that. So Donald Trump announced yesterday that the US and Iran were going to be holding direct talks. However, Iran's foreign minister has pretty much contradicted that. He came out on social media saying they're indirect talks. What's going on?
Well, yeah, I said before I didn't think when it came to the tariffs that that this wasn't really rhetoric and it was concerning and it wasn't surprising. This is definitely, there's a lot of rhetoric in the Iranian story, and it's kind of a bit like, with Trump, China might be taking over as the baddie in his sort of story that he wants, narrative, as you would say. But so Iran, I think, is probably going to move up in sort of the rankings as the baddie in sort of the White House. But there's a lot of rhetoric I was reading the Reuters story, and they were talking about how, is this direct, is it indirect? And it's not really a good sign if you can't even decide whether it's direct or indirect before you even start talking. And for example, like to give you some other information, there was a Reuters sort of unnamed Iranian diplomat said that we need to lift some of the sanctions and we need to unfreeze some money to, as a sort of carrot to start the talks. But then at the same time, the US Energy Secretary said, well, if there's not going to be talks, then there's going to be tighter sanctions. So it's not surprising that no one's really optimistic about this. And I kind of think, yes, it's very, very good that you've got talks, but if you can't even agree what type of talks they are, then it's not a great start.
Well, yeah, not a great start if you can't agree. At least they've agreed a location, so they haven't agreed.
Well,
if it,
yeah.
that's.
I think what's important that they're talking.
Yeah.
Direct talks or indirect talks. I think what's really, really important is that they're talking. I think the climate, or at least Iran, it's in Iran's interest to have these talks, and I think it's willing to have. It's open to having them, whether direct or indirect, at this moment, because it really does need sanctions to be lifted for the economy to flourish, or to for Iran. And at the same time, we are talking about basically, I think what's really promising is Oman being a part of it, because Oman was the mediator of the last nuclear deal in 2015, which Trump pulled out of in 2018. And Oman is known in the region as being the mediator, the one that has very reasonable stands on even regional issues that sort of create a debate, and that they're controversial in the region. Oman has always held this kind of impartial stance, and therefore it is the best mediator, the best country to do this job.
So
positive. I think that's promising and positive.
Yeah, that's promising. So we've got Oman as the location, but like we were just saying, the relationship has deteriorated significantly if you have a look at Iran and the US. I'm just wondering, do you think the US thinks is now the right time for these talks? Because we know Iran has economically been going through its own strife. And also, if we look at Hezbollah and we look at the Houthis, they've also been weakened. So is this the right time for both places to meet?
Well, I think, I agree exactly what you said. Talking is always very good. So I think that's commendable, and they should continue to talk. But you're right what you said about Iran as well and their economy, because obviously oil went down with the stock market on the back of the what we spoke about previously and the tariffs. And oil is central to the Iranian economy, so that's going to directly affect them. So it's kind of like Trump is kind of getting them in two different ways. But I think it is good that they talk. But I was speculating when I was on the way here in the car, and I was thinking that Trump is known for, the Arabian Accords and, creating peace in his last term. So I kind of think he would prefer to be, sitting in the White House having these people shake hands. So I think, peace with Iran would be like the an ultimate goal.
Would that be his Nobel Peace Prize winning moment?
I think so.
That's what he's looking for?
I bet he would like a prize, I would say.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. I think he has more chance of getting the Nobel Peace Prize because of making peace with Iran rather than solving the Palestinian-Israeli issue.
Wow,
I think he has more chances.
That's so interesting, because I think this is what Trump is really pushing for, isn't it? He's pushing for talks, he's pushing for ceasefires, he's pushing for peace, and we see this. Maybe he doesn't always do it in the right style, but it seems to be where he's moving towards.
Or maybe he doesn't always do it to the end. Like we've seen some progress at the beginning of Trump's term when he appointed the super special envoy, his super special envoy, Steve Witkoff. There was some progress. There was a ceasefire deal in Gaza, but that sort of, fell to the ground soon after. We've also seen some progress in talking to the Russians, trying to stop or, put an end to the Ukrainian war, yet at the same time that also has not materialized in any way. So he's greatest at starting things and getting things started, but not necessarily finishing them, especially because he aims to finish everything at sort of light speed. And that's not possible.
It doesn't always happen that way. Yeah. But it is interesting when we're in the notes about sort of Russia and Iran have kind of gotten friendly as well. And if you believe what you read in the media, and I generally do, you know, if Putin and Trump are kind of, you know, friendly, then maybe there's a way in for you know, Putin to mediate between Iran and the US. But then you've got Ukraine sort of complicating everything. So I think that there's a lot in the mix, and I think, you know, Trump's inbox is just getting bigger and bigger, and what's going to take the precedent and priority, really.
And his phone's ringing and ringing, isn't it? Because everyone's calling him about the tariffs. But I think that is an interesting point when you talk about the relationship between Iran and Russia. That might possibly open the door up to even more talks. That's something I hadn't really thought about before, and I'm not sure what
One thing is...
well, maybe Putin could then get the Nobel Peace Prize if he gets Iran and US to shake hands.
Can I tell you what?
In Moscow. That would be interesting.
Happens,
with Trump together,
that would be one of the... That would be something I never thought I would see.
Well, it is strange times, actually.
Yeah.
We are witnessing things we never thought could happen, and they are happening. One thing is for sure when it comes to Iran, I don't think it is in anyone's interest for this issue to turn into a war. I think that would be disastrous for everybody involved. I mean, least of all that, you know, Iran can cause damage, regardless of whether Trump thinks that, you know, he managed Iran's arms have been deeply weakened, like the Houthis and Hezbollah. But Iran in itself is still capable of fighting. And it's, the least thing it's capable of is disrupting trade, you know, by targeting ships, continuing to target ships, or even target them more now in the Red Sea.
Yeah, we obviously see the Iranian proxies, the Houthis, have launched those.
And they can do it directly as well.
And they can do it directly. Yeah. But let's hold that thought. We're going to have a look at a bit of the sports and business news that we're seeing today, and then we'll be back with more from you. So let's take a look at the top business news. Clothing retailers across the US are delaying orders and have a freeze on hiring after tariff hikes affected products imported from Vietnam and China. Businesses like Nike and Lululemon face offsetting the cost of tariffs by rising prices by 40%, potentially damaging sales, or absorb the cost increase and further strain already thin profit margins. Gold surged to a high of over $3,166 per troy ounce. That was last week. Analysts have drawn comparisons with the last political and economic turmoil, which were the main drivers of record prices back in 1980. But market players say the nature of this rally looks more sustainable as big powers look unlikely to resolve issues like tariffs, which has driven interest in gold as a safe haven from risk. Turning to all the sports news now, and defending champion Scottie Scheffler is the man to beat at this week's Masters, where Rory McIlroy is making his 11th and perhaps best shot at completing the career Grand Slam. Much of the excitement ahead of this year's tournament does revolve around the two best players in the world. The opening round is scheduled to begin on Thursday at Augusta. And former Australian batter Will Pucovski has retired from cricket at the age of 27, saying he doesn't want to risk doing any more damage to his brain after repeated concussions. He made one test appearance, scoring 62 against India in Sydney in 2021. He has suffered 12 known concussions during his career and last played competitively in March 2024. Now, Prince Harry was back in court in London today, appealing a decision which downgraded his security in the UK. The Duke of Sussex stepped back as a working royal in 2020, affecting his taxpayer-funded protection. The hearing at the Court of Appeal is expected to last 2 days. Sarah Firth has the latest.
Prince Harry stepping out of his car and back into the UK spotlight today, as he arrives at the Royal Courts of Justice. A tense smile and brief wave as he dodges the inevitable questions.
Are you going to visit your dad, Harry? Harry, are you going to go and see the King? Are you going to speak to your dad?
King Charles's younger son, back home and back in court. This time he's appealing a decision made in 2020 that he would not automatically receive personal police security whilst in Britain. That decision came after the Prince and wife Meghan split with the royal family and left the UK. They're now settled in California and have founded a charitable foundation, amongst other endeavours. Since relocating to North America, Prince Harry's visits back home have been few and far between. Court appearances as the Prince takes on the British tabloids in separate legal battles about privacy and information gathering. And Harry and his wife Meghan returned upon the death of his grandmother, the Queen. Today marking another sombre return, with the Prince back in court as his two-day hearing gets underway. Sarah Firth, Al Arabiya News.
So we've been having a chat in here and can overhear a few little words, but let's get to Shane. Shane, this story will no doubt spark so much debate. What do you think? Should Harry still get full royal security measures? But he's not even a working royal.
Well, quick answer, no. That's straight out no. I think, he decided to leave the royal family. And, he didn't want any of the perks. He didn't want the castles, the palace, or anything like that. So, tough luck, you don't get the perks. You don't get to keep the perks as well. That's like when you quit a job, you don't get to keep the salary. So, I'm sorry, no, he doesn't.
That's a bit harsh.
It's harsh, but I am harsh today, and it's just the way it is. Absolutely no.
Absolutely nothing. So,
Absolutely
no castle.
Nothing.
He does, I don't even think...
No.
Nothing.
He can use some of his, I won't name the name, but he could use some of his streamer 100 million.
Oh, yes. Other streamers are available. But I feel like that's sort of taken me by surprise. I don't know why.
He's very harsh today.
Yeah, that's quite... Listen, no matter what he's done, right, Raoul, we know he hasn't always been the most popular in the UK, and that's since, was it Megxit happened, or whatever it was called?
I like how it's called.
Yeah, but do you not think he deserves some security?
I think he does. I think he does. I mean, after all, he's still a royal. Mm-hmm. He's British, and his children are British, and they have a heritage, and they have a right to come back to their country safely. Now, he's saying that, he doesn't come back to the UK often because he doesn't even have a residence there. Yet I think that he says that this is the reason why he's not coming back to the UK. And I think he deserves to be able to do so safely. And I don't think it's outrageous for,
I think
the British police to pay for it.
I don't think the British police should pay for it. They should use that money to look after, citizens who actually live in the country and pay tax. So I think they have a stretched budget. The UK economy is not that great, and with the tariffs and everything going on to them, and we just spoke about earlier. So I think definitely 100% no, he should not be getting any money. He has plenty of money that he can use in his own security. Every other celebrity that comes there, they pay for their own security. So he can just his wife can just sell more jam.
OK, so the wife can sell more jam. I don't know how popular. Apparently it's quite runny, that jam. I haven't tasted it,
but
I read it somewhere. But, I just wanted to say that the hearing is expected to last 2 days. It's obviously an appeal because they formally said that he wouldn't be able to have security. It's on a case-by-case basis. But do you think the court will maybe be a little bit more lenient? As you say, he's got a family, he's got children. We know, that he has links to the UK.
Actually, we were talking off before the show, and Shane, you were mentioning that there was a precedent, remember, with
yes.
I can't remember the name of
Wallace Simpson.
Yes, the Wallace Simpson
and the Duke of Windsor. They lived in the Bahamas and Paris, if anyone remembers that show called The Crown. It was in a lot of it. They when he did abdicate, I think it was Edward the Eighth, but don't quote me on that. They did get money from his brother, who was the king, I think George VI, maybe. Yes. So there is precedent that they do get money, but I think that precedent means that it shouldn't come from the British police and the British government.
Where should it come from, though?
Prince Charles should just pay for his security.
Out of the Duchy of Lancaster, is it?
Cornwall or something.
Oh, no, I don't know, but if you know, please
it doesn't matter where it's coming from, as long as
Exactly. Prince Charles should just, not Prince Charles, it's King Charles now.
King Charles, yes. I was just thinking.
He should just pay for his security. And then if he doesn't want to do that, then that says a lot about the relationship, which is another day's work, really.
Which is strained already.
Which is not surprising, it's strained. If my brother said that, what Harry said about his family, then we wouldn't be talking either, and I wouldn't be paying for his security.
Oh my God, you're so harsh.
I am, yeah. It's
so harsh. I must say something, you know, I feel like maybe if we put ourselves in Harry's shoes a little bit, you know, he did feel that he wasn't having the right security when Meghan joined him and they got married in 2016 in the UK. He said it was quite frightening. And obviously Princess Diana was hounded by the press. So I wonder if in some way we're kind of forgetting that Harry has been through something quite traumatic. Meghan, he felt, was at risk. So is there
and he feared that, you know, something similar might happen to her as what happened to his mother. I honestly think that the court should rule in his favour. Now, whether the money comes out of the British police or a different government entity or King Charles himself, I don't think it matters. But I think I believe that he has the right to protection and to come back to the UK safely and, you know.
Still shaking your head.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Shane's still shaking his
He's stubborn on that point.
It's probably because I'm Irish, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Most probably.
I was going to say just one other thing. We just touched on King Charles there, and when we saw Harry walking into the court today, people were shouting at him, the press, like, have you seen your dad? Have you spoken to your dad? And people seem to really want to know what's happening in that relationship. We obviously know King Charles has been suffering his own health problems. It is disappointing, isn't it, for the royal family that this rift has become so public?
Well, yeah, but I can also see it from their point of view, because every time they probably have a conversation with him, he's going to use it for his next book or his next TV series or his next interview. So, again, there's massive trust issues there, which I can completely get. I think he's sort of made his bed and he has to sleep in it now. So.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it, when it comes to families? We all know how complicated
it's sad
they are.
It's really unfortunate.
And as my mum says, you can't always choose your family.
No, you can't.
No. We're going to...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And finally, I actually want to go to some quirky stories that you guys have come up with, which I absolutely love. It's the time in the show when we look at something a little bit more fun to end with. And talk to me a little about recession pop songs, Shane, because I must admit something. When I was looking through these, I saw Teenage Dream by Katy Perry, and I still feel like that's one of the life markers for me. I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing and how troublesome I was when that song came out.
So it's basically, I picked this particular article because, like I said a few seconds ago, I'm Irish, and I always remember they said in Ireland when we had like economic troubles, that was when you got the best music. You know, you got sort of like the Sinead O'Connors, and then when we had the Celtic Tiger, we had the Louis Walsh era, which it's debatable how quality of that. So recession pop is basically when you're in sort of difficult economic times, you get really good sort of poppy music. You get pop comes to the fore because people want escapism. They don't want to be sort of hearing too much about sort of Trump and tariffs. Or
I'm sure they're not going to write songs about Trump's tariffs. You know.
Well, one of the big ones before was "Party in the USA" by Miley Cyrus, so that could still be hopefully relevant today. This was an academic study, so it's not just me making this up off the top of my head. Somebody who's called a musicologist, which sounds like a fantastic job at University of Chicago. And I looked at some of the songs that were came from the previous recessions. There was Blondie, there was Bryan Adams, again debatable, I would say. Sinead O'Connor, I would say, is great. And then the last great recession, they called it, was 27, 29. I don't know, were we calling it the Great Recession then? I don't know. I wouldn't anyway. It was Beyonce and Flo Rida, you said earlier, was another favourite of yours. So I'm kind of interested to see what really good pop stars come out of the Trumpian recession.
I can't wait to see that either. But also some of these pop stars that we spoke about, like, who have come out, you know, there's Kesha. She was in the sort of 2008 recession, and
Black Eyed Peas.
Black Eyed Peas. And, you know, Katy Perry too. A lot of them, and Lady Gaga, I don't know where I'm getting this information from, but I think they all bringing out albums again. I know because, you know, obviously I downloaded them and pre-ordered them and couldn't wait for it to all happen. But they have a real escapism about these, don't they? You can kind of switch off from reality. Do you think that's why they're so popular?
I think so, yes. I think so. As I said, people don't want to hear, when they're hearing about tariffs, all over the news. Everybody's talking about it for days now, or even weeks. And probably we're going to hear about it for weeks, if not months to come. I'm sure they don't want to hear about such things in music as well.
No, I think they make loads of memes now, don't they? About how often people say tariffs.
I don't think Katy Perry's latest album did well, but I think that was more to do with the songs rather than this theory. I'd like to see like brand new artists coming to the fore and see who they're, you know, in 4 years' time when we're looking at whoever's in the White House, we go, oh, do you remember that last tariff recession?
I wonder if Taylor Swift is going to release any singles or albums
we
soon.
got the last one, didn't we? That made the Eras tour, and that just made an absolute fortune. So we'll wait for her. I will say one thing. Katy Perry had this song called Lifetimes on her new album, and I thought it was absolutely
I did like that one. That was pretty good. That was a good one,
yeah. And Arabiya, your story actually involves a lot of unusual discoveries.
Yes.
But this is in UK rivers. What more?
Absolutely. We're talking about a river in Wrexham. Apparently, litter pickers have tried to clean the river, and they found all sorts of very strange things dumped in the river. We're talking about mattresses, we're talking about washing machine drums, we're talking about scooters, traffic cones, all sorts of things. I mean, it's obvious that the locals have decided to use the river as a massive trash can. But on a more serious note, I think it is quite difficult to get rid of your trash, your old furniture, the big items that you want to get rid of and dispose of. In certain countries, it's quite challenging, and you actually need to pay money to do this.
So you're telling me you would throw them into the river if you could?
Well, I mean, I've had trouble in this country getting rid of old furniture, and I honestly had to pay money to certain companies to come so that they can take it and dispose of it. Now, I wouldn't say if there was a river running next to my house, what would I do if I would throw my old mattress or old bed in it? Probably not. But I mean, it is quite difficult, to be honest with you.
And Shane, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? Because this is in Wrexham, which is, of course, in Wales. And we do know that if you start, especially in the likes of COVID, and if you start really cleaning up the waterways, it can be amazing for wildlife and rewilding.
Oh, yeah, like I mean, we all saw that. I think, didn't you say earlier there was dolphins. In Venice, I think it was, and there was otters that came back. But I'm surprised, you know, I've seen so much stuff in the British media about, you know, everyone's in recession. So the fact that people are throwing this stuff out into rivers and not, like, keeping it.
But we don't know how long
they've
been in the river, also.
It
could have been years.
Oh, okay. Well, that is kind of even more worrying that it's managed to.
Honestly, it could have been years.
But it is so interesting because...
sounds like a TV show could be made out of that.
Yeah. Whose washing machine did this belong to?
Yeah, exactly. Always one bargains in the attic, trash in the river.
Yeah, bargains in the river.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll all have to go and find some treasure, won't we, in the canals one day.
Or we go fishing.
Yeah,
we go fishing with magnets.
And I think they've got magnets on them, so it pulls it up.
Yeah, maybe put tariffs on rivers.
Throw them in the river.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you so much for both joining me
and bringing me
those quirky stories. That was great. Thank you so much. Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight and senior presenter at Al Arabiya News, Rawiya Alami. Here's a reminder of our top stories. China accuses the US of economic bullying and destabilizing the world's economies as Wall Street reverses earlier gains after the White House says additional taxes on China will come into effect tomorrow. The US and Iran confirm nuclear talks will take place in Oman this weekend. And Prince Harry arrives at the Court of Appeal in London as he challenges his right for taxpayer protection. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, followed by The Dressing Room. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's program, China takes a hard line on US tariffs, calling them blackmail. This as President Trump warns Beijing that retaliation would be a big mistake. Hard-hit global markets steady in Tuesday trading, clawing back some of the ground they lost on Monday. And the US President Donald Trump announces that the United States and Iran are to hold talks about the country's nuclear program. Iran says the discussions will be conducted via mediators and will be held in Oman. Hello and welcome to the program. It has been 3 days since global markets began plunging after President Trump kicked off a trade war. Well, he did so by imposing tariffs on US trading partners, amongst them China, which has vowed retaliation. Well, President Trump slapped a 34% tariff on Chinese imports, and Beijing is vowing to respond with a 34% tariff on US goods. This just a day before Trump's tariffs are set to take effect, escalating the conflict even further. Well, President Trump has fired back, threatening to impose a 50% tariff if China doesn't back down.
As you know, against my statement, they put a 34% tariff on above what their ridiculous tariffs were already. And I said, if that tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on. So they've gone for years. They've become a rich country because of people, again, that were in the White House that allowed this to happen.
Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by David K. Johnston, the former New York Times journalist and author of The Making of Donald Trump. Good to have you with us once again here on Al Arabiya News. We're also joined from London by Greg Swenson, the chair of Republicans Overseas. Great to have you both with us. Let me start with you, David. President Trump says for decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. Hence the tariffs. Has he got a point?
No, I don't think so at all, Tom. The United States has done very well because of trade. We certainly have lost a lot of factories, more than 50,000 of them, but they were also very low-value production. And the world is moving more and more towards services where the U.S. runs a big trade surplus, a surplus that could come under attack from other countries with retaliatory tariffs. Manufacturing is certainly important for the military, so we do that domestically. And we saw 700,000 more jobs in the manufacturing sector during the previous administration, while Trump in his first term lost manufacturing jobs through his policies.
Okay, let me turn to Greg. Feel free to pick up on what David just said out there. And I want to ask you what the logic is behind these tariffs.
Well, I think there's a few, and David alluded to the factories that have that we've lost, or the industrialization, the deindustrialization of the Rust Belt, especially the middle part of the country. So, and there's some merit to the argument that some of these factories might have been obsolete. We're moving into a more high-tech world, but I do think it's important, especially for national security reasons, to have supply chains at home. So tariffs can be used. Not perfectly, but they can be used to encourage the onshoring. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of tariffs. I think this is right out of the classic President Trump playbook of threatening the tariffs and then getting to the negotiating table. And you've seen 70 countries reach out to the White House in the last few days. You've got already you're seeing the deals being proposed. Vietnam folded first, or at least offered zero tariffs first. So I think, and then of course you saw the EU yesterday make that, offer at least a promise to negotiate. So look, I don't think there'll be as many tariffs as people fear. And if tariffs are so bad, I've always wondered, why do all these other countries use them? So I'm not convinced that tariffs will be harmful to the consumer like they say it will, because we didn't see that in the first term with those tariffs put on China. So look, I think there's a bit of alarmism here. I know the markets got spooked because they don't like uncertainty. I get that. But I do think there's some sensationalism here. And I'm not sure that we're going to see these escalations that everybody feared. And you're already seeing other countries, our trading partners, come back to the table to try to make it more fair and more equitable.
Okay, David, what do you say to that? Alarmism? And let's just face it. I mean, as Greg has said, I've got 50 countries. Greg says more like 70 countries have now returned to the United States on bended knee, as it were, saying, let's strike a deal before those tariffs do us any real damage. These tariffs seem to be having the desired effect, don't they?
Not really. First of all, understand, I've known and covered Donald since 1988, when I wrote that he might become president someday. And Donald has long held this belief that tariffs are paid by the country where the tariff is applied. That's absolutely not true. It is a tax that is overwhelmingly, if not entirely, passed on to consumers. So it's inherently inflationary. The benefit of tariffs in a developing economy like the U.S. was in the late 18th and the first half of the 19th century is it allows domestic manufacturers to raise prices and therefore build up financial muscle and experience to compete with other countries. The risks Trump is running with this plan, which has indeed gotten countries to come to him and bend their knee, and Donald really likes that. He very much is into this kind of power, are several. One risk is the U.S. may no longer have the dollar as the world reserve currency. If that were to happen, it would be devastating and a one-time downward adjustment, but a very big adjustment to the United States economy. Secondly, countries that are unhappy about this could create their own free trade zone and exclude the United States from it, which would similarly be damaging to the U.S., especially its great and growing success in exporting services, which are not being tariffed at the moment, rather than goods. And then to Greg's question about why these countries have tariffs, in not fully developed economies that are not robust and don't have detailed financial reporting that's widespread, tariffs are an effective way for governments to collect revenue. And that's why the U.S. relied on tariffs and duties early in its history.
Okay, Greg, let me ask you to pick up on some of that. I mean, these tariffs are risky because of the risk of collective retaliation, which could be extremely damaging to the United States. The US dollar, which has been the global currency of reference since the 1920s, might no longer have that status. What do you make of all of that?
Yeah, well, on the currency, there's always risk of that. I don't think it's a substantial risk. The Chinese currency it will never be used as the reserve currency because they don't have the rule of law and property rights like we have. So that wouldn't really work. And then, of course, the European currency, which could be an alternative, is a collection of 28 different bond markets. So I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think in terms of using tariffs, as a revenue tool, it might be it might be a rounding error compared to what we take in income taxes. We didn't have income tax till the early 1900s in the U.S. There is some merit to that argument, but I do think. And Tom, what was the first part of the question? One was on the currency. What was the other one?
Retaliatory. Collective retaliation.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah. Look, I think it's clear that there will not be escalation or a so-called trade war with President Trump's response by using tariffs to the tariffs that already exist with our trading partners because of the trade surpluses that they have. The country with the trade surplus always loses in a trade war. So there's a little risk of that. That's why you're seeing the Chinese come to the table. You saw Vietnam come to the table first. The EU, same thing. $300 billion trade deficit for the U.S., surplus for the EU. They cannot afford that. They're much more dependent on trade than we are. We import 20% from China of what they export to us. I mean, sorry, we export 20% of what we import from China. So look, there's very little risk of escalation. I think the threats of that were very short-lived in the last few days. And again, that's why 70 countries are reaching out, even promising zero tariffs, which I think would be great for free trade and fair trade.
But David, what's your understanding? Are the Chinese showing any signs of coming to the United States negotiating table cap in hand? Is that how it looks to you? Because a lot of what I'm seeing sounds like the Chinese are saying, just you try us. We'll take this to the next level if we have to.
Tom, I think you're capturing what President Xi and the other leaders of the Communist Party in Beijing are saying, that they're very resolute. One of the major differences between American and Chinese governments is that in America, we think very short term. The Chinese, like the Catholic Church, adopt the position of we're here forever. And so they're willing to take their time. And notice around the world, a growing number of countries where the U.S. Was the largest trading partner of that country now have China as their largest partner. China's economy, its sophistication is growing. Its electric cars are taking over the world. And so the Chinese are in a very strong position relative to the U.S. on these issues. China certainly has a lot of problems. It's been very fiscally irresponsible internally. But so long as, like the United States, it can borrow in its own currency, it has zero risk of going bankrupt. It's only when you are subject to another country's currency that you are at risk. China is going to have a long-term strategy as well as a short-term strategy. And let's keep in mind that during his first term, Donald Trump dumped the Trans-Pacific Partnership, of which I was one of the leading critics in America, because I felt it reduced competition, which is critical to the benefits of capitalism. Competitive market capitalism is what we need. What we have increasingly is corporate socialism in the United States. China has been moving ahead with its plan for a trading zone. It hasn't gotten where it wants to go, but they have not backed off or gone away. They have patiently been building their ties and their influence. And Australia, the lapdog partner of the U.S., the single most loyal country of the U.S. in the whole world, more so than Canada, the Australians now have as their biggest trading partner China, and they are increasingly having their economy tied not to Washington, but Beijing. That should be a big warning sign.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is interesting because you're talking about two time frames here, the short term and the long term. And it prompted another thought in my mind, and this goes to Greg. I mean, there can be some immediate reactions to all of this and these threats from the United States. They may come in the form of capitulation, if that's the way we want to look at it, and the striking of a deal. But then there's going to be the longer-term response, isn't there, which might lead to the United States being written off as being a reliable trade partner. I mean, is that a risk, do you think?
No, because we've been a reliable trade partner because other countries have taken advantage of our kindness, of our generosity, and that's no longer something we can afford. It was important after World War II to help rebuild the West and help build countries like South Korea and rebuild Japan. It was also important during the Cold War, but that's a long time ago, and we don't have the capability to service $36 trillion in debt. That's $1 trillion a year just in debt servicing. And I'm glad David brought up electric vehicles. You know, he's right. The Chinese are the biggest producer, biggest exporter. That's why the EU has 45% tariffs on Chinese electric cars. And so tariffs can be used in tactical situations because nobody wants to be dependent on the Chinese. The shipping is 50% of the world's shipbuilding is being produced in China. It's down to under 1% in the United States. So we do have to make some changes to reindustrialize to a certain degree. And that's again why, you know, emerging countries had protections in place, had trade barriers and tariffs, because they had to industrialize. I think there's a little bit of that. Trump is playing the long game, even though, you know, we have elections every 4 years. You know, we're not going to see Donald Trump see many of the fruits of these efforts. It might take some time, but I think it's really important for the bottom 50% of Americans that have really not participated in the upside of global trade.
David, I want to turn to you. You're quoted as having said President Trump's ratings will continue to be good until such time as people discover his economics are not good for them. I mean, that's clearly in the context of these tariffs. I mean, what do you see these tariffs doing to the average American consumer?
Well, it will help the average American. I don't know that it's good for those of us in the top 10% that own, you know, 88% of the equities in the U.S. and the other 40% own 12% of the equities. 50% of the people don't own equities. So if they had $1 in 2021 when Biden took office, that dollar is worth 80 cents now in purchasing power. If I put it in the stock market on day one of Joe Biden, it's worth $1.80. So I think, you know, those of us with financial assets and property are doing just fine. We do very well. We did very well during the Obama years. The lower quartile, the lower decile, the working class people did so much better in the Trump years. Real wages went up 8% in 4 years. That's 4 times the wage growth in the Obama-Biden years. So I think people will understand this is good for the bottom 50%. And if those of us in the top 50 have issues with that, well, I'm not sure that, you know, I'm worried about it. We're going to do just fine. And so it's time to sort of reindustrialize and help the people that have seen the power of a dollar is worth, you know, the dollar purchasing power is worth 26% of what it was in 1980. And so global trade has been good for those of us in the top half or those of us that live on the coast, not so good for those people living in the Rust Belt.
Yeah, Greg, go ahead.
Hey, Greg, the question was directed to me.
Yeah, it was David. It was David. I'm sorry. Go ahead and let you answer that question now.
Apologies. Sorry. I didn't know that, David.
So there are a number of things that I agree with Greg that those of us who have property and assets are doing just fine in America. But there are a number of things that Greg said that aren't supported by facts. First of all, under Biden, for the first time, the median wage rose faster than the average wage. I've been documenting for 30 years each year the distribution of wages in American incomes. And under Trump, gains went to the top, combined with massive tax cuts for people in the upper reaches of the 1%, mostly the over $2 million a year crowd. Secondly, in the United States, there is a serious problem with people not having sufficient incomes. The bottom 50% certainly do not. Well, tariffs are inherently inflationary, and we're already seeing inflation has ticked up from an annual rate when Biden left office that was below the post-World War II average to about 4.8% annualized. Now, we don't know if that'll continue. We only have 1 month's data at this point. But tariffs will lead to higher prices, and overwhelmingly because they're on goods and lower income people spend all of their income or nearly all of it on goods and services, it's going to hit people down the income ladder. So this is not good for most Americans. Now, combine that with the plan to borrow another $4.5 trillion to continue for 10 years the U.S. income, individual, and corporate tax cuts, which are being financed with borrowed money. And you're creating increasing problems for people at the bottom half, and I would argue basically the bottom 80% or so of Americans. Tariffs will be helpful if we were to get factory production that paid living wages, which would mean the revival of unions, and this is a virulently anti-union president. And I also want to make sure viewers know about a hypocrisy of Donald's. When Donald was involved in building his hotel in Las Vegas, he went to extraordinary lengths to evade a tariff on Chinese steel. He talked about American jobs, but he bought Chinese steel and went through a series of sham companies to hide that the steel was Chinese. And that's indicative of how Donald does business. Do as I say, not as I do. And so I don't see at all how the tariffs are going to benefit the bottom 50% and probably the bottom 80% of Americans in the short run or in the long run.
Okay, Greg, let me ask you to respond to that, plus the comment that from the same section I was quoting from just a moment ago when I put that question to David, who says that Donald Trump is a con artist at heart, he says. What do you make of the fact that he's
also a misogynist and a fascist and a racist and anti-Semite? Yeah, we've heard it all. So that's, I'd like to stick to what's important here. And I think, a few things. One, on the tax cuts for in the first term, 93% of Americans got tax cuts. When you have across the board tax cuts, yes, rich people get the bigger chunk because they make more money. So, that's just natural. But they were not just for billionaires. That's just a typical Democrat talking point. The other thing to keep in mind is inflation in the Biden years was caused by reckless spending and hostility to the supply side, to the private sector, especially in the energy sector. So are tariffs inflationary? I'm not sure, because the data doesn't really prove that. They weren't inflationary in the first term. The MIT is saying that only 20% of the tariff gets passed through to the consumer. And I do think that if they were so inflationary, why does the EU use them? Why does the UK? Why does China? Why does Vietnam? There's not any rampant inflation from those tariffs. The inflation came from reckless spending and, again, hostility to the supply side and when Biden tried his best to punish the energy sector. So these are things that, we saw. People might not have missed President Trump, but they missed a peace and prosperity from his term. Fantastic economy, excellent wage growth. Real wages adjusted for inflation went down 3% in the Biden years. That's not a good thing. Granted, they went down a lot more in 21 and 22, and they bounced back in 23 and 24. But net down 3% in 4 years after being up 8% in the Trump years and up 2% in the 8 years of Biden Obama. So I think the economic argument is laughable from the left, and I think that this is disruptive. Absolutely. That's the nature of this president, but it'll work in the long term for workers by reshoring production, by returning some good blue collar working class jobs to the Rust Belt, to the middle of the country. And in the near term, we have tax reform and massive deregulation this time around, much greater than in the first term. That will liberate the private sector. That will liberate the energy sector. And that's good news for working people who can't afford to put gas in their car right now, or petrol in their automobile. So, this is great news. We're seeing lower energy prices already. We expect to see that even more as the energy sector gets reliberated by President Trump.
Okay, some flawed economics on the left, and tariffs are not necessarily inflationary. David, your response?
Well, in fact, Donald Trump lost manufacturing jobs. Joe Biden brought back over 700,000 more manufacturing
with
jobs.
$9 trillion of stimulus.
Investments, and
borrowed stimulus.
He made massive investments excuse me, under Biden, we had massive investments in manufacturing, especially high-tech manufacturing in the industries of the future. In Donald's case, we saw massive subsidies to cons like the Foxconn project in Wisconsin that was nothing but a pile of mud that cost a fortune. We had to subsidize grain farmers because Donald lost much of the soybean market to the Brazilians through his mismanagement of the economy. And we saw that, well, the thing that Greg keeps leaving out is that under Biden, the wages of people in the bottom half rose much more quickly than people above. It was a leveling out of top pay that declined, that went down under Biden. The number of people making over $100 million a year for their labor fell by half, from about 500 to about 250. That's why the overall number appears to be down. It was a leveling out of super high paychecks. Well, the paychecks of people in the bottom half were rising, and all you have to do is study the Social Security data, and you can see that in detail. And I study those every year. I think that we're in a period here of a great deal of uncertainty, which is not good for business. The new Canadian Prime Minister has said the U.S. is no longer an ally of Canada. 11 Canadian premiers, essentially governors, came to Capitol Hill a month ago when I was there, and they literally asked leading members of Congress, is Donald Trump going to invade Canada as we last did in 1812? And they're serious about it. People who live in Canada, including one of my grown children, they talk constantly about when is the U.S. going to send tanks and soldiers and overwhelm Canada. That's not good diplomatic relations. That's not good economic relations. And that's all part of the fundamental problem with Donald Trump, which is he's appallingly ignorant. He's a man who didn't know why there was a memorial over the battleship Arizona in Pearl Harbor. He thought Finland was part of Russia. He thought Frederick Douglass, who's been dead for 130 years, was alive today.
We're going a little off piece here.
He's a con artist. And that's the crucial thing you need to know about him.
Greg, I'm sure you want to jump in and respond to some of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Trump derangement syndrome is alive and well. It's funny. It always gets personal with the criticisms of President Trump. And, you know, we've heard the story 1,000 times, and it's one of the reasons he won the election in 2024 was sort of the condescending questions from the left. You know, how could you vote for a man who did X or did Y? And that's not what people care about. They care about their wallets. They care about the open border, the mass illegal migration problem we had, and of course, inflation that again was caused by reckless spending and hostility to the supply side. So we can cherry pick some numbers and talk about a Foxconn plant or whatever, but overall, the voters really appreciated what they saw in the first term and were really disgusted with what they saw in the Biden term.
Can I just ask you a quick question, Greg? Because we've heard anger from the Chinese Foreign Ministry at what they've deemed to be ignorant and impolite comments that came from the Vice President, J.D. Vance. He said this, he said, we borrow money from Chinese peasants, his words, not mine, to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. I mean, this is pretty extraordinary language to be coming from the upper echelons of American leadership.
Yeah, the vice president's not afraid to use aggressive language. But I think what are you more offended by? Aggressive language or the fact that we've been importing cheap and slave labor from China for 30 years by outsourcing our production to those factories in China? So I'm not worried about salty language. I'm worried about the fact that China's using cheap and slave labor. I see it in Africa where I do business all the time, in agriculture and mining and timber. And they bring in slave labor, prison labor from China. They don't employ local people. This is a very mercantilist, aggressive country. Yes, they're doing business with Australia, but Australia will not let them own anything in the Australian market. And we're very close to them as well. So, these are difficult times. I think most of the problems are with the Chinese and Chinese, mercantilist economic aggression. And I think the world is really fed up with it. And so you'll see some, reshoring, some rebalancing of supply chains. And I think that's a good thing.
Okay, David, your thoughts on that? I mean, this is essentially a row between the world's top two economies, and we're going to see a better and more level playing field as a result of all of this. Your thoughts?
Well, there are unquestionably major problems with the conduct of China: theft of intellectual property, the use of slave labor, which was exposed, I should point out, by the New York Times, that supposedly leftist newspaper. And China has acted in its own interest, just as the U.S. should. But Donald Trump is not someone who believes in competitive market capitalism. He's not a businessman. He's a cash extractor, and he's a mercantilist. That was the prevailing theory before Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations. It's the idea that if you have a piece of gold, I don't have it, and the only way to get wealthier is to get your piece of gold. Growing the economy, creating new goods and services, and using profit motive to have that happen is what grows the world economy. Donald, who I have spent hundreds of hours with and know very well, unlike Greg, Donald is a mercantilist. He does not believe in competitive markets. He is given testimony under oath that makes it clear he doesn't believe in competitive market capitalism. And that's the crucial thing to maintain. And one of the things that's happening in this country is literally a belief among many people that competitive market capitalism, that markets are a lefty idea. That's absurd. And some of Greg's comments I find offensive because my best-selling economics books champion competitive market capitalism, and they expose corporate socialism. And Donald Trump, through and through, is a corporate socialist.
Okay, let me ask Greg to respond to that, in particular, his defense of the comments he made that have offended you.
No, I mean, I think President Trump's liberating for the private sector, for the private economy. I think that's absurd. If he was, competitive as a businessman, and any businessman wants to be mercantilist, wants to be in a monopoly position. That's called business. You try. It's not something that, works ultimately, because we don't believe in monopolies. But I think what David just described was the Chinese economy, a mercantilist economy. So I don't really buy that. But I think, David and I could agree on one thing. I am not a fan of corporate welfare, and I don't think that the president is either. We want competition back in the U.S., and I think by liberating the supply side, getting out of the way is basically what the Republicans believe in. Is let the private sector allocate capital, not the government. So much of what we saw in the Biden years was government stimulus. $9 trillion of stimulus for $7 trillion in GDP growth. It's just bad math.
Okay, David, we gave you the first word. We're giving Greg the last word, and that was it, because we're out of time. Thank you both very much indeed for your time today. Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas.
David.
David
Thanks,
K.
Tom.
Johnson, thank you very much indeed to you as well. Well, President Trump's tariffs have sparked a whole range of opinions, even from his core supporters. Well, the billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, who backed President Trump after the July assassination attempt, took to X on Sunday, calling the new tariffs, quote, an economic nuclear war. Well, he urged the White House to hit pause on the levies. Well, other CEOs who had bet the Trump White House would be good for business are now speaking out as well. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Vicky Price, an economist and former head of the UK's Government Economic Service, who joins us from London. Thank you very much for being with us, Vicky, here on Al Arabiya News. I mean, it looks, doesn't it, like the markets have found a slightly firmer footing in Tuesday trade. I mean, would you say this is the end, therefore, of the market turmoil?
Well, I would say that a lot of uncertainty still remains. We have been seeing this turmoil happen. Because, of course, the tariffs which President Trump announced were considerably higher than anyone had anticipated. So that certainly spooked the markets. And then we started hearing all sorts of suggestions that perhaps there would be a pause in the extra tariffs that go above the 10% base, which he has already imposed, and possibly above the tariffs that he has imposed against car inputs into the US, 25% for cars. It was also going to apply to parts as well as of the next couple of days. And then, of course, we are worried about what it means for steel and aluminium. And there are some concerns about the 25% being extended to pharmaceuticals. But the fact that there is even suggestion of a possible pause or maybe even discussions. I think we've been hearing that there are now talks going on between the US and Japan, we hear, and 50 other countries are already trying to discuss with President Trump what arrangements there may be to avoid some of those extra tariffs. All that has, I think, got the market thinking that perhaps some of those tariffs are reversible, and I think that's what we're seeing. If for some reason it proves not to be the case, then we might see a resumption of the decline.
Yeah, because I mean, that was really the calculation made by Washington, wasn't it? That countries would come to the US cap in hand and say, let's make a deal, and those tariffs would never really have to become a reality. I mean, this was only ever going to go one of two ways, wasn't it? Either those countries would come cap in hand, and it looks like they're starting to do that, although it's not all the countries in the world, of course, and China's not one of them, it doesn't sound like, or else there was going to be collective retaliation. I mean, any signs of that?
Well, we have seen some retaliation already in Canada, for example, and so that's happened. And there have been, quite a lot of suggestions of which products might be included in retaliatory action by, say, the EU. So they've already produced a list of things they intended to put extra tariffs on. We've seen a long list in the UK. I think something like 8,000 products, possibly. But it's interesting what you say, that this is perhaps part of a plan which might indeed give some fruit at the end of the day. But in reality, quite a lot of countries, before those extra tariffs were imposed, had talked to the administration in Washington and offered all sorts of things, including the EU, including a number of other countries which said, OK, we're not going to put any tariffs at all, even considering what they might do on the services side. And what surprised the markets, what surprises governments as well, and one of the reasons why we started hearing about retaliation, is because none of those efforts really were met with any recognition that those discussions were taking place, that those offers were there. So actually what they're offering now is not very different to what they had offered before. From the EU side, for example, the offer seems to have been for some time, take out all the tariffs on industrial goods coming in from the US. That seems to not have gone anywhere. So maybe now that the shock has taken place, it's possible that maybe we are going to see some greater willingness of the US to show its upmanship, if you like. And we might indeed see some of those offers made by various countries be more readily accepted. But they're not going to be terribly different to where they were before. People have been working on this for some time.
As an economist, I'd love to get your opinion on the arithmetic and the calculations that went behind the numbers that were came up with by the Trump administration for these tariffs. What did you make of it? I mean, did it sound to you like well-considered, carefully thought-through arithmetic?
I could say all sorts of things about it, but perhaps the answer would be no. It didn't seem to be well calculated or make any sense whatsoever. And look, for example, at the UK. I don't know, if indeed you were trying to punish any country which has a deficit with the US, the country that has a surplus, and therefore the US has a deficit with it, then you wouldn't have picked the UK, because there is no, on the goods side, any deficit. Sometimes there is a small surplus, sometimes there's a little deficit that is there, but overall we're talking about balance. And yet the UK got 10% base, and also the 25% on cars and the 25% on steel and aluminium. So yes, it makes no sense. I mean, no, it makes no sense.
I want to ask you, President Trump has said to China that if they retaliate any further, there'll be an additional 50% of levies on Chinese imports into the United States of America. I mean, that would bring overall duties on Chinese goods to 104%. I mean, that's really uncharted territory, isn't it? What would that mean for Chinese imports and for the Chinese economy and the US economy, for that matter?
Well, the Chinese economy has been adjusting away from relying too much on trade, of course, for a while. And it's adjusting also by reducing its exposure to the US. I think the US has been protectionist for quite some time. So what we're seeing with President Trump is just a continuation, except in an exaggerated way, of what we've been seeing now for a decade at least. We saw it in his first term. between 2016 and 2020. We saw it with Biden, of course, President Biden, who had his Inflation Reduction Act, was basically subsidizing production in the US and making it very hard for anyone else from the outside to compete unless they manufactured there. So this is just a continuation of it all. Already, of course, we know that the export of electric vehicles from China can hardly happen in the US because there's a 100% tariff that exists already. And there are tariffs on all sorts of other things. Now, what China has done already itself is impose extra tariffs on agricultural products, for example, making it more difficult for various categories of goods to come into China. But of course, it is a very large tariff imposition. And it's not going to be particularly good for Chinese growth. It's going to have to divert its exports to somewhere else, or indeed concentrate a lot more on developing domestic demand. And it's doing that with a lot of reflation that's taking place in China right now. So there's a stimulus going on, which I think is probably going to result in perhaps domestic growth being a little bit stronger, not relying so much on exports. But it does mean that for the world as a whole, we're talking about slower growth. It isn't just the imposition of the tariffs. They could, of course, suddenly be taken away, not necessarily on China, but on others. But what we've got now is a world where there is so much uncertainty. We still don't know whether if you're doing A, you might get B, and how long that B, if you like, that outcome will last. So that means less investment, less growth. And countries will look a lot more carefully where they put their investments in the future.
I mean, in terms of the global economy, I mean, how close, how far off do you think a global recession might be now at this stage?
Much will depend on what happens in the US, of course, which is still such an important trading partner, whatever happens. And of course, everyone is revising their estimates for the US, possibly a recession, because of course, there's going to be a considerable increase in costs. And of course, if they get reversed, maybe that isn't going to be that bad. But what we've seen so far is on what we knew until recently, and a few days ago, that is, the World Trade Organization has itself reduced its forecast for trade growth, so the volumes of trade across the globe, from plus 3% to negative -1. I mean, that's quite major. Trade is hugely important for world growth. If you move from growing trade to reducing it, a little bit like what we saw with COVID and with other crises that we've had before, then the world gets into a really poor growth pattern. And it's not necessarily the case that all countries will see a recession. We still have a lot of emerging markets likely to be doing reasonably well, but I think for the West, it doesn't look that good.
Some are saying the United States is becoming, quote, unrecognizable. One of those people is Stefan Buzna, the CEO of Euronext. I mean, when people start talking about the United States as becoming unrecognizable, and this is coming from traditional established trading partners, I mean, are we looking at a situation in which, countries start thinking the US is so unreliable a trade partner, we're going to have to start really looking elsewhere to sell our products and really reduce dependence? I mean, do you see this as having long-term reputational damage?
Well, it's already been happening up to a point. As I said, the US has been protectionist for a bit now. It's not new, but it is still a very big market. And it has generally grown quite a lot. One of the reasons why it has such a big trade deficit, it's suddenly increased very significantly over the last 5 years, is because during that period, post-COVID, the US has grown quite substantially. If you look at where it stands by comparison to pre-pandemic levels, it's over 12%. That level, if you look at Germany, it's negative. It's actually below where it was pre-pandemic, and the other countries are somewhere in between. So it is a big market, and it has been importing rather a lot as a result, whereas the rest of the world has not been importing that much and has been exporting. So it is a function of growth rates, and you can see how important the US has been in sustaining growth over the last few years. So we can't count it out, but it will be interesting to see whether the uncertainty that's been created really causes a shift in both investment and trade flows away from the US in any sustainable way. But as I said, we might suddenly see that everything's reversed, trust is restored. It's a very uncertain time.
Are there any winners in all of this? Do you see, I mean, for example, Russia wasn't on that board of of targeted countries by the United States. I mean, could they stand to benefit? Who stands to benefit in this context?
Well, on Russia, the truth is, of course, there are so many sanctions against it, and assuming they're at all operative, because what you find is that have been able to circumvent them. But anyway, there are lots of sanctions on their products, so perhaps it made very little sense to add extra tariffs on top, since quite a lot of restrictions already exist, not just by the US, but also from the EU and others. In terms of winners, it's really difficult to imagine who it would be, because you've now seen that some tariffs which have been imposed on the goods produced by some of the developing countries in Southeast Asia, for example, are so punitive that they really, really endanger their growth prospects. And that's not good news. I'm finding it rather hard to imagine how it would be, except, of course, for countries that really haven't been affected by this extra change that's taking place, which are Canada and Mexico, which have had loads of exemptions already. But of course, we've seen the period when there was indeed a lot of animosity, and we're seeing what's going on the political front in Canada. But even there, where there hasn't been anything extra, but there was already quite a lot of tariff imposition before, we've seen growth forecasts slashed. So, for example, Canada, instead of growing by 2% or over 2% this year, is now expected to grow by less than 1%, and Mexico to move into recession. So I find it hard to see who will benefit. Trade intensity matters hugely. The more trade there is in any country, the faster your productivity grows, and also the faster your economy grows. And trade flows have been very beneficial with their increase over the last few decades, and doing anything that disrupts that is bad for all.
Just lastly, I mean, to wrap up this conversation, I mean, we're looking at a pretty tumultuous chapter in modern economic history. We don't know how long the chapter's going to be, but it's tumultuous for sure. I mean, what's your hunch moving forwards? Are we going to have that more level playing field that the United States is hoping to get, a more advantageous trading relationship from the point of view of the United States? Or do you think this is a gamble that will go down in economic history as having been a major act of self-harm on the part of the United States?
Well, as an economist, I would go for the second. But it all depends how things are amended, if you like, over the next few weeks, and probably needs to be done quite quickly in order to restore that trust. The worrying thing for me, when you look at crisis, because we've had one crisis after another. So if you just look at more recently, we've had the financial crisis, we've had COVID, we've had the war in Ukraine. What happened in each of those crises was that there was a lot of coordination of policy across, with the US taking a lead on cutting interest rates, on quantitative easing, on regulating again after the deregulation had taken place, the banking system, on up to a point, although it hasn't quite followed what the Europeans had wanted to do, but nevertheless. And then again reacting and agreeing to react to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So there was a lot of common ground. And the interesting thing now is that the rest of the world finds itself, in fact, fighting one country, big country, which was an ally and actually very often the leader in crisis. And that is really what is turning the whole thing topsy-turvy. And that's why it's so tumultuous and such a shock.
OK, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. A pleasure talking to you as ever. Vicky Price, economist and former head of the UK's Government Economic Service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, longtime foes, the United States and Iran, are set to hold talks this weekend over a potential new nuclear deal. That's according to President Donald Trump. Well, hours after that surprise announcement, Iran's foreign minister clarified that the talks in Oman would be indirect, but they would represent both an opportunity and a test, said Tehran. Well, President Trump, who withdrew the United States from the 2015 nuclear deal, said the talks would be, quote, at a very high level, and he warned Iran that it would be in, quote, great danger if those talks failed. Well, Sir Mark Lyall-Grant is a former UK ambassador to the United Nations and a former UK National Security Advisor. He joins us now from the United Kingdom. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. news of these talks on Saturday in Oman, I'm wondering if that fills you with optimism. What could be achieved?
Well, I think it is a very significant moment because it is direct contact between the Trump administration and Iran. And there is the potential opportunities for both sides, I think, to normalize the relationship and perhaps get a deal. But I think it's going to be very difficult. And I think the stakes are very high for both sides now in this negotiation.
I mean, for people who don't follow Iranian affairs too closely, and I must admit, we haven't spoken much about Iran in newsrooms in recent months. There have been lots of other issues on our radars. I mean, how would you characterize the state of relations between Washington and Tehran right now?
Well, there aren't any. It's as simple as that. There hasn't been diplomatic relations between the United States and Iran since 1979 and the Iranian Revolution and the hostages siege, the overrunning of the American embassy in Tehran. Since then, there have not really been any direct contacts, except in the context of the negotiations for the so-called JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, that was agreed back in 2015. And actually, I was the UK negotiator, so was involved in a lot of those negotiations. And in the margins of those negotiations, there was some direct contact at high level between American diplomats and Iran. But otherwise, there's basically no bilateral relationship between the two at all. And since President Trump pulled out of the deal in 2018, he ramped up sanctions against Iran. So I think it's fair to say that this would be a significant moment of senior level direct contact between the two countries.
Right, so it's been 7 years nearly since President Trump tore up that 2015 deal between Iran and six world powers, a deal that you say yourself worked on. I mean, I don't know what your initial reaction was in 2017-18 when that deal was done away with, but has your opinion of that decision changed? I mean, do you think with the benefit of hindsight, President Trump was right to have done what he did?
No, I don't think he was right. I think the problem was that he ripped up the deal without actually having a plan B. And so we've now reached the situation 7 years later when Iran is closer than ever to acquiring nuclear weapons, and President Trump faces exactly the same quandary that we faced back in 2015 of trying to prevent Iran's nuclear program diplomatically, with the alternative being bombing Iranian nuclear sites, which has obviously unforeseen potential consequences. No one quite knows where that would end up. And that's why I say I think the stakes are very high for both sides in this, because if President Trump does a deal that is considered to be not a very good deal, having said that the 2015 deal was the worst deal in history, he will not be seen to have come out of this very well. On the other hand, if he can't secure a deal with Iran, then of course he will have to follow through on his threat to engage in military action against Iran with all the sort of unforeseen potential consequences that that has. So the stakes are very high for the United States, I think, in this negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump quoted last night as saying Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And as you're saying, you know, this is not a new issue. For more than 20 years, there has been tension between Tehran and world powers over this same very issue. But how can we be sure Iran doesn't already have a nuclear weapon?
Well, I think we can be reasonably sure because the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Authority, has had some ability to verify until relatively recent to inspect some of the nuclear sites. So what we know, because they announced just a couple of months ago in Switzerland, that the Iranians have about 60% enriched uranium of 275 kilos. Now, you need, for a nuclear bomb, you need about 90% uranium enrichment. But that is quite an easy step to take, and that amount of enriched uranium would allow them to have, theoretically at least, 6 nuclear bombs. So they are very close to acquiring nuclear weapons. You know, what the Americans will want out of these negotiations is, firstly, a sort of complete dismantlement of the nuclear program. They will also want verification of that, and that's going to be extremely difficult. Is it going to be the IAEA? Is it going to be the Americans themselves that do that verification? But they will also want to have some guarantee that Iran will stop being a malign actor in the region and stop supporting proxies that are threatening both Israel and the United States, because that was President Trump's main complaint about the previous deal, that it only tackled the nuclear issue. It didn't tackle Iran's malign regional influence. So America is going to go into these talks on Saturday with a very high bar of demands, and ones which the Iranian authorities may not feel able to meet, not least because Iran has seen what happens if you do voluntarily give up a nuclear program. They saw what happened in Libya, and they've seen what happened in Ukraine, the 2 countries that went through that process.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what sort of a position the Iranians go into those talks in, because we've talked extensively on this channel about the damage that's been done to Iran's influence in the region. It's had its wings clipped and lost an ally in Syria. It's lost the same strength of ally it had in Hezbollah that it had, let's say, a year ago. I mean, does Iran go to those talks in a weaker position than it did, say, in 2015?
Yes, that is certainly the case, because I think, for one thing, the Israeli missile strike on Iran in April last year demonstrated how vulnerable Iran is to military attack. And even though the nuclear sites themselves, the most sensitive nuclear sites, are deep underground and perhaps relatively well protected, there are lots of potential targets if it came to military strikes by a combination of both Israel and the United States. So, yes, they've lost influence in the region. Yes, they are militarily weak at the moment. Yes, they are domestically quite divided. With Ali Khamenei, who's now 85, there's questions of the succession, there's some unrest within the country. So there's no doubt that Iran goes into this in a relatively weak position. And they will see an opportunity in this, to normalize relations with the United States, get the sanctions lifted, be sort of more integrated back into the global economy. So there is some potential big wins for Iran, but are they going to be willing to actually give up in a very verifiable and permanent way their ambitions to be a nuclear power? I rather doubt that, frankly.
I mean, when we were talking about, for example, the exploding pages that sort of gave away the positions of a lot of operatives in Hezbollah and really signified the beginning of the end of Hezbollah as we knew it in Lebanon, it was reported widely that Hezbollah had been massively infiltrated, severely compromised. The same was being said of some sections of the Iranian apparatus. And I'm wondering to what extent you think, the Iranians have been massively compromised, and whether, again, that further weakens what you've already said is an even weaker position than the position they negotiated in a decade ago.
Well, I think they probably have been compromised. And of course, we've seen an example in the past of a successful cyber attack against the Iranian nuclear program, which successfully delayed their process for several years, in fact. But it doesn't, I don't know now whether they are still so vulnerable to that sort of cyber attack, because the advantage of the cyber attack against the nuclear program, of course, it's sort of deniable and it doesn't involve kinetic military activity. But what Donald Trump is promising or threatening is a full-scale sort of military strike against targets in Iran if Iran does not accede to American demands. But as I say, American demands are going to be quite high in this negotiation, and I'm not sure that Ayatollah Khamenei will be willing to accept those terms.
Yeah, and they're likely to be more stringent terms and more demanding terms from the US delegation than they were even a decade ago, not least because we can assume President Trump will take the opinions of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very much into consideration.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. And another important distinction between now and 10 years ago is the fact that this is a bilateral negotiation between the United States and Iran, whereas 10 years ago, it was a multilateral negotiation, which included on our side, as it were, and the Western side, both Russia and China. And the force of the deal, the value of that deal in 2015 was that it was endorsed, agreed, verified by not just the United States and the UK, France, Germany, the EU, but also Russia and China. This time, one of the advantages, in a way, that Iran has is that it has support from Russia, to whom it had been very helpful in the Ukraine conflict, and still is, and also China, who doesn't really care whether Iran becomes a nuclear weapons power or not, and is quite happy to help Iran avoid sanctions, Western sanctions on it. So in that sense, Iran is in a slightly stronger position because it's only facing the United States and not both Russia and China as well.
Yeah, indeed. And they face a brand new administration in Washington that is currently trying to fix lots of problems in lots of different places all at the same time. Just lastly, to wrap things up, before we cross to you, we heard President Trump in a clip saying that Iran will be in great danger if the talks fail. Assuming or imagining a scenario in which there is no accord forthcoming from those talks in Oman, where do you see things heading to from there?
Well, it's difficult to say. It's possible that, Donald Trump's attention will just move on as it has moved on from the Middle East, and it's moved on to some extent from Ukraine. If he doesn't get a quick win, he tends to move on to the next issue. And of course, the tariff issue is the sort of number one issue at the moment. But on the other hand, I think having said very clearly that Iran would pay a big price if they don't agree a deal, then I think his credibility will be on the line if he doesn't deliver some military response to Iran if there is no deal. So that's why I think the stakes are pretty high for both sides, both Iran and the United States.
OK, so Mark Lyle, Grant, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. Bridgie, you all right, geezer?
I'm good, mate. I'm good.
Before we introduce...
Mate, I've not been up to a lot. You've been up to a lot. The only thing that stands out for me is Rubik's Cube.
Rubik's Cube?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I've never done one before. And the other day I come home and Carter was struggling.
Yeah.
And he was like, can you help me out with this? You know what I'm like. Once I get given a challenge, mate, 3 hours. So in the end, I'm on the internet getting some tips.
Yeah.
So I'm getting somewhere.
Right.
Mate, after 3 hours, I'm like, something came right with this cube.
Right.
I'm like, did you put this cube together or did it come like this? Because it's not working out. Something's not right. And he's like, nah, it just came like that. About half hour later, I'm like, Frank, did it definitely come like this? He went, oh, well, he did drop it and a couple of pieces fell off. I went, well, you put them in the wrong place. So I spent 3.5 hours, mate. It was doing me head in. I was getting really like, because I'm sure I'm doing everything right here. And then I realised the 2 pieces he had mixed up.
Yeah.
And then I switched them over and then I done it in like half hour. But like that.
You need to know when to like just knock something on the head, didn't you?
No, I couldn't, mate. It was doing me head in. Once I started, it was just. Yeah. But other than that, mate, not a lot going on. Kids are on holiday at the moment. You've been in Miami.
I have, yeah. We've had a great time.
At Barbados.
Yeah, cricket tour with the little fella in Barbados. He got his first wicket, so that was good. But the FA Cup, doing that in Miami was a good gig. I'm not going to lie.
That's a great holiday.
Good. It was a good. No, the guys looked after me. Had me throwing the because sponsor. They're trying to sell the FA Cup to America. So I've gone out there. I ended up doing the first pitch at the Marlins. So I've done that. That was good.
I've seen you pitch.
Alligator. I was in the alligator pen.
I see that.
Yeah.
And skateboarding.
Yeah, skateboarding. Yeah. It's a proper.
How close to the alligators did you get?
Mate, close enough. What it was, right? I've gone in there. You know, like you agree to these things. You go, okay, we'll do this for the FA Cup. FA Cup's in the pen. There's alligators everywhere, and I've seen this on like there's just too much going on, geez. And there was one to my right, and he just kept looking at me. So I'm in there, and the guy's going, smile, take the picture with the FA Cup. But this one just kept looking at me over there, and I was like, oh, I can't. I had to knit it. It was wild, yeah. But it was good, mate. I survived, and we're back here.
By the way, we haven't even introduced who's on with us today.
I know.
Mate, I'm
He's
enjoying
back
this.
again.
Jeez.
He's back again, isn't
I'm
he?
enjoying this. Like Gogglebox. It's like watching Gogglebox. This is just like get me some popcorn and I'm all right. I'm away. You lot crack on. You might even introduced him.
Bonfire.
Carlton's not turned up, basically.
Yeah.
Been sick.
But that's the best excuse ever, wasn't it? Have you heard it? He was away somewhere and he said that there's a tornado.
Yeah.
But like.
And he knew he was going to get a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Is them put a photo of the letter from Virgin. Who sends a letter these days? You get a text or something.
True.
So he said that there's a letter he's took a photo of from Virgin saying the flight's cancelled because of a lightning strike or something.
Yeah, tornado we threw in. But it was great to have you.
He's missed his flight, and that's what he's done.
Yeah,
he's had a good night.
so.
He's missed
Did
his
you hear
flight.
about him the other day?
No.
He's on the way to the airport. And then he calls me 2 hours later. He goes, guess what? And I knew straight away, when you've got your passport, he went, yeah. So he had to go back home.
He ain't the first one that's done that around his table, is he?
Yeah, it's been a few. It's been a few. Sis, it's great to have you here.
Like, always a pleasure being.
You've had what's his third appearance?
Second
appearance, yeah. Always good, mate. Always good to come and join the boys.
Always good, mate. And what have you been up to lately?
Lately, mate, I have been sort of prep for the London Marathon. Really, life's been on hold. I didn't realise how much prep goes into the marathon. You know.
Yeah.
Like, I know there's a lot of training.
Because your back was really bad. Remember 2-3 years ago?
Yeah.
He was like, I can't run now.
Yeah, that was it, mate. I only started running literally last year. Last year, we watched the marathon, and I was like, I'm going to do this next year. And I promise you, last April, I'd done a 1K run, treadmill, and I was like, I felt all right. Because before that, the last 5 and 6 years, I've been cycling. And then done a 5K, another 5K, then done a 10K, then done a run outside. And I was like, I'm going to do this. Like last October, I was like, I'm going to do this. And then, so training, mate, it's been brutal, I've got to say. Like the cold months, not nice.
Yeah.
Not nice. It's coming around 3 weeks now. So got a slight tweak in the calf, but we should be all right. We should be good for it. Yeah. So all the prep and that. I've not really been up to a lot.
He watches the marathon, goes, I think I want to do that. Most people watch it and go, I ain't doing that.
No, you'd love it.
I know,
love it. It's a good day.
I've had an injection in my knee a few weeks ago, which hopefully takes like 6 weeks to work. New injection, which is supposed to like help with the joint pain.
What type of things?
It's called hydro something.
Yeah.
But it kind of puts, because obviously my meniscus has gone on one side, so I'm bone on bone again, but it's supposed to put like protection around the bones. Supposed to give you like 4 or 5 years of good.
Because I thought you was like near on certain surgery for you.
Yeah, so they're trying this.
Oh, wow.
I'm having it in one knee, and then if it works, I'll have it in the other knee, and then I'll be back playing.
There we go, London Marathon in a couple of years. No chance. I saw him at the station the other day. I've gone to the taxi driver, was chatting to me. He knew who I was, and he's like, I'm going to meet Wayne Bridge, and we're trying to find him, but he's 100 yards away. He's over there, mate. Just drive up. And the way he was walking like that, limping like that, he went, sure that's Wayne?
No, well, the taxi driver said
it's like a waddle, wasn't it?
Well, he is, mate. He's had bad knees. Yeah. But Sid, great to have you anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So Liverpool, right? What do you make of them?
Well, they've won the league. They've won the league at a canter, haven't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think no one's really come close to them. Going out to PSG was a bit of a shock, I think, really, for them, the way that they was.
To this man.
Yeah.
No, you did call it, didn't you? I mean, for them, as a them, I know PSG were on it, but I think inside the dressing room, the way that they was, the form that they was on and stuff. Then they got dispatched out the cup, didn't they, as well? Lost to Newcastle. And then, a little loss to Fulham as well on the weekend. I mean, it's not our place to go, Fulham. When they're on it, you know. And
they're doing all right as well, aren't
they? They are doing all right, chasing for European places, which I'm sure we'll come on for. But I think in this league, you drop your standards a little bit, you get found out. If the other team's at it, it doesn't matter where you're at. Yeah,
it's true. It's true. I mean, and Van Dijk had I think Michael Owen asked him a question, didn't he? It was on one of the broadcasts, and it affected him a little bit. He was a little bit. It's about the narrative about Liverpool. I think they've had a brilliant season, no matter what.
Yeah.
If he does it.
Yeah.
And arguably, Arne Slot's, if he wins the league with this Liverpool team, that's as good as a debut season, I think, to a manager. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I've been getting pelters because you got to do a little prediction to begin the season. I had them outside the top 4.
No way.
I did. Right. The only reason with it being was the Klopp effect. Ingoing, the new one coming in, then the big three, not signing their contracts at the bit loud, not just going to see what their options were. And I thought, do you know what? That could ruffle.
Have gone wrong.
Yeah, it could ruffle a few feathers. So I'm getting absolute pelters now, especially online, on socials. Now I'm getting abused.
Yeah, the Liverpool fans, when you don't back their team, they do get a bit mad, don't they?
Yeah. But hold my hand up, like you. Listen, that's unreal. What he's done this opening season has been. It's class.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Yeah.
Talk about Van Dijk. I think Michael Owen asked him I don't know if it was a bad question, it was a good question. He was like, will it still be a good season? And have you ever remember a player having a nibble in the media? Like because it's that's really hard in our job, isn't it? So, you know, when you got to speak to the players after a game, you're like, what can you ask them? It's got to be a good question.
Yeah. I see the question.
Yeah.
And do you know what I think it is as well? I think Van Dijk said something like, look, doesn't matter you win it. Like, if you win it, it's still an amazing achievement, isn't it? Like, basically, that's what he was kind of saying, which is true, isn't it? It doesn't matter how you get over the finish line. But yeah, when you get interviewed after a game, I mean, I think there's been times where I've tried to have a go back, but you pull yourself back and you go, no, just keep calm. But there's nothing better than seeing someone have a go there. It's like when someone loses it and they go back.
The famous one was Keegan, wasn't it?
Kevin Keegan, that was brilliant.
Yeah.
There should be more of that, though, should there? It's entertaining, isn't it?
It's great. Well, there was more. It seemed to be more back in the day when that era. They're a little bit more measured. Like you rarely see them losing their plot. Like we'll get onto it now. Which I at Big Ange. Did you see Big Ange as well?
Yeah.
With the
the reporter. Yeah.
What?
I just feel for him. You can just Big Ange. You know what I mean?
Like, to get pelters as well.
He's just.
Yeah.
You can imagine if you were getting interviewed in that, you'd just be, oh mate, how would you deal with that? Your head's gone.
You'd be good. You'd be good at dealing with that as a manager.
But I think
because you're very measured.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know about
you.
I just don't think I'll bother going out. I just won't bother doing it.
I'm not sure. It's got to be the hardest interview to do after a game.
Yeah.
For a manager, if you've won or lost.
Hard enough when you're a captain to do it as well, isn't it?
Yeah. When you're a manager, because they're pulling with you.
The reporters are doing their job, but it's like they just probe, don't they?
Yeah.
I know they can go, we're just doing our job, but it's like. They must feel awkward sometimes.
Yeah, they're all loaded questions. You know, they're trying to get a headline. All these lot. But I think the modern day player, I don't think they're there
like I think when we was playing, I don't want to be all that dinosaur, but I think we was much more. It was a matter of life and death, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like if it actually meant the well. I think one day player now can after a game just go, not that they're too fussed on it, but if a question comes, they're not going to. They just bait it away and just go, yeah. Whereas I think being our age, or the managers, they're the ones that get caught now to go. No, I'm not sure about that.
And they've all got like press people with them as well. Do you know what I mean, Mark?
Yeah.
I just think as well. I think that's a feature of modern football. Now I think when we played, I think we was a little bit more. It was more confrontational. Like, I remember, like you wouldn't speak to someone, but do you think with the social media, Sids? I think players are a little bit more. They're a little bit more mixed. It's just a nicer way about them, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yeah, look at them before games. Like before games, before a Man United game, you lot would never speak to the opposition in the tunnel. That's when we was obviously rivals and such, but didn't matter who it was. Whereas now, they're shaking hands, they're giving each other cuddles. It's like, they might as well swap a shirt before the game.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then, whereas before, it was down the tunnel, that was it. Even after the game, you shake hands, you might say one or two words, and that was it, really, was it?
It's mad how it's changed, but could go. Anyway, I think, sorry.
But you have to do an interview after the game, though, I think. Because I think if I was the manager and I've lost and my head's gone, I just go, no, my head's gone. Sod that. Or just go on and say what you really think. Do you know what I mean? Just don't.
Yeah, but they got to be so careful now because they're not just managing football clubs and like the clubs are now seen as brands, so they got to choose their words for like the sort of the media side of it as well. Whereas probably Jose would just say of what he wanted to say and it will cause uproar. I think nowadays when they go and speak, they've got to be careful of what their big bosses are with it. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't be. Listen, I think Big Ange is in trouble, and there was big protests as well at Tottenham about Daniel Levy. Do you see him, Sids?
No, yeah.
Big, yeah. I mean, we've had a conversation on here before.
All the time.
Yeah. Bridgie's always digging them out. No, but they seem to like. I think it's the end of the road for Levy now. Like the fans are like, we don't care about the manager changing whether they stick with Ange or go someone else next year. I think the fans are like, mate, it's the whole way the club's set up, isn't it? And they look like they lost the plot.
I just can't see him ever going because they talked about it for years. You know, ex-players talk about him loads. I just can't see him. He's always going to be there.
I don't know. I think there could be a change. Not necessarily now. Maybe in the next season, possibly. Another 18 months' time.
Would that come from the owner just going, we need to, it's too toxic. I need someone who's the front man.
At the end of the day, it'd be a business decision.
Yeah.
Because you look where Spurs are now, stadium-wise, training ground-wise, the squad's not good enough to compete for titles, certainly. But there's got, in terms of where it's valued and what they can get for it, they've got to start looking at that. Sure.
Yeah.
Surely. But I think there will be changes. But listen, we could talk about this all day, but I think, especially with Spurs, it's a mentality thing.
Yeah.
All the managers can't be wrong. I know we've gone into this before. Mourinho, Conte, they can't all be wrong.
Conte and Mourinho definitely had there was confrontation there, wasn't it?
There was winners, weren't they? They've won titles and competitions. They can't all be wrong, them lads.
Yeah, that's true, to be fair. But listen, they're not in the top four race, Spurs. But like, look at this, it's opened up at the weekend, isn't it? With all them results. Fulham getting a great result, Sids.
Yeah.
We're the top four. Where do you fancy what? Because it's down to 5, right? Really, Champions League football is now 5.
So I think it's so hard to call.
Yeah.
What we got?
The way the league is, sometimes I just feel like anyone can slip up.
Yeah.
I think it's so hard to call.
I watched Chelsea. Sorry,
Newcastle obviously got games in hand.
Yeah. Which do you want games in hand? You're rather points on the board, obviously.
What are they? 2 or 3 behind Chelsea?
And they've got 2 games in hand.
You know they're going to nick a win. What they got? Their games in hand. They've got
a good run as well. They've got a good run.
They've got to play Chelsea. They've got to play Villa. They've got to play Brighton.
Yeah.
And they've got to play Arsenal. But they've got Ipswich, Man U, Palace and Everton.
Yeah, so there's enough to get points on the board.
But they're all playing each other. Like
momentum as well. Winning the Newcastle, winning the trophy. We'll have to talk about that because that was incredible scenes, wasn't it? Like 300,000. When you think about what a League Cup means to a club, for that club, it was it looks so good, didn't it? And you just like, like that momentum there, where they've already climbed the top of their mountain, I think that makes them favourite to nick the 4th place, you know. I think they could kick on Newcastle.
Yeah.
I fancy him just because of the games in hand as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Games in hand scare me. They scare me. Like, so look, we got Liverpool obviously done it, yeah.
Yeah.
Arsenal a second, Forest, right, still third, right, still cleaner. They've had a bit of a dip, like the second half of the season compared to the first half, but they're still flying. Then you got Chelsea, Man City, Villa, Newcastle down to 7th. Fulham are in 8th and Brighton are in 9th. I know they're only a couple of points away from Newcastle, but I don't see Fulham and Brighton challenging because I don't think they've got the experience or the longevity as the other clubs have in previous seasons. Yeah,
that's a good shout.
Whereas I think Newcastle, Villa, you know, they could easily make a claim to get. Who are just out. They're 6th and 7th. They could easily make a claim to get in. But then you look at like the ones that are going to drop out. Like for Chelsea, I see that today. Chelsea haven't.
They've got Liverpool,
4.
Newcastle, and Forest.
I worry for Chelsea.
Chelsea haven't finished in the top 4 for the last 3 seasons.
It's bad, isn't it? Yeah. It's bad, and you think how much money's gone in to the club. I think the club haven't come out and said that Champions League football's a must. But I think, Sis, if you look at the amount of money that's been spent, if you don't Bridge, you get your 50, 100 million, whatever it is. How are Chelsea then going to go again to try and get? I think missing out this year could be painful for the club. And I worry because I watched the game against Brentford, and it was. I thought Brentford would have more
had some chances.
Yeah, they look like they're going to score.
Yeah.
Chelsea were just too open, and they need to sort it out in the running.
Yeah,
because the back 4 of every Brentford, like Mbeumo and Vissa, were just causing carnage.
Keeper as well at Chelsea. that's a big dilemma.
Yeah.
So what are we going to say then? Let's have a little prediction. Top 4. Liverpool number 1. So let's go top 5. Yeah.
Go on then.
So Liverpool have obviously won it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liverpool won. Yeah.
No one's catching them, are they?
No.
So let's go second. We're saying Arsenal. Are they going to?
I'm going to say Arsenal second.
Okay. So then we've got for 3 positions. We've got out of Forest, Chelsea, Man City. Let's say Villa, Newcastle.
Geez. Right.
Do you think Forest stay in there?
Yeah, I do.
I think Forest stay in there.
Yeah.
Oh, you said points on the board, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So points on the board, and you can't.
Forest will get in there.
Right. Yeah, but why do you think? I
think Forest do it. I think the way they do it because, and we've all been in these dressing rooms, right?
Yeah.
Where they're riding the wave.
Yeah.
They are riding the wave, aren't they? Where, you can see all the videos that are coming out after games of them all like having a laugh and a joke, all the little TikToks and stuff like. When you've got a dressing room like that, it's powerful, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
They got to get Chris Wood back fit because I think he's missed the last couple of games. But I think there's some big things happening at Forest.
Well, we was there, weren't we? I went with Crouchy. I think we talked.
Well, yeah, you've been there. You've been in the environment. You've seen it. What's like
the lads there were like, no, every time you go into a club, you're always feeling a little bit like, are we going to be made welcome? But you're right. Yeah, as soon as I walked in, that's a winning mentality. Then I watched them play. Was it game 3 weeks ago? And I thought, they had a little wobble. They come back and they're on it, mate.
Yeah.
Alanga as well.
Oh, mate,
what's a player he is.
Covered a game of week against United. That goal we scored.
Yeah, because it'll be on again.
That's what we will flip on to Man United. But how can a player of that quality be left to leave Manchester United? That's wild, isn't it? Because he's
again, that is the same thing as environments and cultures. So when just going quickly on to Rashford, really quickly. So when Rashford went to Villa, right, I think I'd done Sky on one of his games, right, and I said, listen, he's going to go through the roof. I said it's going to be a dark cloud lifted off. He just needed a new break and just a release. As much as he tried to make it work there, he just needed a clean break. And that's what some of these players need, and that's what's happened at United. Some of them just need to go. Some of them shouldn't even be here in the first place.
United needs a break.
That's what I mean. Some of them shouldn't even be there. But with some of them, like I've gone down there playing some of the best football of their careers, or like got a spring back in their step. That's what it's about, and that's what's going on at Forest. So, So come on, like Liverpool, Arsenal, Forest. We're going to say going to be in there. So are we going to say surely Man City have got to finish in the top 5?
I'm going to go Nottingham Forest 3rd, Man City 4th, But I'm worried about Chelsea. But
You're putting that in because of your heart.
Yeah, I know.
That's why you're putting that in.
So the last,
you said Newcastle were going to make it.
I know.
The last spot is out. Chelsea,
Newcastle.
Villa, or Newcastle. It's tough, isn't it? Two big teams missing out there.
Again, just from watching Chelsea yesterday.
In fact, you've just chucked City in there anyway.
No, why do I? Yeah, I've done that. That's the City one just because of the name. More
Just
than
the name, yeah, exactly. I just think it's a bit of a flip of a coin.
Yeah, it's going to go. It's, Joe, what I think that's going to be the highlight of this season because the Championship's done, relegation's done. This chase for Champions League.
That's where
it's
going
to
go
down to
the
each other. Do you know what I mean? Like Chelsea got to play Newcastle and Forest.
Yeah,
like Newcastle got to play Villa, Brighton, Chelsea. It's
going to be one of the
ones
last
when they're going up against each other. And if they don't, it's just important on winning all the other games they've got.
Just want to go.
I think it's hard to call, mate.
Yeah.
It's going to go down to the wire, I reckon.
Yeah, it will do. It will do. Just something you mentioned there is talk about players like Rashford.
Mm-hmm.
He's. We don't know how his deal's going to be at the end of the season. You know, is he going to go back to Manchester United? Jadon Sancho's in a similar situation, I believe, at Chelsea. Like, we talk about loans, but Rashford, you shouted Rashford to be gone.
I don't know how he goes back after everything that's happened.
Imagine
the manager's still there. I don't get how you go back.
Yeah.
It's that big, though, isn't it?
Everything that's been said, I just don't get it. And
What do you reckon? What do you reckon his fee will be to buy him now that he's? Because that would have been agreed before.
How long has got left on his contract? Do we know?
A couple of years, but he's.
Well, the more he keeps playing and scoring, that's what he's doing at the minute as well. He's probably killing himself. But I don't see him going back. I don't see him going. And if he go, I mean, look at Villa, mate.
Going on another loan if they can't sell him. If no one's in a buy.
If they can't agree a fee, I don't see him playing there next season.
Yeah,
100%.
well,
No.
imagine going winning the Champions League and the FA Cup, then going back to Man U. Imagine that.
Ooh.
You have your tail between you. You'd be buzzing, wouldn't you? Jadon Sancho, the same situation.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I need to see more of him. I need to see. He's not doing enough for me.
Right.
Like, I just thought, what a great platform to come in and play.
Champions League final. He was best player on the pitch, wasn't he? Was that a couple of years ago now?
Yeah.
Got it, innit?
I don't know. I just watched him the other day, and it was a frustrating one the other night against who did they play the other night? It was Spurs. Sorry, the Spurs game. Watching the other night against Spurs, and he's trying to make things happen, but it's just not coming off. Is he trying too much? The crowd would get on his back a little bit as well. I don't know. Listen, 100% there's a player there.
Yeah,
but needs to come out somewhere. I don't know whether it'll be at Chelsea or not.
What do you make of him?
Well, it's hard because you're looking for something a bit individual. Like we've talked about Chelsea, they haven't been on fire as a team, have they?
Yeah, it's true.
So it's difficult as well.
Teams.
If you're that type of player, you want to see him he's got to make something happen, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at some of the wingers out there at the moment, just making things happen, I think he's got to. And the fans are on his case. Is that affecting him a bit mentally? With a bit under pressure, but like I said, it ain't Chelsea at the moment. It ain't doing enough as a team.
Yeah, they're not. That's it. So we all think Chelsea on Newcastle, and they could slip out the top four, ish. Listen, it's going to be tight. With something that was confirmed.
Imagine if it ends up Forest, Villa, Newcastle, Chelsea, and City both. That's a possibility, mate.
Yeah, of course it is.
The way the season's going, it's a possibility they both miss out.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Don't want to. If I play for both, I don't want them, but it's a possibility.
Yeah, true. I just want to quickly jump away to something. Southampton, early relegation confirmed, Bridgie. A 3-1 loss to Spurs sealed the relegation. It's the earliest in Premier League's history.
Yeah.
So they're chasing. I think Derby of 08 was the last team. They had, was it 11 points, 12 points?
They had 11. What? So Southampton have gone down before that Derby team?
Before that Derby team, which is in...
Come on, sakes, for you a couple of points. Sorry, you got another record. I'll tell you what I feel sorry for.
Go on.
Ramsdale, mate. Do you know why?
Yeah.
I've met him a couple of times. I think he's a great lad.
Yeah.
Do you know what? He's a good goalie, mate.
Yeah.
And I felt sorry for him going there. I thought, do you know what? You're earning your money going there.
Yeah.
And I feel for him, even the Arsenal where he got I thought he just got dropped quite quick.
Yeah.
But mate, he could be Chelsea goalie. He could play for most teams in the Premier League. I think he's really good.
He's a real.
I feel for him a bit.
Yeah.
He was Arsenal's #1. Then it was gone, and then all of a sudden he's fighting a relegation battle. So it was just twists and turns so much. But he's, listen, it hasn't worked out for him. But I think you're right, Bridgie. I think a bigger club will come in for him.
Surely. Well, surely there must be a clause in it. If they'd have gone down, he could leave for a fee. But great lad, isn't he? He's brilliant in the dressing room.
Yeah. And he's very, very good.
I felt like just happened like that. It was just dropped.
Yeah.
He's mad because he wasn't playing bad.
Yeah, he's very, very good. And he's a great lad, and he'll come. We've all played in relegation threatened teams, and we've all had relegation this early in April. How many games have they got to play like that? What do they do? The managers we think's gone or going. Your club, Bridgie. Where do they go from here?
Well, in the Championship. Do you know what? All my mates, all my mates are all Saints fans. Mate, you know what they're at? They're just buzzing to go down and win some games. That's what they're happy for. They're actually happy, and they're all talking about the stadiums they're going to go to. But, mate, it's...
that is a point.
Saints have always been a selling club.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? And I think they'll do all right next year, and they'll win some games. But, mate, it's hard for any team that goes down in that league to come back up. It ain't easy.
Yeah.
It's not an easy season. And they always knew they were going to go up against us.
It was, yeah.
It was a year too early. It was a year too early of them, but they spent money, Sids. They did. I think they was one of the bigger spenders of the teams that come up. Southampton.
It's hard to buy, isn't it?
You've got a bit like Brighton, where they get players, where they do a lot of
money ball with data. He's
very intelligent with the buying, and it comes off for them.
A little bit of stuff. Some players, you take a few loans from some big clubs, they hit the ground running, and look. I think you look at them next season. It'll be tough next season. I mean, Championship's always tough. But they go down. Ipswich are looking like. I think the bottom three look like. Done now. I think Wolves have done unreal to win them 2 back-to-back games that they've done.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're going to stay up. So what we're saying, Leicester, Ipswich, and Southampton to go down.
Yeah.
Or Southampton confirmed. But that's tough next year, though. To come back up. Some big teams in the Championship.
The games are coming thick and fast. I've played in it. It's just like, it's hard, mate. And there are battles. A lot of the games are battles, mate.
I never played in Champ. I played in League One, didn't I? I run into Coventry. But they say that the Champ's the hardest league because you don't have... In League One, you get there's a lot of breaks between games. Yeah. But Championship's relentless. Sad.
Yeah.
You was at the back end of your career when you played it, you know?
Yeah.
And you started... You went to...
Started it and then finished it, yeah.
Brutal.
Mate, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's relentless.
Everyone says that.
It's relentless. I remember the bank holiday weekend game. You used to play Saturday, Monday.
Yeah.
Saturday, Monday on the bank holiday weekend in May or April. I was like, whoa. I didn't sign up for this. Mate, it's brutal.
If you're in there, mate, you need to get out. Another thing, Bridgie, so your friends are happier to be in the Championships winning games because that leads us on to mental health impact of ownership crisis. Reading fans have expressed that the ongoing ownership crisis is affecting their mental health. Like, what is it with fans? Like they're so invested. Do you think it's a question of some fans need to
they live and work. They go to work. They earn their money. They spend the money on going to football. Like that's people live and breathe football.
I think
there's nothing worse.
People forget that.
Then they go to work. There's different groups of fans. They support so and so. You go into work. You're getting battered because you've lost. It's just.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know what I mean?
But if Southampton fans, they'd be getting it, though, wouldn't they? Imagine that.
I just think the ones that I know are just, it's over now, isn't it? We know what we're doing, we know where we're going.
But the ones, with that one there, with the Reading one, is because it's...
Uncertainty of future as well. They've had some financial difficulties, haven't they?
Yeah. So Dai Young, who the owner, he put a lot of money into it at the start.
Yeah.
Right? Ill-advised.
This name, by the way. Dai Young.
Yeah. Is it watching bad football all the time as well? Sometimes.
Oh, mate.
Listen, he put a bit of dough in at the start.
Is that his real name? Dai Young.
Dai Young, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And he he was ill-advised. He had some players on like ridiculous wages for the championship, and then it just snowballed. It's gone crazy. But 150 years that football club's been there. Like Reading is like it's a big part. I had a good time there. I had 4 or 5 years there. You don't realise how big it is to people's lives. Like that's like what we were saying there. They go Monday to Friday work. They go there. They'll enjoy themselves. Like whether they win, lose, or draw, they're going to back their team. So mental health, like that when they're seeing that, they're like, when it's being ill-advised, run the wrong way, takeovers happening. They've had 4 or 5 winding up orders. You know, they've pushed deadlines. He's been told he has to sell it now.
Right. Okay.
So the deadline's been pushed now to the end of April.
Who would tell him he has to sell it? What was that like?
So he's been suspended from the EFL now. So he can't be a director. He can't be an owner. He basically has to sell. So that deadline was last week. It's now been pushed to the end of the month, end of April. But there's still some sort of confusions around it because Rob Kuig, I think, who used to own Wickham, he was the last bidder that got to like the final hurdle, and then it fell apart there. So he has got something to do with it.
Yeah.
But one way or another, it will get sorted out one way or another. It should be for the better with a new owner. But there's a chance where they could be told to stop playing games.
Yeah,
Reading, or they could get thrown out the EFL. So, which could be another Bury.
Yeah,
that's how bad. Yeah,
how bad it is.
That is how bad it is.
Wow,
so that's why people are struggling with their mental health.
That is,
it's not.
There's nothing worse as well. Like I remember going to school,
right,
being a Saints fan,
right,
and like, do you know what I mean? You go in and then kids are just ripping you. And it's like, unless you can deal with that and just, just take a breather and just relax. It doesn't matter. It's only football. Yeah. Mate, it only takes that to get angry and keep snapping back, and then you're getting reeled in, aren't you? I think you just...
You've We've heard you with the Portsmouth fans. You know that.
It's horrible, mate.
Oh, mate, yeah, to be fair. But if
yeah, mate.
Sid, did you play was you at Reading when Petr Cech done his... Did you play in that game?
Yeah. Reading girls there.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
That was
Stephen Hunt.
Yeah, I was with him on the weekend actually.
Yeah.
That was bad, mate. Like, obviously, it was bad for a couple of reasons. Do you know what I thought was worse than that? In the same game, Carlo got done, didn't he, as well? Which I thought was obviously. Listen,
Stephen Hunt again?
No, that was Sonko.
It was in chaos.
From a corner, bang, and JT ended up going in goal, and I think you guys still beat. I think it's still 1-0. You might
1-0. It was early on in the season, wasn't it?
Earlier in the season, yeah, mate. But a lot of people don't know the after effects for that for Stephen Hunt was bad.
Yeah, I know.
Was it?
Yeah, like death threats, like I think bullets through the post, things like that.
Really?
It was. There was a big thing after that, and listen, obviously the following season, I signed for Chelsea. And I remember the first time I sort of sat down with Pet, he was like, "Did he mean it?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Look, he didn't mean it. I think he's meant to, like, I don't. He's not meant to do that on his head, but
it wouldn't meant to hurt him.
But
it was just it wouldn't meant to hurt him, but it was a little bit. You did have the opportunity to leave a bit on the goalie.
Yeah, but you wouldn't wish that on anyone. No, you wouldn't.
Nah, especially him as well. Yeah. Big Pete, but that was But those were the good times. Like what, 2005, 2006? That was around him. So that was when I think they obviously they went down and they got promoted again. So they've had some good times. At the minute, it's real bad for Reading,
mate. Well, really listen, we wish them all the best. Yes. We want them to, clubs like Reading must be looking at, clubs like Wrexham and thinking, wow, like we gone Premier League and then we're back there. Do you know what I mean? And we wish him all the best.
Yeah. Right. I thought we'd go on to some of the things Gary Neville has said.
Yeah.
Basically slamming football for the robotic play.
Yeah.
The lack of risk taking.
Yeah.
And intensity, calling it a disease in the game. I think there has been risk taking, but risk taking in your own half, mate. In your own box. Yeah. People trying to do things rather than just going, no, it ain't on. I've got to go long here.
Yeah,
and people are conceding goals.
You're big on this. I've heard you say this. About the risk taking.
Yeah, 100%. Like teams, every team now that builds up, the centre half takes the goal kick, passes it to the keeper.
Yeah,
doesn't he? Right,
yeah.
And then they split.
Yeah,
right, and then they try and play out.
Yeah,
very rarely do you see a goalkeeper now go long.
Yeah,
get one in one.
Yeah.
No, get up. Yeah. And then, the annoying thing is, like, so they'll try, they'll do little triangles and diamonds, all that, like, in the 6-yard box where they have their own third. They get to the final third, the winger, they'll like 1v1, they'll like jink it, and then they'll just turn back and play to the midfield player, and then they'll recycle, and then that's it. I'm like, where's the players like yourself?
Yeah,
right.
There is some.
Yeah, there are some, but are they getting coached? Are they like Jack Grealish?
Yeah,
like he used to get on the ball, bob, weave, get into the 18-yard box, and knew that no one could touch him. Try and sort of manipulate, get something going.
Yeah. Are they scared of because the manager's telling them to do something?
That's what I'm saying. So
he hasn't given them the freedom to go and do it.
Otherwise, they get dragged. That's where I think it is now. I totally agree.
Yeah,
totally. Everyone plays sort of same way. It's very sort of robotic.
Do you think fans? That's the view of fans. You think they're like? Cause you're talking to you. When you were talking to some fans, they're like
Chelsea fans the other day. They've got some hospitality.
Yeah.
And they're not coming out after half time. They're just staying inside and having a drink.
Yeah.
They literally can't be bothered to go out and watch the rest of the game.
And that's hospitality, but I reckon that's even spreading out into the terraces because some of them going down at half time getting a beer.
Yeah.
Second half kicks off. I know there's always a little overspill that come in late, but I think they're getting more and more now because they're seeing the first half. It's like,
and you think it's too structured.
Yeah. I know fans that got tickets.
Yeah.
They're at the pub before the game. Mate, they're umming and ahhing if to go to the game or not.
No way.
They're thinking, shall we go?
Wow.
And they're going, oh, come on, let's go. And they've gone, and they think, why'd we bother? My dad especially.
Yeah,
he's gone to a few Saints games. I know it's not great for them at the moment, but
recently he's been.
He's like, oh, I don't know. He's gone. He's like, I don't know why I bother.
I agree. Either you speak to the majority of clubs and you said to them, right, on an entertainment value, how much value you getting for your ticket?
They always say that we play in the same way.
That's what it is. I think, and so you've two things you said: control, like the way they play the games, and not enough flair, not enough risk takers. But I think you're right. I think the modern coach, they've been brought up, and there's been so much structure within the game. By the time these kids come through, it's like there's decisions have already been made for them, so the game's a bit robotic. So I can see why. Yeah. I can see why that'd be the reason.
I don't think you should have to do your badges to be a coach or a manager.
If you've played,
if you've played the game.
If you've played the game,
I don't think you should. Because why? Because you have to coach a certain way.
I think
you have to do things a certain way, but you're being told how to coach. Everyone has different views of the game. Yeah. If you've played the game, like you,
in fairness,
kind of know it. Do you know what I mean? Why
I get it.
Badge, say,
you're right.
I know how.
The flip side to that, I would say, when I done my badges with the Welsh FA, that's why I went to do it with the Welsh FA. Like they would give you your topic, and they would go, right, you're playing a whatever 3-5-2, and you're playing against a 4-4-2. This is the scenario. They paint a picture, and then it's down to you to. Yeah. But the good thing is, it's down to you. Like, you can do what you want. You can say, well, I've done this and I've brought this one in, I'm overlapping here. They go, well, why? And I say, well, because I think if we double up on this side here, it's not...
Why? Because I played the game for 20 years, mate, and this what should happen.
Yeah, so I think there's scenarios where you're right, when you do these badges, it's very much whoever's taking them sessions or, doing the badge, then they're telling you how they would kind of coach, if that makes sense, or how they would manage. But that's what I'm saying. Everyone's going the same direction. Everyone's funneling into the same way of playing. Like, no one's being different now, are they? Yeah. You don't get a team now that's just going direct and smashing balls up. There's been a bit rogue. Everyone's playing out. Everyone's doing this. And I think as well it comes down to a lot of these stats. Yeah. Especially, I know Brentford and Brighton are big on it, but I remember seeing a clip on Brentford the other week, and they didn't take a shot from outside the box. Right, and they narrowed it down because it was like 0.014 chance of scoring, whereas he done one pass inside the box, and then that percentage then went up more. And then if they get to the byline and they do cutbacks, it increases the chance of scoring more. I think now a lot of these teams are going on more on data and stats of where they can score. Like, bring back the banger. Like, where's goals from outside the box from now?
It's true.
Like, McAllister scored a welby against Fulham.
That was a great goal, by the way.
When was the last time you see that? You strike.
It's true. I think,
You're right. The way the balls are these days.
Yeah.
You hit a ball, it flies and it moves in the air a lot more.
Yeah. I think what you're saying is with the badges, you do take, when you've been an ex-player, I think they should have two types of routes to becoming a coach. One should be like the sort of the coach who hasn't played the game, and they'll go a certain way because they have so many other skills, and because they learn from developing how to coach. But I think the ex-player, like a lot of the stuff you do on the badges, I think is really good. You learn, but then there's also some stuff you're like, no, that's not how it is at that level.
Yeah.
It depends on what level you play at.
Yeah.
So that's what I found.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
I think it would probably help you in a way, I guess. I've not done them, but it'd
Yeah.
help you in a way to give you the confidence to go on and take those sessions. But I'd like to think if I was going to do it, you'd nick some of those sessions of the coaches you've had.
Yeah.
Whether it's Glenn Oddle or Marino.
Yeah.
And you nick some of their sessions. Because Marino's sessions were always great.
They were good, weren't they?
Yeah.
And that's what I would do. You'd have a basic of what the player managers you work with and the sessions you've done. But I think so much becoming a good manager and is now just like, your wisdom, your footballing wisdom when you're talking to the lads. You know what I mean? You look at some of the teams now, the top managers around. They just seem to they connect with their players, don't they?
Yeah.
So I know Gary Neville talked about it, but I feel like it's all the time now. It's getting talked about every week.
Yeah. Yeah.
How boring the games.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it says, listen, fans will. What Gary Neville said, I think he was right. He said both teams looked happy with a draw. I'm willing to take risks and go for the win. Like, they're in a bad. That's the first Manchester derby where there's really it's not much on it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a bit of a damp squib, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause if you look at, I was looking at this from a Man City point of view, that if they needed to win that game yesterday, right? Say they were second in the league and they need to get back, and it would look for them to back up to first, right? They would have won that game, right? How many times is it before when you've seen Company score a last minute goal? Remember against Leicester, was it? And then Sterling, when he was there, I think he bobbed and weaved and then put one in the top corner against someone to win the game as well, like last minute goal. You find a way to do it, and then that game is that on the weekend when you're watching it, you look at it going, these don't want to find a way. They don't. They're just. If it comes off, it comes off. If it doesn't, no. It's like, no one's willing to say. No one's willing to get it. Take a risk. Look at the famous goal that Aguero scored.
Yeah.
That didn't just happen by a fluke. I think the ball went long, didn't it? Did Aguero even start it, mate?
There was a little move into Balotelli.
But he got it. I think he got it, and then I think he took a few other touches to get it into Balotelli, and Balotelli got it back to him, wasn't it? And then he's like,
there's a lot. Yeah, Man City look like they've just lost their intensity. Do you know what I mean? Off the ball. That's what I think the problem is. I watch in that game. They'd be Atcha. They could play and they had the best, technical players that moved the ball through the lines. But what you knew when you played, their pressing was unbelievable. Yeah. I think that's the thing for them this year that's really fallen off. I think it's the pressing.
But we've done that. When you're playing, right, and you're playing well, and if you're up there and the team's good, and like look at Forest, for instance, them hard yards, they're easy. The hard yards are always easy when you're winning, you're looking forward to going to training, and it's all good on the weekend. When you have a little dip, and then 10 yards, they start becoming 8 yards, or the 3 yard little press becomes 1.
Yeah,
I mean, and that's where like they're the fine little details. That you say that is the difference between Man City being 5th, Man City being 2nd or 1st.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think you see Pep Guardiola come out after the game slamming United fans for the chants about Phil Foden's mum.
Yeah, mate. I mean, listen, it's when fans are saying things about family. I'm never a big, I don't like that. Do you know what I mean? I think it happens at clubs, doesn't it? It's happened to me.
I think it's always going to happen.
Yeah,
because they're always going to want to get under the other players.
Yeah,
I see it all the time.
That's an unusual thing though. Like, you talk to your mates and that when you're playing. Say you must have had a game where the fans would be singing something really derogatory towards you or something like that. Yeah. And as footballers, you just have this. You just learn to just deal with it, don't you? Get on with it. But it's weird because what other job do you get that where you get someone? Do you know what I mean?
Just because they're on the other side of the ball, it makes them.
They don't realise it's not just affecting the player, is it?
Yeah,
it's that player's family as well,
mate. Yeah,
they're having to put up with it, and then they're getting upset or angry.
Yeah, it's not nice.
It's a knock-on effect. It's not good.
I used to get loads about the colour of obviously my hair and
fire.
You see a logo at the ginger, obviously, but they was little ones. The one that hurt me the most. Right. The one that hurt me, this is ridiculous. The season after I left Chelsea and I went to Villa, right, and then we played you guys at Villa Park.
Yeah.
And all the Chelsea fans singing Chelsea Reject to me. Chelsea Reject. I was like, oh, that's a killer, that is.
That's when you've been at the club.
Yeah.
It's a killer. I remember going back to St Hampton and being booed. And I was like, oh, mate. It's horrible, isn't it?
I know. I'd done one with, first time I played against West Ham, it was a cup game. So when I have more fans at Stamford Bridge, and the fans were giving me some, and I was taking a corner, I'm getting things pinged at me. And I got a bottle pinged at me. So I thought I tried to diffuse the situation, but I was just messing about with the fans, like drinking it. It was like vodka Coke or something in it. I was sore. Do you know what I mean? But that was, because when you've been at West Ham for so long, the first time you play against them, it can be, do you know what I mean? A bit off-putting.
I think when you're playing, you don't realise how it's affecting those players. Like, for instance, with you, I wouldn't have realised what it was like for you. Yeah. And there's one, it was Crouch's documentary that stood out from there. And I didn't realise how bad it was for him. Yeah. How much stick he got. You know, and then you think it's his mum and dad watching him go through that stick as well. Yeah. Like, it's tough, isn't it? It is tough when fans can be brutal. It's one of the it's so tough.
I remember the first time, I can still picture this geezer's face as a 17-year-old. I come on against Sheffield Wednesday and I was having a bad game and we lost 4-0 at home. And it was the first time when you see a real grown man just like pointing at you, growling at you and like that. And it took me by instance, you know what I mean? Yeah. It caught his eye. So I do remember it, yeah.
But when we were playing,
the
environment, the dressing room we was in, it was a tough one anyway. So you learn that, whereas now it could be a little bit tougher now for them ones. For the that new generation coming in,
and it's
pelters.
It's probably worse now as well because social media is just non-stop, in it.
Oh yeah,
it's just magnified even more. But there's nothing better though, is there, when you're getting a bit of stick, and then you go and stick one in the back of the net.
I prefer playing away from home than I did at home.
Yeah,
I used to love it. Yeah. But when you used to get a victory away from home, it was nothing better. Coming back on the bus or the train or wherever. Yeah. And you know you got a night out as well.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Yes.
Now we're talking. But listen, I agree. You know, with Gary Neville, I think it's a little bit too structured, the game at the moment.
Is it going to change though? I don't know.
Might need Wayne Bridge.
It's going to take another like Wimbledon or a Stoke style teams going. You know, we're going to stick it right in the channels and get right at it. I reckon there's teams and defenders that would struggle with that. Just keep getting peppered like channels in behind, putting them under pressure a little bit more that way.
Yeah. Absolutely is. No, I'd love to see it. I just want to quickly jump on before we forget. Mo Salah. Player of the year. You know. Yeah. He's got to be up there, isn't he?
Brilliant.
Numbers he's done.
Brilliant.
You know, talk about his future coming to an end. Sid.
I reckon he's going Saudi. Who's going?
Oh, God. Wow, the money, you know, because he's still young enough. He could go over there, 5-year deal. Wow. That's a massive coup for Saudi. It makes sense, doesn't it? You know, with him from that sort of region as well.
Yeah. Do you think he wants to go there, though? In my opinion, looking at it, I think it's one. I think he'd like to stay at Liverpool.
Yeah.
I think his team have gone, look, for him to stay, this is what X, Y, and Z are getting paid at X, Y, and Z clubs. This is what he feels as though he's worth.
Yeah.
And I think Liverpool have got their structure and stuff, and that they've got to keep in the boundaries of that, because if they start doing that, then you've got Van Dijk that's going to be knocking, and obviously, Trent looks like he's going to be going to Madrid. And I think ideally, he'd like to stay.
Yeah.
I think he'd like to stay. And he mentioned something, didn't he, a couple of months back, to say he's not heard nothing.
Yeah.
To say, like, maybe we've put our, 2 pence worth in, and it's down to the club now. So
you think if he stayed,
right,
that Saudi thing's still going to come along?
I think it'll always be there.
It'll be there for him.
I think it will always be there, but
because it's greatness still. Still playing well.
Yeah, he is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he could stay another 1-2 seasons and still get that deal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, he can probably play on for another 5-6 years, and God knows how long if he was over in Saudi Arabia. Another quick mention: Kevin De Bruyne said he's coming to an end. What about City? What a player! Where'd you put him, Sids? Because I put him up there.
Yeah,
I put him. You know, he's stat with all midfielders with your Vieira, your Keanes, Gerrards. He's well up there, isn't he?
Yeah,
Kevin?
I think. Yeah, I think he could. Yeah, he's in there. He'd have a definite argument for being in an all-time Premier League 11.
Yeah,
It's
all-time
so hard
Premier
to
League
compare
11.
different eras, but yeah, definitely 100%. But you know, I've got a lot of Man City friends.
Yeah,
and they always chuck in, you know, that they love him, amazing what he's done. They'll always chuck in David Silva as their favourite.
Really, above KDB. Yeah. That's interesting.
And from my Man City mates, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know?
Think he was just different, yeah.
Wow. Oh, listen, are
you playing with him?
Yeah,
unbelievable. And I guess, but if you look at what he's done, De Bruyne, and what he's achieved, brilliant. But a lot of the Man City fans, they put David Silva down as their favourite. Yeah. Oh, definitely my mates that are Man City fans.
They heard a stat which blew my mind with KDB. Right, he's never won Premier League Player of the Month.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
No that's mental, isn't it? No way. Mate. Makes me feel better about not getting one.
Yeah, mate, unbelievable, isn't it?
Seriously?
Yeah,
first man, didn't it? It's mental, yeah.
I've taken a big gamble. I've taken a big gamble throwing it out there, but yeah, he's never won a Player of the Month.
Knew that.
Yeah.
Considering when he was on fire, he was literally just whipping balls in every line of cross, where it was in the air, along the floor, through people's legs, assists, goals, left, right. He was scoring welbies from outside the box.
Yeah,
absolutely everything. Yeah,
hey, passing's just a joke. I know it. And the way you can drive with the ball.
He said where he's going to go. Well, it was just that.
MLS rumours, San Diego.
That's a nice one for him, isn't it?
Yeah, and the rumour I heard was he was getting part ownership.
Because that's a new franchise.
Oh no, so MLS thing.
Yeah.
For me, Saudi at that. If you're getting part ownership, I'd be.
Would you advise it to anyone, like in terms of going to the States and playing?
I just got back from Miami. We were obviously talking about it. Yeah, I finished off in Tampa, didn't I, mate? Yeah. The best experience ever, Sid. Honestly, I had a great time. You know, lived in the sun. Going back to my trip to Miami just reminded me, right? So I went to watch the tennis. So I was chatting to Djokovic and Andy Murray after.
As you do?
No. A few names there.
No. Yeah, So I had to. Like, it was the FA Cup when it's so.
Yeah.
I'm chatting with Djokovic and Andy Murray come over. Like, you know, both lovely fellas, right? They a bit weirded out. Like, what are you doing here at the back of the Miami Open with the FA Cup?
Yeah.
So anyway, we had the chat. But Messi was watching the game at the stadium. So I was in the box and Messi was over there. And bearing in mind we're in Miami, right? And when he come on the screen, the place was like buzzing, like Messi. So I could see him. Then I think he wanted to meet Djokovic, or Djokovic wanted to meet him after the game. So I'm backstage working, and I watch him with his family walk out the stadium, but like hounded, you know, like the Beatles. Like it was.
Oh, Messi was.
Messi, yeah. I was like,
really?
Wow. It was like, you know, it's great living in America because you have the anonymity, but he's such a
different
big...
for him. He's iconic and he's a world kid. Whereas other players would go,
anywhere he went, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, he would.
Yeah. I think it was the first time I've seen a player like that captivate people around. Yeah. Beckham's the same.
Yeah,
Beckham was into a real
time.
And he was just like, Anyway, just dropped a few names there, didn't I?
Did you speak to Messi?
No. If you drop,
He dropped the shoulder from you.
Yeah.
Down a step over.
Yeah. Mate, I miss watching him as well. I would have loved to have watched him while I was out. I didn't get time to watch him. He played. I think he scored the game. A couple of the guys went to watch him play, and he come on within 2 minutes, banged another goal in. It was unbelievable.
It actually sounds like you've done some work then when you was away, mate.
It
was a work trip.
Yeah, it was a work trip, mate. Proper grafting, yeah.
That's a good work trip.
Yeah,
it's a good work.
Yeah, it was. It was good
work.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back onto the chat.
Let's move on, sure. Yeah.
Champions League. We went. Starts up this week. I'm doing the Munich Inter Milan game, Sids.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've watched the two teams. We'll start there because that's the one I've doing my own work on.
Yeah.
Munich, centre halves, left back Alphonso Davies is out.
Yeah.
Upamecano's out and Musiala's out.
Oh wow.
I think personally, I backed them Munich. I fancied them with it being at home, but I think now that them three players are out, I think they could struggle. What do you think?
What, over the course of the two games?
Well, definitely the two defenders I think are out. Musiala just tweaked his hamstring, so I'm not sure.
Just always when I see Munich, I always just think they're efficient. Do you know what I mean, they're done. They got the know-how to just get over the line, and we've got a decent squad, haven't they, as well? So I know what you mean, like big players missing. Inter, it's like, have they got enough? I haven't really seen a lot of Inter this season, but have they got enough to capitalise on that, or do Munich, let's say, just batten down Natchez a little bit, and then just like Kane just gets one, or
Kane's on fire, and with the final being in Munich as well, and they got quite a favourable draw. Now they ain't got to play Real Madrid, or PSG, who I think are the two best teams.
Yeah, just think for Kane to see it happening.
You'd love to see him.
I'd love to see him go out, win a load, and then be at Arsenal next year. Well, I keep dropping this. If he wants to come back, Arsenal's perfect for him.
He'd never come back to Arsenal.
No, do you not reckon? I can see it happening, mate.
Yeah, really?
Tell you.
Well,
what's this happening? Anyone who supports Spurs that sees me hates me saying it, so I keep saying it. If he was going to come back, do you know what I mean? He'd get offered a good deal there.
They need a centre forward, don't they? They do need a centre forward.
Good deal, mate.
Oh, mate, that would be.
But listen, I'd be pleased. They're going to win the league. Inter Milan, on the other hand, a lot of people have them down as dark horses. Barella, Thuram.
Are you picking them to go and nick it?
No, I picked Munich. But it's killed me because of the injuries. And now I think Inter Milan will win. But they're definitely on the most favourable side of the draw. I mean,
you picked PSG though, didn't you, in the previous game against Liverpool?
Yeah,
so they're up against Villa.
Yes, and I think it's a bridge too far. It's a bridge too far for
Villa. Yeah,
unbelievable, because that PSG team. I backed them against Liverpool, Bridgie, because I've been covering them. And you know when you watch a team and they're just bossing games, but they weren't winning.
Yeah,
they weren't the chances weren't going in, but the midfield was unbelievable. So I fancied them against Liverpool. And they were so much better than Liverpool over the two legs.
Oh, yeah.
So, I really fancied
It's a bridge too far, right? But imagine that Villa team.
Yeah.
Like, do you know when a team's got that feeling of, like, we're underdogs here, we've got nothing to lose, we stay solid. Like, there's that in their favour a little bit. Is a bit like what Forest have got this year in the league. They've got that fight and passion for each other. It might not be as easy as what you think if they've got that fight and
Well, the first leg, we know what the first leg is. Anyone first leg at home or away? That's the thing.
They've got that mentality.
Yeah,
they've got that mentality to stay strong.
Yeah,
for that and that fight.
Are you backing them?
I'm not backing them. I'm just saying.
I agree with Villa. Listen, they've an unreal debut season.
To see him go and do it
in the Champions League.
I'd like to see him go and do it. I love an upset.
Yeah.
Just think if they've got their mentality and they can go out and really stay strong the whole time. Mate, like I said, it's a massive arse.
Yeah, of course.
Have you covered any games up there in the Champions League for Villa?
Not in the Champions League. No.
Nor have I. But all the lads who go said
rocking.
Brilliant. Yeah. It's like rocking.
Yeah,
that'd
be a big factor.
Yeah,
that'd be the biggest one for PSG, because I think you could go back probably the last 10 years. They've always just gone a little bit flaky, haven't they? In certain games where they've had all the different individuals, but as a collective, they've not really gelled. Whereas this one, they're all sort of like much more of a unit and less flaky.
They look different, don't they?
Yeah,
they do look different. Yeah, that's two factors: the Villa Park crowd and also PSG's hangover, like, because they've thrown a few. Remember the Man City game twice in the last few years where they was winning the game and Man City come and won scored late doors. But I still fancy PSG, but it will be good. What's the other games?
Arsenal Real Madrid.
What do you think, Geese?
Real Madrid.
Yeah. Arsenal, Gabriel.
Arsenal will be.
That's a big miss, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a big miss.
That's the way it's been going for them. Do you know what I mean? It's
yeah. Where do you stand on Arteta? Because he's been coming in for a lot of stick, innit, by the fans. He's still in the latter stage of the Champions League. They'd have been disappointed with the league, but they can't be upset with the job he's done, can they, Sids?
I think it's getting to a point now where, at the start, when he went in, he made some big calls, Aubameyang, and he changed like the culture. He made everyone sort of he brought it like that siege mentality thing in the start, didn't he? He changed it around, and then they started, challenging for titles, really. And I think they've just come up against two machines, haven't they, in the last 2 years, in terms of Man City last season and Liverpool this one. I think he's still got loads left in the bank in terms of his job. I think it'll be next season will be the one where it'll be, right, you know, they need to buy well in the summer. And then I think that will probably give the intent of how they're going to go.
I reckon it's next season.
Or nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if they get Harry Kane and then see what happens.
He'll get judged next season.
He'll get judged.
Imagine that.
So,
He's on it, Harry Kane.
wow. I've manifested it now. I've manifested it. It's happening.
He's coming back. Yeah.
No, but it is. What, one more season, you reckon? He's got a...
Yeah. But listen, he's still...
He's still doing a good job. Do you know, it's hard, isn't it? Because it's such a hard league. It's such a hard thing to go and do, win it.
But Keys...
What, Champions League?
No,
the Premier League.
Even the Premier League.
Oh, yeah.
It's so hard. So it's like he's done a good job, but is he the man to take it to that next bit?
This new director of football as well, isn't there? That's coming.
From Sevilla, was he?
Yeah. So, obviously,
Was he one of them?
From Edu, isn't he?
Yeah. Listen, I just think bridge too far for them. Gabriel, I can't see them beating Real Madrid. I think Arteta needs a centre forward in the summer. Pretty desperate for it to be Harry Kane, but I don't think
Harry Kane or Saka.
Osimhen, no one.
Osimhen, yeah.
No, like I know he's had this little strange one where he's gone to Turkey and he's banging in goals. He's 29, but he looks perfect for Arsenal for me.
I think he's so wary at the moment of. It looks like because what he's like I say that sort of culture. That dressing room, I think he's wary of bringing someone in that's going to just disrupt that. I think that's why I don't think they've gone out so far, whether it's financial or not. I don't think they've got the right person. I don't think he's seen someone that's gone. Yeah, that person's going to fit in.
About Isak last week,
which I think he would do. Yeah,
Isak would be good, but why would he go to Arsenal now?
Yeah, from there.
You know, that's a good point. Now, if you're at Newcastle now, you're looking like they're going like that. Arsenal sort of petering.
Yeah.
You know, if Newcastle were able to spend a little bit more money of what they're sitting on after having won the trophy, I can't see Isak being an option. Osimhen's the one for me for Arsenal. But listen, I think if you're gonna you need characters in your team if you're gonna win leagues. So I think they do need a bit more of a senior player, someone with a bit of that to go in. But he can score goals, that's for sure. And the last tie. Dortmund versus Barcelona. Rafinha, top scorer in the Champions League. I remember watching him. Did he get relegated with Leeds? He did, didn't he? He was in that Leeds team, relegated.
Yeah.
And now he's top scorer in the Champions League.
That'd be a good game, that.
Yeah. That'd be a great game.
There's a lot of powerhouses there, isn't there? Some big teams there. Which I actually think it's been a good Champions League. This there's a new format. Was it at the start? I remember listening to the draw on the radio when it all come out, and I was like, "What is going on?" I didn't know what the hell was going on. Like how people were playing each other. I actually think it's been all right. I think it's been all right. I think it's been all right. The change.
Yeah.
Do you know it's nice in Villa there, isn't it? That name there. You already say massive. Then you got Villa there.
Yeah. Players. Go on, the boys.
Yeah, but it is good. It's great to see when you.
It's great to see when you look at it like that. You see massive teams. And you see Aston Villa. That they're buzzing.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
When was the last time a team that was just complete outsiders won the Champions League? Anyone? I remember Porto doing it in 2004.
That was like a complete outsider.
Complete outsiders. It's not been a while. It's been the big hitters for a long time.
Yeah. Rashford nicking the winner in the final.
Imagine that. Wow.
You could even go as far as you could. I was going to say Chelsea. 12. Yeah. Napoli. They was lucky to even get there, weren't they? Really? They weren't the best team that year that won it.
Yeah. Do you think they finished fourth though, right? Porto's like Portuguese champions winning it.
Oh, that's real. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That 20 years here at Chelsea.
We could have played them in the final.
We had 20 years ago, 21 years ago.
If Villa get to...
Someone put it on Instagram yesterday, my goal against Arsenal. God, it's that long ago.
Well, the one at Highbury?
Yeah.
20 years ago.
Mate.
So you put it up.
21 years ago.
Wow.
Scary, isn't it? We're old, mate.
We are, yeah. We are.
Is that why we're finding football boring, Dale? Just because we're old?
Yeah, maybe we're just grumpy. We're really grumpy about football. Yeah. So, I mean, listen... I still fancy PSG
to win it. PSG to win it.
Yeah. That's my
you
bet.
reckon to go the whole way?
Yeah.
PSG Munich final, PSG to win. What about you?
I would go. I don't think you can look past Madrid.
Yeah.
I don't think you can look past them. They just get it done, don't they? But go on, I'm going to say Madrid.
Yeah. Bridgie?
Yeah, I think it's PSG or Madrid.
Yeah.
But like part of me wants Villa to win it if Rashford score the winner in the final. Do you know? Because I've just been.
Oh, that was.
Do you know what me with Rashford is all the stuff that's gone on with him. What the manager said is difficult time, and the fact that he's gone there and he's got that ability to be one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
Like, but I'm with you. It's PSG or Madrid. But you know, me being me, my heart just would love to see. Like, I'm not a Villa fan, but I think it'd be great for Rashford to nick the winner.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen, but you never know.
Mate,
might manifest it. Harry Kane and Rashford score the winner in the Chelsea final.
Causing absolute carnage.
Yeah, PSG and Madrid. Madrid just do it, don't they? They got it.
Yeah.
They can win however they want to win sometimes. You look what they did against City.
That club's definitely got something about it, innit? Like,
they just got it.
The amount of times, even with the penalty with Alvarez when he double kicked it.
Yeah. I still ain't seen the double tap. I don't know if people have it, but the angles I've seen it.
Yeah,
and the fact that that's even got disallowed just blew my mind.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah, definitely. Sticking quickly, want to chat about Cristiano Ronaldo. He's 7. I need to get the stat. I've got it here. 70 goals in 72 games in Saudi Arabia. He's 40, nearly 41 years of age.
Yeah.
I mean,
I didn't even know that he scored 70 goals in 72 games. I've only seen probably 3 of them, these goals, but 70 goals.
Yeah.
I know it's in.
I want to make sure I got that stat right.
Yeah, it says here that 70 goals in 72 games. His total now in all competitions for Aaron, is 88 goals.
How far off does that leave him with 1,000 goals? Because he's come out and said
931 he's on.
69 goals to get.
He'll do it.
He'll do it, won't he?
He's a mentality.
He won't stop until he's done it.
No,
yeah.
No way. He's doing that.
Yeah, I don't know about. Listen, you've got to take your eye off to him, innit? I wonder if he plays for Portugal at the World Cup as a number 9, starting games, because he's banging in goals for Portugal still, isn't he?
I mean, if he's banging goals in,
yeah.
But then he's like,
you can't take. I don't think you can't take him to the World Cup and sit him down, can you, Ronaldo? That's where the manager will struggle.
But that's
if he's happy to play a bit part, I think.
I don't think he'd ever be happy to play a bit part, because I think he'd always have that mentality that.
Yeah, but when you
do it.
So do you reckon like his international career, it would just be, if I'm not playing on his terms, it would be if I'm not playing, not in a derogatory way. If I'm not playing and I'm not even going to go, and
he'd surely still go, because in his head he'd probably be thinking, come on, I can win this.
Yeah.
Every game I could come on, I can win this.
Yeah. And also sometimes, what was it, the final last time where did he get injured or?
He got injured,
and he was like, and he was on the line, and you can see him sort of.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that crossing the line too much though? If you're a coach or a manager, you'd be like, oh, Ronnie, sit there, just give me half a yard.
It's true. Like, yeah, but listen, if he's still scoring goals at 41, incredible. Them numbers are ridiculous. But well, Sid, been great to see you.
Always a pleasure, boys.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. Good to be here.
Yeah. Thanks for listening to The Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Bangkok. It's the city of angels and the Venice of the East. Bangkok is one of the most visited cities in Southeast Asia. Thailand's capital city brings hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the world each year. The largest and most developed city in Thailand, Bangkok offers tourists a mix of modern and upscale sights and sounds while maintaining its old charm from its historical architecture and traditions that date back to hundreds of years. One of the most famous is Wat Arun, located on the west bank of Chao Phraya River opposite the Grand Palace. This is a must-see sight in Bangkok, as the architectural design is completely unique to that of other temples in Thailand's capital. You can even climb its steep 70-meter high spire, which boasts the best views of Bangkok's skyline. While it is also known as the Temple of Dawn, Wat Arun is best at night when lit up, as it gives off a golden beam of light over the Chao Phraya River. The Grand Palace is the capital's most glorified and world-renowned structure. It was once the home of the Thai king, the royal court, and the administrative seat of government, and was built back in 1782. Marvel at its ancient designs, from the diverse array of Buddhist sculptures and temples that flow through the vicinity. Most popular is the Wat Prakil, or the Temple of the Emerald Buddha. Bangkok is also well known for its busy market scene. Anchored on either side of the river are boats stocked with fresh tropical fruits and veggies, coconut juice, and local food being cooked on open grills. Also popular are the floating markets Damnon Sadwak, Ampawa, and Klong Lat Mayong. Likewise, Bangkok's mall scene is alive and kicking, with enough shops stretching from Siam along Sukhumvit Road to last a lifetime. Also within Bangkok's cosmopolitan urban jungle are the expert tailors that can be seen on almost every street. You can get a tailor-made suit together for just about a week or two at a very reasonable price. Despite the city's known busyness, Bangkok also offers experiences for rest and recluse. Massage parlors can be found all over Bangkok, offering a Thai oil massage, head, neck and back massage, foot massage, and many more. One can also opt for a nature respite from the sprawling concrete jungle nearby within the city. It is known for its lush tropical trees, lakes, and raised embankments that pass unique houses on stilts built along the Chao Phraya River's edge.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.